Welcome everybody to Sunday morning of SuperNats. Super Sunday. We are getting morning warm-up underway right now behind us. This is the micro drivers taking to the track for the first time. Caleb, joined by Taylor as well. I'm really, I'm excited. I woke up this morning ready to rock, and these guys are dusting the track off, getting a little bit of heat in the tires, but things are going to be heating up all over the course, all day long. Again, morning warm-up before we get into the races that matter, the finals.
Yeah, this is the last time they're going to take the track in a non-competitive standpoint. Like you said, get the dust off the track. Maybe if you have any last-minute changes, as we did have the LCQs yesterday for both the KA Senior, KA Junior, along with the X30 Sr and the Pro Shifter as well. So some of those drivers that maybe made the transfer into the race, as you saw from the Shifter yesterday, it was a little chaotic. Maybe some changes had to go into the kart. Maybe some fixes had to go into it as well. And this little session, make sure everything's okay.
No, exactly that. I mean, we had the LCQs last night. They were exciting things to watch, and you had drivers who were trying to make their way in. For those 6 drivers that made their way in, Taylor, as Caleb just mentioned, you're trying to make sure that your stuff works. Again, if it was a little argy-bargy or like that, this is your first opportunity to make sure that everything's straight, everything works, and can you put something together to get to the front, as far to the front as possible on Super Sunday?
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is a great opportunity. I mean, for those who did that LCQ, they really got to have a really good opportunity to test their might and their limits, absolute limits, with those cards last night. So they're now able to go back, take a look at the information, take a look at the data, realize, okay, this maybe needs to be repaired. Maybe this is something we can maybe adjust on, and then be able to make their way through the field and maybe put on a really good result for their SuperNats for the Pro Shifter later today.
Exactly, and those drivers are coming from 35th to 40th. Those 6 drivers that made it in, right, they're going to try to do the best they can. We talked to Diego Ramos last night to get the best result as possible for the team. Maybe there's no delusions of grandeur of being able to win, but getting as far up as possible, and hey, anything can happen on Super Sunday with a full course yellow or something like that. The bunch of field back up, Caleb.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up too. That's a great point. The full course yellow is something you don't typically see in your local races that they have here at the SuperNats. We've seen it last year where the race is going on, they start to get spread out. Full course yellow comes up, bunches up the field. Suddenly, if you barely made the transfer in, if you finished in that 5th spot in the heat race yesterday, so you're starting second to last, you make up 10, 15 positions. Field gets spread out. When it gets into, you can call it the dog days of the race, so to speak, where you just have to get to the ends. You see that double yellow comes out, you bunch up the field, suddenly can make up more spots.
Exactly, and for the drivers who are not the LCQ drivers, the actual starting at the sharp end, now it's just about fine-tuning. They've gotten a chance to do those 10-lap sessions. They've got a chance to watch some of the racing that happened last night and some of that chaotic stuff that happened. But now it's a 20-lap race, and they got to be good for the long run. The last time they were able to get any kind of long run was a 12-minute session that we had back on Thursday. What kind of information do you think they've got already, Taylor, after these short sessions, having to basically double it here going into Sunday?
Well, that's going to be a little bit different because now it's going to be a test of endurance pretty much. 20 laps, yeah, may not seem like a lot, but for kart racing, yeah, it's a long time. You feel like you're going to be out there for an eternity just about, especially when you're so laser focused in trying to make sure you hit your marks, stay ahead of your competition. But with these drivers here, learn from the entire week of action is maybe some small things, maybe some adjustments in their driving style in order to maybe set up for those late race passes. And of course, some drivers may realize during the practice session of how to save tires during those short 10-minute sessions. That way they realize, okay, this is maybe something I can save for that last few 20 laps or 10 laps left in the race, and then go for it in the end. Save it for that first half, get ready for the second half.
Well, and you talk about tires right there. I mean, we had talked about some degradation or some issues with the way the tires are wearing just because of the way the course is laid out and how they're carrying speed through some of the corners. But the other thing is that where you start in the race could be how you set up your tire pressures. If you're a little bit further back, you need to make hay right away. You need to get to the front. If you start up front, maybe you have it coming a little bit later, so when the fighting really does happen, you got a little something extra.
And not only that, on top of it, that's a great point that you bring up about trying to do the strategy of that as well. Gearing goes into that as well. If you're farther back in the field, maybe go up a couple higher on teeth. If you're up in that front group, you drop it down a little bit because you can afford to take a little bit of a loss in the tight corners, but a gain on the long straightaways. But not only that, with the tires, they've been on the same sets of tires all weekend long. Heat races 1, 2, and 3, maybe changing them for the warm-ups as well. But now everyone's on fresh tires. If you're in the latter half of the day, if you're in the X30 Sr, if you're in the Pro Shifter, you're going to have an entire day where there's brand new rubber getting laid down for long periods of time all the way through all the races. So the track may be a little bit more grippy than what they anticipated.
Well, and you just mentioned it. Everyone's really going to be on the new rubber outside of those drivers coming from the LCQ. And now everybody's also on new rubber to make sure they get every little piece of data that they need. Behind us, you can see the micros are going on course. We've actually got very, very sunny skies behind us, not a cloud in the sky. And actually, warmest temps we've had here in the morning. The wind isn't here. This is about the nicest day you could have here for a Super Sunday as well, Taylor.
It certainly is. I got to say, it's a lot more comfortable, I would have to say, given the fact of how cold it's been all weekend. But it's also going to be a little bit more certain differences for the drivers as well. Without that wind, it makes it a little bit easier with maybe some parts with the handling of the kart instead of having that wind blowing up against you, especially when you're heading down these long straights.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We haven't seen any live timing yet. Like to see what kind of times we're seeing out of some people. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still just warm-up. You're still trying to figure some stuff out. I mean, these drivers have been out here now for several minutes, and we're going to be getting close to, indeed, there it is, Aaron Likens with the checkered flag behind us to get ready to finish up here with Micro. We've got all of the classes here to be getting their morning warm-ups done before we get into opening ceremonies. We're going to go through all those things. We're going to be getting after it all through these sessions to talk about every little class. And again, Micro's the first ones to get it done. We're going to take a quick break before we get into the next session here as the checkers are out. Make sure you guys stay tuned on all the YouTube, Facebook pages for SuperNats here, powered by Porsche from Kart Chaser.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back. Getting on course right now is the KA Senior Group, brought to you by AMR Medic West. Our second group on course for their morning warm-up. You can see them on track right now. I'm Mike Smith. Been hanging out with everybody online and here in the paddock all week long. Joining the booth here for the morning warm-ups with Caleb and Taylor, and guys are the KA Seniors. Remember, we got a chance to watch their LCQ in the earlier part of the day yesterday, and again, we're just talking about how chaotic that is, and now we can kind of put LCQs behind us. They all made the show, but now it's about getting the most you possibly can in the show, and that is later on after opening ceremony. So morning warm-up here for KA Seniors on course right now. Getting ready to finish up lap number 1. Already seen a few yellows, and actually driver just in the barriers there as we just before we switch cameras. That is not what you want to have here, morning warm-up here on Super Sunday.
That's been a popular area, actually, where a lot of drivers have been making contact just before that little bit of a kink right there. And it's going to be critical to see how drivers be able to do that. I could not catch the number, but it looks like
it was Austin Jers. Austin Jers was one who went in the barrier there, coming out of 8, and that brings up 1 point of the day that we have to keep an eye on is the amount of marbles that are down on track, especially there in that turn 8 area. If you come off the racing line just a little bit, especially they're on these cold tires, you can see them when they make their way through the hairpin. It was a little tight. Everyone was slowing it down, trying to get the tires up to temperature. But the marbles here are building up quickly, especially with all that new rubber going down on track. And if you just get that one wheel into it, you can see how badly it can bite you.
Man, I'll tell you what, that's the tough thing right there. Hopefully the kart's in pretty good shape. I mean, he did get out. You can see just kind of the dejection as he got out of the go-kart. Now, following drivers, they come out at turn number 9. They go into turn number 10. If you're just joining us and you haven't been watching, this track is 11 corners long. We're going to try to follow these drivers all the way through and get a little bit of an idea. But before we do that, we're actually going to join up with Xander Clements. Xander, go ahead.
How's it going, guys? Hope everybody's having a good morning here. I get to do a little bit of roaming here this morning while the boys are having a fun time up in the booth. I wanted to show everybody one of the cool parts about the SuperKarts USA SuperNats, if you're in the know or able to get yourself a pass, and that's the VIP suites we've got here. So as you can see behind me, we're outside the final corner of the racetrack. Come over here. You've got some nice couches, some nice lounge work. The awesome workers over here at the SuperKarts USA VIP suites will have food all the way through the day. You got drinks. You got the TVs up with the Jumbotron that'll be playing all of the entire live stream, which is cool. You have these super nice tables. And then, of course, right up here at the front of the VIP tent, that's going to be a hot commodity all day long. I was having some fun chatting with SuperKarts USA owner Tom Kutcher. He said, actually, here, let me come over and show you one specific corner on this VIP tent is the seat, apparently, to be in. And that is all the way down, front row, nobody in front of you. I'm trying not to knock anything over. It's this seat right here. And the reason for that, this being right on the corner, you've got the best shot of getting that view on the far side of the racetrack. You're the closest to the Jumbotron right over there, which is funny kind of seeing myself on TV right there, Mom. And on top of that, again, you've got that low shot right here in the final corner, seeing everything going down. So this right here, one of the cool parts around the racetrack that will be absolutely packed out with spectators as soon as we get towards main events and opening ceremonies. But it's something we don't always get to see at a national kart race event. So I thought it'd be cool to give you guys a little bit of a tour of what it looks like before it gets filled up here. Back to you guys, Mike.
I'll tell you what, that is pretty cool. Getting a chance to see a different look. And again, he's talking about the VIP area. And like you said, getting a chance to see the Jumbotron right there. So you get a chance to see everything that's going around the entire course. The final corner where all those final passes are going to happen for the win and for the money, Taylor. That is about, like you said, that might be the best seat in the house right there.
It certainly is the best seat in the house. I've been watching, sitting down over there by the grid. I'm right behind where the VIP section is with the camera work. I look over there, and it's absolutely packed just about every single time we have racing action on the track. So it really is one of the best seats in the house, but there's also other great locations throughout the place here, especially right behind us here at the booth, where the drivers are just excited. A lot of the families and friends come out here to enjoy it, cheering them on. You can just absolutely hear them over the karts.
It's kind of a stadium deal here in this final section, and we've talked about it throughout the week about how these final couple of corners have created great passing and awesome finishes, whether it be heat races or even trying to make things happen in the LCQ, Caleb. And aside from this particular section right here, the other spots on course that and maybe we get a chance to kind of follow a few drivers through, they're coming through the final corner right now. The other spots that we're really seeing a lot of action, and there's more grandstands over there, is turn 1.
Yeah, turn 1 is definitely tight. We talked about almost all weekend long about just how different corners you can see them coming in now. That's Oliver Hodgson leading the way into that hairpin as he just pass on the inside. But what's tricky about turn 1 is it's not entirely just a hairpin. It's a late dog leg that leads into the hairpin. You can almost call it the classic corner of turn 1 here at SuperNats. We've seen it so many years in a row. It's one of the most iconic corners. Josh Lane had his famous spin and take off in the rain when he looped it around, pulled the clutch, dumped it, able to make up 3 positions from it. But no, it is also, you can see there on the pit lane just next to it is another good spot there of the mechanic stand as well. And we're talking about the stadium section here of the final corner. I was also down on the grid doing some pit interviews with Kendall Hedge. And something that's cool about it, you kind of get a Mexico City F1 feel from it because you have the suites, you have the grandstands next to it. It's all tightly packed around. Everyone's elevated up above it. And I'm sure as a driver's standpoint, coming into that in the final corner, you can see and probably hear everyone too with the amount of excitement, the Jumbotron right behind you. It's a really cool part to be at.
Yeah, I got a chance to actually drive the course for just a few minutes on Tuesday, and coming out of through this final corner and kind of looking up and seeing this tower and all the grandstands around you, it was pretty cool to go, all right, this is going to be packed house on Super Sunday, and it's going to be one of the coolest places to be. We're going to go ahead and move it on down once again to Xander Clemens, who's taking another look at a different part of the circuit.
Thanks, Mike. Wanted to show everybody a little bit of another part. Interviews down on the grid. Pretty much this right behind me is where they come before they get to us. So they have a little pre-grid staging area. Over to my left, you can see they have the entire Aspen Sport fuel farm. So they keep all the fuel jugs in the area. It's one of the processes you only see at a number of major events nowadays, especially in North America. Fuel impound. The idea, of course, you don't want anyone putting anything extra into their fuel tank, into their fuel to give themselves any kind of advantage. When you're racing at this kind of level, SuperKarts USA doing everything that they can to try and keep the playing field as level and as legal as possible. One of those is having that fuel impound farm here. So it's kind of a sight to see, right? You can see everyone pushing back over there behind me, coming on through. Then they stop. If they need to top off fuel in the gas tank, then they go over there, go to their simple jug, put their little ticket in, get their jug up, top off with as much fuel as they want, and then it kind of goes back in. But the whole idea is that you mix your fuel over here and, again, try to keep everything as level as possible. One of the cool things here at the SuperNationals is seeing this entire pre-grid all the way on through. Back to you, Mike.
Well, and we're going to get a chance to see a little bit more of the circuit as Xander keeps roaming around. But before we do that, we are going to take another break because we just had checkered flag on the KA Seniors. We're going to have more from Kart Chaser, powered by Porsche, at the SuperNats after this.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there. Has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Warm-up brought to you by RLV. Xander Clemens showing us what the VIP area looks like, as well as the fuel barn. I know he's going to keep roaming around, checking out some other stuff, but Let's talk about the course a little bit here for anybody who's just joining us today on Sunday. Again, I was about ready to talk about it. There's 11 turns. It's just under 7/10 of a mile. It's a quick circuit. Some of the longest laps are still in the upper 40s from, like, say, our micros and things like that. But there's still ample passing zones. I mean, you guys have got a chance to watch racing like we all have all week here. What are some of the spots you think that maybe we know that turn one's going to be a good passing zone at the end of the straightaway, and we've seen it already here in the final corner. What are maybe some other spots that you think that could be a surprise move from somebody here, Caleb, today?
I'd seen a couple of it, what I'm about to say, from earlier in the LCQs along with the heat races that we've seen. It's coming out of 8 and going into 9. It's kind of a high-risk, high-reward type corner. Turn 8 is or almost wide open. It's wide open for the younger classes, almost wide open when it comes to X30 and KA. Shifter, a couple of guys would just go down a gear, maybe drag the brake going into it. But the thing is you got that long entry of turn 8 and then a quick hairpin at turn 9. You're already, if you can swing out wide, you're in the inside line coming into 9. The problem is that it kills your momentum from 9 all the way up to the final corner into 10. So I haven't seen a lot on the last lap, but through the mid-packs of the race and probably about 5 or 6 laps in, that's when they try to experiment with it because you have the entire pack from behind you to maybe give a little bit of a push coming out of 10 going down that long straightaway.
Yeah, and Taylor, like you talked about that turn 8 into 9, that fast entry into going into 9, and maybe having that kind of a dive bomb move or what have you. I mean, you've gotten a chance to look at it in a few other areas of the circuit. Is there somewhere like that S's section that goes into 6 and then 7, have you seen many opportunities that are working over and over again in 6, or are most people waiting for turn 7?
Most people are usually waiting for turn 7. Now, in the LCQ races that we saw last night, we saw some drivers utilizing that turn 6 S's to try to set up the pass, maybe try to get to the outside or inside, maybe cross over while going into the corner here. But for the most part, everyone trying to just keep it safe until they set up for that hairpin over at turn 7, which is a very critical passing zone for drivers because then you have that short shoot before you head off into that long turn 8 that we just talked about with Caleb.
You know, and we talk about KA Masters here and how this class has been brand new addition to the SuperNats. And one of the big reasons is our buddy, he's going to be up here in the booth. He's going to do a little double duty as we've been doing all week. Rob Howden, the voice of the SuperNats. And he's out on course right now for his morning warm-up. We're going to see if we can take a look at some lap times and see how he's doing. He's been at a bit of an up and down week a little bit here. Didn't qualify where he wanted. Had things a little bit messed up for him there. But he's had some forward progress in the races. A little bit of a mistake in the final heat race, but our buddy Rob Howden getting things done. Hey, Caleb, you've been kind of going back and forth and talking to different drivers, and outside of the information we've gotten from Caleb, what are the drivers talking about when they're describing this course? How do they like it, and what are some of their favorite parts?
Well, some of the biggest talking point been so far has been the slickness of it because of how cold it is. Today, I don't think that's going to be as much of an issue with the sun obviously being out, temperatures being higher than they've been almost all week long. So the big thing they've been saying is just how slick it is. Now, that's not going to be a factor. The second thing they've been saying is going on what you were saying, Taylor, about waiting until that turn 7. They said that you can make a pass to the S's, but it kills all your momentum coming into that quick little left-hander before you make the hairpin of turn 7. They said it leaves you wide open for an over-under making your way through or a crossover move. So it's been mostly just follow the leader is what they've been saying through that quick little turn S's part. And the second thing they've been saying, if you're in that outside line coming into turn 1, and it's not really a death sentence, so to speak, but it's a little bit difficult. You'll leave that door wide open for that inside line to cut their way through.
And actually on screen right there, we just saw a driver having a hard time in that first corner. And you had mentioned it before, Caleb, that kind of dog leg change, like a little bend before they go down in the corner, and it's such a great passing opportunity. But at the same token, with that lower grip, we've been seeing drivers really dance the car in there as they go for the braking zone. And Taylor, as you've been watching the far side of the course as well, and watching those drivers make those moves and kind of dance the car as they come off the corner, we find that drivers going from like 5 wide to have to go to single file. And have you seen anybody who's actually been able to get the job done maybe 2x2 there through the S's?
Usually they're seeing a couple of drivers here as we have off right over here by turn number 8 and 9. Multiple cars involved. In fact, our very own Rob Howden involved in that incident right there as he tries to get himself turned around in the 437 RPG kart. But no, back to the point though, we've seen drivers try to make it 2x2, but due to the fact of just when you try to track out of turn number 1, you're very easily, if you're on that outside lane, get pushed right up in against the wall, which we've seen time and time again on starts, as well as also when drivers are trying to get themselves bunched up in a group of pack. So we could possibly be seeing that sometimes, maybe in the later stages. Early stages, probably going to try to make sure they keep it clean and get back down to certain lines.
When as we're talking about all that and watching the action on course, no surprise to see Renato Jader leading the field in the lap charts. Bobby Kelly right there as well. And those drivers have been right at the sharp end all week long. It's been Jader and Kelly, kind of the top two drivers. Again, all these drivers in the same group. We talk about LCQs and different run groups, but Caleb, this group here, like we had in the micros, the first one on course, they've been hanging out with each other the entire time, right? There's not like an A versus B or a mixture of drivers. These guys are starting to get to know each other pretty well and knowing how each other race.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys do race against each other in the national series, maybe the regional series that come out and run here. But that's just a little bit more, I guess you could say, satisfying in the back of your mind, knowing that it's going to be around the same people you started with. Let's say you started and finished around the same 5 or 6 guys the entire race long. You know what to expect on the start. There's not going to be any surprises of new people being around you. Maybe if you're on the outside line, there's a new guy on the inside. You'd be like, okay, I've seen how he actually races. I've never been next to him before. Maybe try something new. If you're next to somebody you've already anticipated, it's just going to be that much more satisfying heading into one.
Well, not only that, you might know what kind of strategy to take. Like, okay, I raced that guy in Heat 1 head-to-head, and oh, I know this worked, I knew that worked, and vice versa, Taylor. It happened too. You were like, oh, I'm going to log that away, or I saw something. Now that we come into the Super Sunday races, the ones that actually matter, you use all of the information. Rob Howden likes to say a body of work, right, the entire week. And you can use all of that to make sure you get the best result.
And that's what's so great about these single classes here, you know, where you take all the heat races that you did and you take small bits and pieces of information from each and every one of those heat races and put it all together to come up with what hopefully could be the best possible plan for you to either come out with a win or the best chance of a podium here for Super Sunday.
Yeah, I tell you what, watching drivers come around here, we already saw Howden and a few others having some issues. And once again, I see another driver having an issue in turn number 1. But it's this morning warm-up. We've talked about it in other morning warm-ups, Caleb. It's like all you really want to do is make sure you get the last little bit. Or like, you know, get those first few body shots. Like get the body woke up yourself a little bit, and get ready to go do battle. The last thing you want to do is put it in the fence or wad something up.
Yeah, that's something we saw, like you said, we've seen a lot in the morning warm-ups, normally in the afternoons we've seen it the most. And I think most of that was due to the fact that the track was still coming up to grips. And everyone's trying to figure out how much throttle you can put down coming out of it, especially out of here in turn 10. But today, it's been mostly into turn 8. So maybe something to do with the marbles, dipping a wheel into it, possibly trying to make some last-minute moves going through there as well. But you can see the checker flag is out right now. I have a feeling most of that was probably due to the fact that they were just trying to figure out the grip levels here, especially when it's a colder track early in the morning. Now that there is grip down on the track, and obviously it's Super Sunday races coming up, more guys are taking it just a little bit easier.
When, as you say, a little bit of a cooler track, and for these KA Masters guys, it's a little bit earlier than they've been doing it lately, but we've got more to come here in Vegas for the SuperNats. More to come on Kart Chaser's YouTube and Facebook pages, powered by Porsche.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits the driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And we are back at the SuperNats. Another warm-up session underway. KA100 Jr. brought to you by Think60.org. Drivers circulating the course, and one of the drivers that maybe the driver people are going to be looking to try to beat here in the KA Junior category, the driver who's going to be starting on pole, another Caleb Gaffera. Caleb Gaffera really been fantastic so far in Speedway or in SuperNats this week.
Yeah, he's had a lot of momentum coming into this as well. He's had almost a dominant season for the SKUSA Series, USPKS, anything national and regional. He has been the top competitor in the junior category. And we have all that excitement, all that momentum. You got that much more motivation as well coming into it. You're like, okay, I've had a good season so far, and I got to prove it by bringing home a SuperNats win as well. So he has been the guy everyone's been chasing down. Yeah, and then when you've had such a good week as he has, we watched him on the course there for a second, it's hard not to have just a ton of confidence coming into Super Sunday, Taylor, because, again, and it's not just in KA Junior, he's also been able to sweep the heats in X30 Junior. So Caleb Gaffera, everything going right for him right now. He's got to be on Cloud 9 coming in today, but he knows this is the one that matters.
This is the one that matters for him. I mean, yes, he's having the chance to go run the X30 Junior and making it into the big show on there, but this is his baby. This is his class that he has been so dominant in all year long, and he's looking forward to trying to cap it off just right with a SuperNats win here for the KA100 Juniors. But it's still, anything is possible. A lot can happen here, and there is a lot of other hungry drivers who are coming in here to try to see if they can overthrow Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a chance to start from pole. That's always a good spot. But as we've seen so many times already in the heat races, turn 1 and starting on the front row doesn't mean that you're going to lead out of turn 1, Caleb.
Yeah, not only you start in the front row, which is, you'd think, a satisfying feeling. You have all those drivers right behind you. And as we've seen before, if you get in maybe just a little too deep in that mid-pack, it's almost like a domino effect going all the way forward where it pushes them that much closer. Suddenly, when you're trying to slow down one car, you're slowing down 13 from behind you, and you're carrying that much extra momentum into the corner.
Yeah, everybody else not necessarily on the same page when it comes to how much left foot to use as we look at the aforementioned turn number 1 there. Again, you can see the drivers dancing under the braking zone to try to get in as deep as possible, release that brake, and then still be able to carry their speed through the center and then off into one of the trickiest parts of the circuit as they just go through turn number 2 there, and then turn number 3, the S's. We've seen a lot of issues there in that turn number 2 and 3 complex, Taylor, and it has to do with, like we said before, you start out about 5 wide as we're looking at turn number 1, 5 or so wide right there potentially, to 2, to 3, to right here going into turn number 2. You got to be single file.
You have to be single file here, and you have to be so careful of where you set that car up, because we've seen a lot of big name drivers end up hitting barriers right there as they come off that section. I mean, last night we saw, of course, AJ Myers make hard contact with the barriers last night in that section of the course due to contact. So they have to be so careful with that in order that they want to make sure they come out on top.
Yeah, and as they come through the S's, the actual S's, they start out tighter, and then they widen up, and then we talk about the next corner it comes into turn number 6. It's kind of a fast, sweepy entry where you kind of exit out towards the barriers, and actually turn number 6, the entry is where we've seen a lot of issues. That's actually one of the few spots where the entry has been the problem and not the exit.
Yeah, that's due to the fact of what you said. It's tight going into it, it opens up, and then it's a left-hander before you lead into that turn 6 hairpin. We obviously, one just got caught up here on the exit of turn 10. But no, it's been caught a lot of people out. One of the most notable ones that we saw yesterday, A.J. Myers went out in that corner as well in the entry to turn 6 in heat race number 3. So it's been a little tricky, and there's a bunch of factors that go into it, but that's only going to pick up more, especially on the start here on all the races when that's so many more people going into that corner. Yeah, and as we see right there on screen, that is the final corner, the turn number 10 complex. That is one of the other spots that has been we thought that maybe turn number 9 at the very, very beginning of the week, that turn number 9 might be an issue, that fast entry of 8 into the tight number 9, but it's actually the final corner that's been catching people out. And Caleb, you actually mentioned it earlier about how people are trying to get on the throttle sooner and sooner and sooner, and they're just carrying it out a little bit too much. Perhaps that's what just happened here to the 872. That's been one of the main reasons that's been happening in that grip as it's come down to green track at the start. So everyone's just a little bit more antsy. As the weekend goes on, you get maybe a little more confident, maybe more confident than you should, and you have instances like we just saw. Something else about turn 10 that that I noticed that caught me off guard is when it comes to the finish, I don't think there's going to be a lot of close finishes. Thought there was going to be a couple nose to tail, but we've seen a lot of crossovers coming into turn 10. We've seen a lot about it side by side and some photo finishes as well through the heat races. You talk about those photo finishes, and we already got a chance to look at the best seat in the house, perhaps from the VIP stands, and because of the nature of this turn 9 and turn 10 complex and that switchback, that crossover, like Caleb just said, Taylor, there's all kinds of options for a driver. If the person in front of you goes defense, it's not the end of the world. You can still get the job done.
You certainly can, and it's all about just setting up the right timing. I mean, we saw that, of course, with Ryan Norberg during his heat races last night, of course, with his race, where he was able to just time it right. He got past heading into turn number 9, but was able to quickly cross over, set up the right pass, get the power back on in order to get his way through out of turn number 10 and just be able to just out barely by a nose win that heat race in amazing fashion, because he fell all the way back outside the top 5 at one point in that race. So to see him work his way through in a matter of a couple of corners shows that you could just set it up just right in order to come out on top.
You talk about Ryan Norberg and all the drivers here at the SuperNats. There's so much talent. We're going to talk about more of that talent when we come back here. We're going to take another break as KA Jr. just finished up their warm-up. More from Vegas soon.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back to SuperNats here in Las Vegas, the Rio All Suites Casino. Underway right now for their warm-up is Mini Swift. The Mini Swift drivers are actually the first drivers of the afternoon group, and now they're making their first laps in the morning. And Caleb, I wonder if does that change anything for some of these drivers? They've been doing everything in the afternoon. Like we had the lunch break that starts at noon. These guys wouldn't even get on course until 1 or later. Now they're doing it in the morning, different conditions than they've had the entire time. Do you think that changes their approach a little bit?
I don't think the only thing I think it may change is their sleep schedule, because if you're in the afternoon session, you're able to sleep in a little bit longer. But other than that, I don't think it changes a whole lot. Maybe they're not used to the track being this cold in the mornings or being green, so to speak, because it hasn't been rain on too long. But, I mean, it's the same track, similar weather all weekend long. It's been a little bit cold, so I don't think it's going to be a huge factor for them.
We were talking about right before we went to break about the amount of talent that there is out here. Again, names like Ryan Norberg obviously are kind of household when you're talking about the karting community. But here in the minis, you got drivers coming on up through the ranks, and one driver right now at the top of the charts trying to have a good finish to the week, Tristan Murphy, followed by Ashton Woon, and now the names keep coming here, but Alessandro Truchot now going to the top of the charts. The amount of talent that we've seen here in all these different categories, mini included, really does elevates what the SuperNats is all about. It's not just another race. This is where everybody comes together, and you have to beat the best of the best.
You certainly have to, indeed. And, of course, a lot of these drivers, especially these mini Swift and the micros categories, these are our future stars and who have already made a name for themselves in these categories. They're looking forward to going up to their next level after they complete this season here and looking forward to seeing what they can accomplish. So it's really great to see such young talent that SKUSA has been able to work with these young talents to help build them up to continue on moving and progressing through the karting ranks, and hopefully maybe one day maybe return back to SKUSA in a different class one day and maybe be the future Will Power that we see later on here today.
Well, and like you said, I'm just getting ready to start there. We have one driver, the 104, just in the barriers here, and that's not what you want to be doing here, but I think they might be all right as far as the chassis goes, because the barriers kind of moved out of the way, and maybe I'll just make a point there about the safety aspects of the course. Those barriers there, they do a couple different things. I mean, A, they are trying to make you stay on this circuit, right? Because it is a temporary circuit, you see the curb right there in the final corner, and the barriers that line it. The barriers dictate where the drivers can go, right? I mean, as drivers, we're going to try to bump and nudge and try to make the course better for us if we can. But then the safety aspect of it is we want to make sure that if there is any incidents, you can walk away from that thing, maybe fix your ride, and get after it again.
Yeah, coming from the Midwest area where street racing is one of the most predominant types of racing, I've had my fair share of the barriers. And one of the aspects of them, too, that I don't think is recognized as well is they're meant to wrap around the driver and the cart. When you make contact with them, a lot of times you'll see it fold around the front nose or side pod wherever it hits, and that's as the aspect of trying to protect them. So if anyone's following too close, then they'll hit the barrier and bounce right off from the two. Like you said about bumping the barriers, there is a small possibility that if you're able to clip it just a little bit, no damage will be done to the cart, but it'll slightly move the barrier out to get a little bit more extra from it. The problem is that when you do that, you put a little bit of a bend in the corner where the two link together, and that then creates a hard point where if you hit, it's going to pull you into it.
Well, and as you say, those little bit of taps, it's actually because the cart is a little bit wider, and one of the drivers that has got a lot of time in these things and is getting the most out of it is right now with Zender Clements. Zender, go ahead.
Thank you, Mike. Here I'm down with our pole man here for today. Top qualifier, 2 heat wins. I know that first a little bit. You guys found that pace back again. Evan Gilter, where's your head at here this morning?
I feel confident for today. We have the speed for the final, and we will see what's happened. My team's been perfect all weekend. We work a lot when we were at the back. And we came back really well with the 2 heat wins yesterday, and that's perfect for them.
And we talk about banner years. You're the 2022 IME World Champion. What would it mean to you to get a SuperNationals win as well here this weekend?
I hope to win this one. Yeah, it's the most exciting race of the year, so I hope to win.
And yeah, you're a young kid, right? Have you looked up to racing in this event, in years past, hoping to get over to Vegas?
Yeah, I discovered a bit Vegas. By night, it's really nice, and I'm really happy to be there. Yeah.
All right, sweet. Good luck here, Evan.
Thank you.
Evan Gilter, everybody. We're going to send it back up to you.
Evan Gilter, again, as Xander just said, the pole sitter on his run, the X30 Seniors, one of the pro categories here at the SuperNats. And just as we were talking to Gilter there, you could see in the background all the flags on the side here, and obviously the Frenchman there. There's So many different countries that are represented here. This is absolutely an international event.
Yeah, it 100% is, especially this year now that there's no COVID restrictions, so more people had to come over. We've seen it from there's been a lot of decent amount of Australians that came over as well. But each flag up there represents a nationality from a driver who is participating in this event this weekend. And if my math doesn't mistake me, which it normally does, I think it's in the high 20s, low 90s of how many different countries are represented here.
Just incredible, just incredible. And we're going to get down for another interview right now. Xander Clements, go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, Mike. Down here with Mateus Morgado. Mateus, this week's kind of been just, decent through the heat races. How would you describe this week?
Well, it's difficult so far. The speed is not great, but starting 12 for the final, I think we have big chances. I won this week, and I'll do my best to take this one home.
We talked to Evan Giltaire right before you, the 2022 Miami World's Champion, what it would mean to him to win this one. What would it mean to you to cap off 2022 SKUSA Winter Series wins, Vice Champion, World Champion, and SuperNats Champion? What would that mean to you?
Well, it would be great to win SuperNats. It's something I've been battling since I was small, and I think I have a good chance today, and let's see what I can do.
And then from your point of view, you're on the outside lane. We've seen that be a treacherous spot. What's going to be the key for you to be able to survive that first lap?
For sure, you need to go inside. Yesterday, I started 8th, my last heat. I passed the first corner second. So let's try to do some magic.
We'll see it here. Good luck, Mateus.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Mateus Morgado, certainly one of the best in the business. And we're going to roll on through our morning warm-ups here and take another commercial break before we get the next one underway. Again, thank you so much for joining us here on Kart Chaser, powered by Porsche.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back to SuperNats 25 here at the Rio All Suites Casino in Las Vegas. Now hitting the course. If it sounds like there's gear grabbing, it is happening right now. Master Shifter on track for their first warm-up. Again, if you are just joining us, maybe you're brand new to kart racing, this might sound a little bit different. It's because these machines have got 6 gears. And Caleb, you know a little bit about these things. Why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit more about what kind of package these drivers are doing and how it maybe is different from the single-speed stuff that we just got done seeing.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. It's got 6 gears, as one did turn around at the start, finish straight. 6 gears as opposed to the centrifugal clutch single speed that we've had almost all weekend long with a majority of the other classes. But it's a different type of driving style. When it comes to the single speed, like the tags and the KAs, it's about trying to roll your momentum through the corner, trying to make it through quickly. Another reason with that when it comes to passing, you can try to maybe, you still have to roll that momentum even more so, and you have to carry on the outside. In a shifter, you can come into a corner, park it, go down a couple gears, and then you can take off from there. It's got a quicker gear ratio, so you can come off the line a lot quicker, as opposed to a normal KA and X30 start that we've seen, the rolling start, so to speak, where they bunch up, go down the line, they do a F1 standing style start. And the thing that's tricky with these is you have to be able to manage what's called water temperature in the engine itself. The water pump is driven off the back axle as opposed to being inside your normal engine like you'd see in an everyday car. So when you come up to the line and you're sitting there stationary, you can't be revving it to the max or else you overheat the engine because no water's flowing through it. A lot of times I see guys put their arms back, grab the wheel and rotate it back and forth, try to push a little bit of water through. But if you're in that front row and a big field like we have in the Master and with the Shifter Senior, then a lot of times you'll see them try to take it a little bit easy in that front row, and then once the lights come on, they think they're about to go. That's when they'll start to hit the throttle hard.
We're going to get a chance to see those kind of F1 standing starts here in a little bit, but on track right now, you talk about the differences about these in the water-cooled. The X30 single-speed machines, they also have that radiator on the side, that big box-looking thing over on driver's left, and you can see it on screen here on the right-hand side. But Taylor, one of the other things that Kayla was mentioning about how the different kinds of racing is, the other big difference here with shifters is they've got more braking ability. It's not just a single rear axle and that one brake. They got front brakes as well.
They certainly do, which will help it definitely coming into those high braking zones and also trying to make sure you can set up those passes here with that extra front braking. So with drivers, we may see them when, especially going into turn 1, turn 8, and as well as, or actually turn 7, and then turn 9, we'll be seeing them really try to send it in a lot deeper compared to what we would see for our other categories that don't require those full extra set of brakes. So keeping an eye on that will be a very fun thing to watch for our Masters and our Pro Shifters, which will be pretty much one of the star highlights, I have to say, watching these classes go head-to-head.
As we watch drivers cut through the S's right now, and now into the turn number 6 corner. They're going to come out at turn number 6 and go down that short chute to turn number 7, another great passing zone and hairpin. And here is that kind of pit straight, if you will, right adjacent to the grid. And then they do the fast right-hander into turn number 9. And this right here, as they come out of 9 and start going down into the final corner, this is where it is going to be the stopping ability. There's a big pass right there. That kind of shows the stopping ability of these things that I have. And you go from right here, we're looking at turn number 1, as high as 94 miles an hour down to almost none there, especially if you're trying to make it pass in turn number 1, Caleb.
Yeah, and with the brake bias that you were talking about, you have the front brakes and the back brakes as opposed to a normal single-speed class, there's a brake bias on the kart that you can set. A lot of times you won't see guys adjust it on track. Normally as the weekend goes on, they already have it preset to where they want it to be. Some guys like different things. Maybe you're someone who likes a little bit more front bite. What the thing with the front bite is you can't quite trail brake through a corner. You have to have all your braking done before you enter the corner. If you're someone who likes more rear, you can set the brake bias farther back. And when you go through these sweeper corners, you have an advantage because you can trail brake and keep that back end underneath you just a little bit more. But as you see in turn 1, if you watch the hands, you can see have a similar idea of who has what type of braking style. If you see their hands are all over the place, they're trying to catch it, they may have a little bit more rear because the rear is just slowing down more, causing them to dance a little bit. If it's a little bit more stable, they have a little bit more front brake bias because they can't do much with the wheel or else it's probably going to snap around on you.
Well, and you're talking about hands right now, Taylor, and if you watch these guys as they come through, one driver coming to the pits right now, that is where the gear shifter is. It's right up there by your hands, by the steering wheel. And so, yeah, okay, you're driving it with both hands, but then as you go down into the corner, into the braking zone, you're literally driving with one hand and going down gears with your other.
That's what makes the shifter class so exciting because you're having to really manhandle that kart while you're downshifting into those slower corners here. And it's really exciting to watch the drivers having to try to negotiate that as we see them working around the circuit right here, coming into 1. That's just the easy part. Them going up through the gears here as they have through a long sweeper corner, heading over towards turn number 1. But this is where it's going to watch. As we see them coming through, they're going to start to get a little bit bobbly right through there, having to downshift all the way down into that turn 1 section. But as they work their way through, they have to be very focused, make sure that they get back onto the brakes a little bit easier. That's where it's all about, just making sure you are smooth and consistent in order to come out through there. And of course, there is a lot of great drivers, world-class drivers, competing in the Master Shift. I mean, we got Antonio Pizzoni, who is a former Formula 1 driver, Michael Gauch, a ELMS champion, competing in this race as well. So this is going to be an exciting class to watch, even though these are the Master classes. We have an issue right over there at turn number 8.
Indeed, you can see it on screen right now. Two drivers coming together. and not the way they wanted their warm-up to go. I believe that might be Tiffany Kelly, one of the drivers there, getting stuck up. And you were talking about the physicality, too. Like, you're driving one-handed and you're doing the other hand with the gears. And I talk about 94 miles an hour almost to not as you go into the corner. The amount of speed we also carry in these karts in the corners makes us incredibly, incredibly tough. And that's why good physical condition is what you need to have to try to get everything out of these karts.
You're exactly right. And Danny Formel brought up a good point when he was talking about the shifter category after I think it was NOLA for the SKUSA race for the spring series. He brought up a good point. He races Lamborghini sports cars. He says, I can do 200 laps, no problem. I do 20 laps in a shifter and I'm absolutely exhausted. One of the main reasons is, like you were saying, the amount of G-force you're pulling. There's no suspension. The suspension goes to the chassis. You have all that power in 6 gears. If you're pulling a first gear corner, all that power is going through you. You're getting pulled out, so you're fighting G-force. You're driving it one-handed, and you're also trying to find gears with your right hand, trying to see if you can't manage that extra strength as you need your way through.
And if you did, remember we were just talking about water temperature and things like that. So not only do you have a lot going on with your hands and your feet, but you also got to keep an eye on the gauge. There's a lot happening here in the shifter category. Checkers out here on Master Shifter. We're going to get things rolling with another commercial break. But before we do that, Taylor, Caleb, you got something for us first.
Yeah, actually, we're going to stay on here. We're going to watch this all the way through. Our very own Xander Clements is going to do a couple of more camera work as he's making his way around the track. So we're going to stay on here through this little bit of a small break that they have here between getting the Master Shifters off and then going back on with our next class, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the X30 Juniors. I could be wrong on that one. But we're going to continue to sit here and watch. Now, Taylor, as we've been looking all the way through, one of the most exciting things that we've seen from the shifter category is the starts they have with that F1-style standing start. I know you had your camera going down from the run between 7 and 8. How much excitement did you see in that first couple laps when they're all bunched up together?
When they're all bunched up together, that's where it's the most exciting, of course. And, of course, with one of the things we see, especially with that start, is making sure that you actually get off the line when you get yourself set up. You can actually stall that kart and pretty much have to be in a sitting duck position right there and having to make sure nobody hits you to where you can be able to refire and continue on. So that's something else we're going to have to keep an eye on for the starts. But when they come out of here through turn 7, heading into turn 8, that's where it gets really good because the drivers can really carry a lot of speed through 8 into 9, which we've been talking about all day today, where it could be a really good, exciting passing opportunity for the shifter class.
Now, Taylor, you just mentioned it, actually, on the starts there. That's something we didn't say earlier about the shifters. It's the clutch that we don't use during the actual shifting, but you actually have to get that very, very close to perfect if you want to have a good launch.
Yeah, the way how the clutches work on these karts, they don't ever use the clutch unless they're starting or stopping. When they're going between gears, it's got a sequential gearbox, so you can lift and shift between 1 all the way down to 6. When you go for a start and you have the clutch in, as soon as you drop it down, you're holding on to all that power in your left hand, and you have to slip it to make sure you get about halfway, and that's when the power comes in, as we're going to send it down to our very own Xander Clements, who I think is caught up to behind-the-scenes action of happened here at the SKUSA SuperNats. Xander?
Thanks, Caleb. Wanted to give you guys a little bit of an insider look at it's just a small piece of the mammoth operation that it takes to put on SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. So first of all, obviously we have our race director, Bo Barfield, right here in the captain's seat. Very similar to me, a little bit like Star Trek, because he's kind of in the middle of it all, right? If we pan over here to our left, you can see that we've got timing and scoring. You look to the far end of the room here, you've got your video control. You also have Tony Leone, who helps with all of the systems and processing to make sure that all their video cameras are up and running. They're running cables here in the previous week during the track building this entire container out, and it somehow all fits in this small little compartment. And then behind the camera over here, that's where we have a little bit more room for extra protest reviews, such as pushback bumper penalties, stuff like that. But to get over here, you have to first go ahead and start over in the tech area to even get into this area. So all in all, not a room that you want to see. Hopefully, if your weekend's going good, you have never seen Bo Barfield, will not be able to recognize him beyond the drivers' meetings. However, for those that have seen it already, it's normally a small few, and it's, again, a cool behind-the-scenes view that not many get to look at, but it's just a little peek behind the curtain at what it takes to put on the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, and especially class after class after class. The systems and processes they have to do are crazy because you have to imagine, right, those guys, let's say, go back over here to the video review team. They get one shot at maybe reviewing an incident for a couple of times, and then very quickly they could fall behind on the day day simply because the next class is already crashing and around on the racetrack and racing and having incidents. So they have to be very, very methodical in how they go about things. It's a very well-oiled machine here for SuperKarts USA, and this is just, again, a little look behind the framework of what it takes to put it on. Mike?
Xander, that's pretty cool. I mean, again, we're talking about behind the scenes, kind of behind the curtain. Very, very few people get a chance to see how you put on these things. And again, everybody is concerned, all the drivers and competitors, they're concerned about their program and how to get around the track, get the most out of their machines. But there wouldn't be an event if the SKUSA team doesn't come out here, build a track from scratch, put all things together. It's a mammoth effort.
Yeah, they are under a lot of pressure. They work. They're here before we are, before other drivers get here, and they stay till afterwards. So they have a lot of dedication. They are what makes this event happen. And like you saw in that video, you have a lot going on in such a small space. It can get hectic, it gets out of control, but they have some of the most top people as far as it comes from karting and timing and scoring and race directing here to make sure this is one of the best well-oiled events we have.
Well, I'll tell you what, again, when you have almost 600 entries here and a track that doesn't exist next week and didn't exist the week before, trying to get all those drivers into one spot, again with the paddock being all completely full and trying to make it, it's like its own little city here for a couple of weeks. Taylor, you got a chance to see every aspect, being all over this small city, if you will. When you come to SuperNats, what are your feelings here? How would you describe it to someone who's never been here before?
Well, being my first time actually to SuperNats, it's actually a little bit overwhelming if you can think about it, because of how many people, not just who have come here to compete, but also who've come here to work. You know, whether it be the team members, the team owners, you also have the families and friends who come out here, and then of course all the fans who come out here, well, to experience that. Then of course you have the added pressure of drivers from not just here in the United States, but from all over the globe coming here. Some of them who've maybe missed out due to the fact of the pandemic for the past couple of years. So in a sense, maybe for some of them, this is maybe their first time. And we've had quite a bit of rookies coming here for their first ever SuperNats here. So it's absolutely incredible of seeing what SKUSA has been able to do to be able to continue this amazing tradition, not just for 1, 2, or 3 years, but for 25 years that this amazing event has been going on, and it's still absolutely incredible, and hopefully for the next 25 years it can continue on. But it's great to see the continuation and the extended growth of each class growing each and every year. We see it continuously going on, where drivers have that chance to expand and grow and learn and come back each and every year.
You talk about your very first SuperNats, and a lot of drivers making their very first start. It may be their first start at SuperNats, but it's not their first start in a go-kart. SuperNats is not where you get started in karting, but it is the carrot. It is maybe that pinnacle of where you like to go get, where would you like to end up. If you want to get started in karting, you really need to try to go find your home track or someplace close to you, and there's a lot of different ways to do that. Caleb, when you first got into karting, you started learning about this. How did you find out how to, go from, being behind the desk or being behind on the couch, if you will, to in the seat?
Well, I was fortunate enough to be born into a racing family, so my entire dad's side grew up in Speedway, Indiana, which is the home of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They all worked in IndyCar, and when my brother started karting, he was a little bit older than I was. We went to a small track in Whiteland Raceway Park, Indiana, and Newcastle Motorsports Park was built just down the road about 3 or 4 years after that. So I grew up racing with those guys, and everyone knew what SuperNats was. I wasn't alive for the first SuperNats, I will say. I am not 25 years of age or older. I am 22. But I knew what SuperNats was as a young age, and being someone who was infatuated by shifters, someone who drew shifters, this was the event that you dreamed of going to one day, knowing that this was the cream of the crop and the pinnacle of what you just said about anyone who goes as far as karting. This is the biggest and probably the most highest and most wanted race that everyone wants to do as far as any karting goes, is being here in Las Vegas for the SKUSA SuperNats, because the best of the best come out here and try to put it in the main show.
Well, as you just said, the best of the best, and Xander Clements getting those interviews from international drivers, world champions, international final drivers, and they all still want to come back here to SuperNats because it's unique, it's special. And again, that talent level is so high, Taylor.
It certainly is. I mean, this is where we see, this is basically our all-star race if you think about it. Yes, we crown champions in this race, but this is an all-star event. We have people from all around the world, from all walks of life, all levels of karting coming out here to really test their limits, to put it up against some of the best drivers from around the world. And it's great to see that continuation of drivers coming in here, and not just those who are strictly karting, like we said. We also have drivers who race in the sports car racing world, NASCAR. I even have to say, even a couple of drivers in the eNASCAR world have come out here to compete in this event, and it's great to see them come out here to basically, as what one driver, quoting Will Power, racing in the purest form of motorsport.
Yeah, and that's just it, the purest form of motorsport, and it is karting, because it is, as so many have said, it's the closest thing to F1 that you can get. The way that it is on your body, with the skills that it takes to be precise, it is the most purest form of motorsport. Drivers on track right now are the X30 Sr drivers. This is the pro category, if you will, for single speed. Again, we talk about the two different types of discipline, the single speed and then the shifters. We're going to have pro shifter cap things off at the end, but X30 Sr, really that pro category single speed. Caleb, you were talking about the differences between the two, and now we talk about what pro is here, and we talk about the talent level. What would be the path if I wanted to get started and I want to go and be in X30 in a pro category as a, let's say, not masters, and again, masters being 30 years of age and older? How old do you have to be, and how do you get into an X30 Sr or have that be your goal for someone getting new into karting?
Well, for anything senior category, it starts at 15 years of age. So if that's shifter, if that's KA, if that's X30, you have to be 15 to run senior. And then as it works its way down with the junior, the micros, the minis, it gets less and lesser in age. So that everyone can get into it. And if you start younger, you can start to develop your skills a little bit more and work your way up through. Once you get to the age where you turn 15, you have a choice. If you want to maybe go the single speed route, you can run a year in KA senior, maybe get on the national level, figure out how to run in a close pack, and then once you feel like you're ready, you can go to the X30, which is known as it's a little bit faster. The KA has 100cc, the X30 has 125, or you have the option to go down what I did as a kid and go down the shifter route where it's got the 125 gearbox. And the thing is that some of these drivers have to come to is that it's the same thing that translates all the way over. The only difference is how you race them. As when I say that, I mean pack-wise. In a KA, you're always around someone all the time. X30 maybe gets a little more spread out, and the shifter is more like Formula One, where you can get really spread out. If you make a small mistake in a corner, it can cost you dearly in the entire race.
Well, I'll tell you what, mistakes are going to be one of the things we're not going to see many of, I think, especially in the X30 and Pro Shifter, as these guys and everybody here at SuperNats high on the talent level. We are done now with X30 Seniors warm-up. We're going to move on with another commercial break. We'll be back more here at Vegas with SuperNats 25 after this.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
Here we are back. SKUSA SuperNationals 25 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Again, I'm Mike Smith, joined here with Caleb and Taylor, and we were just talking about the different types of karting, whether it be single speed or shifters, but there's also different age levels, right? It wasn't just for adults. It's absolutely for kids. It starts pretty young, and right now we've got the X30 Juniors on course, which is another level in between the youngest and the oldest.
Yeah, this is before you get into what's called the senior category. Like we said, seniors 15 years of age and up. The juniors is about 12 to 13, all the way up until you can get to 15, where you can go into the senior. The difference is between the two, it's the same engine. It's that X30 engine that we've seen in the other X30 class, same for KA, same engine translates over. The difference is it has a restriction on the exhaust. So you have different types of tuning ability with it. These have a little bit more back pressure coming out of it, with it being a little bit more restricted, causing less power to slow them down, obviously, when they're a little bit younger. But other than that, it's approximately the same engine that works its way through. So for these kiddos who want to make their way up into the X30 Senior category and want to win the premier events here for all the senior categories as well, this is the way you do it. You can figure out not only the engine, you can figure out how to drive it, and the people that you're racing with are going to carry it all the way through. It's kind of like a wave. If you're in that same wave with a group of kids, it's going to take its way all the way to the beach, all the way to the end, I guess you can say, of when your racing career comes to an end. But it's going to be that same wave of kids making their way through every single year, as we've seen in the senior category now. Some of these guys have been racing with each other since they were 4, 5, 6 years old, so they know how to race with each other. So that's another reason why some of these kids like to start young, so they can figure out their competitors, working their way all the way through.
Well, as you just said, 4, 5, 6 years old, and Taylor, things get started that young. You can actually get into karting. If you're watching this, you're just finding out about karting right now watching the SuperNats. You can actually get your kid in, and as young as 4 or 5 years old.
It certainly is, starting off with either the micro or the mini sprint category, which is so amazing to see. Of course, with those cars, it's a little bit of slower categories, and there's also other categories that are a little bit easier as well, such as the cadet classes or other categories that are in the regional areas, of course. So that way, instead of just jumping into a SKUSA, national tour, there is those regional tours that have a little bit of those smaller classes to where that are in your areas, to where you can learn a little bit more, be able to make adjustments, progress with your kid a little bit, and then make your way up to the jump into the Pro Tour and see how your kid does here at the SuperNats one year.
Yeah, exactly. And as you say, the cadet classes, there's a couple of them here at the SuperNats. Before you can get into the cadets, if you are a younger driver, 5, 6 or so, you can do kid karts, not represented here at the SuperNats. It's more of a participation, kind of cut your teeth, learn the basics. But we do have the very next level. It's called micro, and we do have that represented here at the SuperNats, Caleb.
Yeah, and you made a good point. When you go to kid karts, a lot of times it's not for any points. It's just for kids having fun with your parents, going out for the weekend, maybe try to experiment. See if you like it before you actually invest this heavily into it. And something else we were talking about, the regional and the local tracks. We can't forget that none of this would be possible if it wasn't for our local tracks. Every single driver here did not go straight to the Pro Tour. They started at their local track, whether it was to test something, to your local weekend races. If you don't support your local track, all this is going to come to an end, because the feeder system to make their way into the Pro Tour goes away.
Exactly, yeah. So you've got the local level, where you find your local track, the one that's closer to you, and you can go practice, go learn, get some coaching, regardless of age, because you can do it at almost any age. Again, if you're at least 5 years old, you can find a go-kart that's going to work for you. Here, and we're talking about the different levels, we're talking about the cadets. That's going to be either the micro category or the mini category. Caleb was talking about the restrictor in the juniors. Well, there's different restrictors as well to kind of break up micro and mini here at the SuperNats as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Usually it's a little bit of the engine package as well, of course, to help them out a little bit also. And it's the major differences with the speed difference. It's compared to what we see with our KA classes or our X30 classes and, of course, the shifter classes. But one of the biggest things I've noticed with those classes for the micro and the mini is just the importance of making sure of the, lost my train of thought for a second there, but also just the amount of racing amongst each other. That is where you really start to learn your racecraft here, and being able to try to fine-tune your driving to where you could make it up through the classes here today.
Yeah, so we've got micro is where you would start. Mini is next. We've got the juniors who are out here. Again, we talk about two different kinds of packages there for adult-sized karts. The juniors on up. Talk about the KA packages. The KA being air-cooled, or the X30. It's just the type of engine that is a water-cooled package. And then the shifters are all water-cooled as well. The age break then too is the Masters class. So once you are a senior driver, you can do that for forever if you want. Once you are 15 and up, you can be a, quote, senior driver for the rest of your life if you would like. Or, and we see this in both Master Shifter, KA Masters, as well as X30 Masters, the minimum age there to bump up 30 years of age.
Which is nice for people who maybe didn't get into racing until later on. You're at your work, one of your buddies grew up karting as a kid, got away from it, went and got their quote-unquote big boy job, and then decides, you know what, I want to get back into it. There's a category for that where you can go out and learn, and you're not getting thrown into a bunch of 15, 16-year-olds who've been doing this since they were 4 or 5 years old, all the way up until they were 15, go to run senior, and pull away from you by about a second and a half just because they're in a car every single weekend. You can go out there, a bunch of guys know, we have work on Monday, we have failings, we have obligations that we have to hold true. So they usually run just a little bit cleaner just because they have that more, what's the word I'm looking for, experience in life to know that there's more than just one kart race for them.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you got as much experience as I do in the midsection, you also appreciate the little bit higher weight that they require, so you can actually make things happen and not, again, have to go against the munchkins out there that, again, have got all kinds of experience. Checkered flag is out once again. This is X30 Jr finishing up here at the SuperNats with their warm-up. We've got 2 more run groups here before we get into opening ceremonies, and we will go ahead and take another commercial break before we are back with more at the SKUSA SuperNationals 25 here from Vegas.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Here we are back with SuperNats 25 coverage on Kart Chaser, brought to you by Porsche. The shot right there of the grid, that is actually Masters of the X30 ranks heading on course. We were just talking about Masters. Again, these drivers at least 30 years of age, the more experienced, if you will, whether it be in life or otherwise. Masters X30 on course right now, and again, we talked about the talent level, the Masters drivers, even though, like you said, it could be like you got to go to work on Monday, it's a different kind of program. It doesn't mean that these guys aren't pro talented drivers. There's world champions in here. There's like multiple national championships in here, and even though sometimes we make some mistakes on the warm-up like we're seeing right there, we can still go get things done on a regular basis. And Caleb, with only a couple more warm-ups here before we do get into opening ceremonies and get things fired up, you can kind of just feel things ramping up a little bit. Morning warm-ups are getting close to the end. it's almost time to make things happen.
I mean, the excitement from SuperNats, if you're talking to anyone, is something that you can't quite describe. You can explain it as best as you can, but unless you're here and you're witnessing probably the greatest kart race in the world going on, it's not something that's just easily be like, oh yeah, it's just the greatest thing ever. You have to be here and experience it in order for you to understand what people are talking about. And along with your talking about experience with Masterclass being like with pro-level drivers in it, we have Will Power running X30 Sr. He has won IndyCar championships. He was a former kart driver, an IndyCar driver, has won the Indy 500. He's running here in the X30 Sr class, and he still has competition. So it's not just an easy, if you go out and race it in Masterclass, it's going to be all relaxed. It'll be fun, but it's also very exciting and close.
Well, and don't show up to the SuperNats like it's, I got nothing else going on this weekend, I guess I'll go ahead and do the SuperNats. No, this is a year's worth of work culminating into the biggest karting event and the most prestigious win, certainly here on North American soil. And Taylor, you just talking about Will Power is one of those drivers. So you got not only all different talent levels, all different walks of life that come out here. You can do anything, be anybody, and you can come out here and go karting. Karting is for everybody.
It certainly is. I mean, we have people who are doctors out here who compete out in this regular race. We have, young kids, like we said, elementary school kids, and then, of course, drivers from all different walks of life. I mean, a couple of close friends of mine, such as pro shifter driver Josh Conker. I mean, he's a phenomenal driver, but also competes with Tommy Milner as the esports team. And it's amazing to see him working his way up to the ranks here as well. Vicente Talas, unfortunately, won't be in the finals for the shifter kart, but he's the youngest winner in eNASCAR competition, the only driver in that championship to lead every single lap without anyone else leading a lap ahead of him. And he's also looking forward to returning in 2023 for that championship as well. So we have so many different drivers competing here. And then, of course, we have former Formula One drivers as well. So it's amazing that this is just a mixing pot of so many different people coming here to celebrate what we all love, which is motorsports.
Exactly. And one of the things you point out there, too, is championships. And this is not a championship kind of program. This is the culmination of everything. People have a local championship, a regional championship, a national pro tour championship. That's what the full season is about. This week is all about winning one race. There's no points. There's no I'll get him next week, or I can make it up next time. It's all on the line, and it's all happening today on Super Sunday.
Well, you bring up a great point. This race is ran towards the end of the year, and we talk about the amount of numbers, the talent, and drivers from across the world. There's less scheduling conflicts due to the fact that it's ran later in the year. You don't have your national series from whatever nationality you may be from. You don't have your regional, your local. You can show up and race and afford to not have to miss a weekend of your local race of some championship you're going for. SKUSA does have the Pro Tour of the 3 races that they ran at NOLA, Utah, and Newcastle to wrap things up. But then they come out here, it's like its own mini championship. You have 3 races of 3 different days where you got your heats to make up for where you're going to even have a chance to go to the feature. You got your LCQs to see if you can put it in the feature. And then to wrap it all up, we have the feature, and we have a lot of money up for grabs too.
Indeed, that $15,000 up for grabs in the pro categories. And I think it's a scenario where, like you said, it's its own championship, if you will. Things started out on Wednesday with practice. We had another practice session, a couple practice sessions on Thursday before we got into qualifying. Qualifying setting the grid for every single heat. As you mentioned, 3 heat races before we get into the last chance qualifier. And the last chance qualifiers we saw yesterday, a few in the morning group and a couple in the evening. And you want to talk about one of the most crazy things to watch here. Rob Howden mentioned maybe the closest thing to R-rated TV for karting. Last chance qualifier, 40 drivers, only 6 made it in. It was a heck of a show last night.
It certainly was. You really take the aggressive level. I mean, karting can be very aggressive depending on what class, but last night's LCQs, especially in the X30 and in the Pro Shifter, the intensity level just ramped up to over 100. And these drivers were, like you said, over 40 drivers going for just 6 spots. Now, if you do the math, how many angry drivers were trying to work their way up through the field to go and try to at least get to the number 6 spot, right, let alone 5 through 1. So you had so many drivers being very, especially coming out of turn number 7. We had drivers separating up to 4 or 5 wide before they had to get into the little kink at turn 8 and turn 9.
Well, not only that, too, the aggression went up. If you look back at the the shifter race that we had. He had Vincenzo Saraceno, drove up 17 positions, and he didn't even know if he was going to make it in due to all the pushback penalties. Everyone had their elbows out, and the aggression went way up as too.
Well, it's because they knew what was on the line, right? I mean, everybody comes here not just for the experience, but they want to make it to all the races, right? We talk about last chance qualifiers. That's for the groups that are broken up. We talk about pro shifter is going to be coming up next. Over 80 drivers that were in that class, and they got broken up. Now we only have 40 that are on course. So we had to whittle it down, and that's how they do it. Well, everybody wants to make the big show. Everybody wants to race on the biggest racing day of the year for karting, and that is Super Sunday here at SuperNats.
It certainly is, and of course for those 40 drivers, they really put their heart and their soul into this race in order to have a shot to get one of those coveted spots. And for some of them, it was a very easy road, but for some, it was a tough hill to climb, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that they could get one of those spots.
And we've got one more warm-up to go before we're going to be all done and going into Super Sunday opening ceremonies. As you can see, checkered flag out here for X30 Masters. We're going to take another break before having that last warm-up session. More from Vegas after this.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Welcome back to Vegas. Final warm-up session on course. These are the pros. Pro shifter on track. These drivers close things out. We talked about LCQs last night. 6 of these drivers were part of that. These guys are the top. They are the pinnacle, the top of the ladder, the peak, the pointy end of the triangle, however you want to call it. Pro shifter is the top.
Well, let's break that down for what you just said. So the reason why this is the pinnacle, any pro class obviously makes its way up to the top. We have 2 pros. We have the X30, we have the shifter. When you think about the amount of physicality and the strategicness that goes into any race, shifter's up there a little bit more than X30 just because you have to manage more, different type of racecraft. It's also a little bit harder to pass. Everyone can brake a whole lot later because of those front brakes. And not only that, it's not a sometimes X30 does get spaced out. It's not entirely a pack race where it's cut and dry, single file out in front. When you think of a shifter, you'll see a guys, maybe 4 or 5 colleagues in between them. In our minds, that's a pack race because you can lunge from so far back to make a move on them, and that's why it's just a touch step higher and why Pro Shifter is the top of the pyramid like I talked about. X30, I don't want to say anything bad about X30 Sr. It is up there. Shifter just has a slight edge above it just because it is a shifter.
When you talk about the physicality and how tough it is to get it done and the braking ability and things like that, and we said it earlier, Taylor, it's close to running, like say Formula One, IndyCar, that kind of deal because of that physicality, because of the gears and the braking. Maybe the more impressive piece instead of the top speed, it's really how quick these things can stop.
It certainly is. I mean, you're pretty much having to hold on for dear life, especially when you're going into the braking zone, because you're about to pretty much just slide out of your seat when you get into those braking zone. And it's so important to make sure not only that you take care of your car, but take care of yourself personally. I've been watching a couple of drivers. There's actually over here behind the stadium, there's a couple of drivers who are actually having a little bit of a training gym right there over there by the Nash Motorsports, where a couple of the shifter drivers are. They have a strenuous training regimen in order to get themselves prepared just for even a session. So they have to make sure that they're mentally prepared, physically prepared, and then, of course, making sure that the car is able to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible around the circuit.
And just to add to that pro aspect, too, again, we were talking about how long the races are. Well, these guys are actually going to have a little bit of a longer race. The heat races were 10 laps. The finals today are 20. Pro Shifter, they're going to do action for 25 laps.
And that's a lot to manage. Like we already talked about, you have the physicality aspect of it as too. You got tire management. Some of these guys, the 6 that ran in the LCQ and now going to run the feature, they have those extra tires from the LCQ more than these guys. These guys have brand new tires going out for the feature. The ones that ran the LCQ yesterday, they ran the tires that they thought they were going to run the feature on, said that just a little bit more of extra management to go to it. And we were talking about earlier with 4-course cautions, sometimes when it comes to 4-course yellow, it cuts out a large part of the race from the 3, 4, 5 laps that they have to go under yellow. Now that this is even a longer race, you can bunch them back up and you got more time for racing as they go on.
Well, you bring up a good point right there, and we'll just kind of add a little bit to that for the viewers at home that are maybe hearing this for the first time or seeing this for the first time. When things get underway, all the drivers, the shifters are going to be standing start, like you said, F1. The single speeds are going to be doing what we call the tram lines, 2 lines of cars, and then the lights will go out. We're going to go racing. We're under green flag conditions at that point. If there's an incident on course, there may be a local yellow where there means no passing or anything like that in that section, but we may have a larger issue where maybe the barriers need to be fixed, the track needs to be fixed. We may see 2 yellows together. That's full course caution, like Caleb just mentioned. That means everybody's got to slow down to a pace that is a lot slower.
Yeah, it certainly is here, and that's, of course. And then, of course, the big one that everyone also has to keep an eye out for, the red flag conditions. We had a couple of those throughout the weekend also, which means the entire field has come to a dead stop. Everyone gets out of their carts here for a few moments, and then, of course, then we'll be able to return racing once the track is cleared or the personnel who is out on the track is off the racing circuit. But usually we shouldn't see that unless a very severe incident happens here today. But for the most part, it will most likely just be the local yellows, maybe a couple of full course yellows throughout the day, but it just depends on how well the racing is throughout the day.
Well, and like you said, Caleb, the big factor there, as far as the racing is concerned, is that does bunch the field back up. So it doesn't matter how big of a lead you have or how far back maybe you are. Now you got another shot at it. And that's why you always keep digging. You always keep racing because you never know what's going to happen. Now, the one thing about that, those yellow flag laps do count towards the total.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about earlier, how it cuts into the actual race. You brought up a good point about why I need to stay on it. You've seen some races where they get spread out. Someone starts maybe farther back in the field on the back 10, 15, but they're doing top 3 times overall consistently faster than leaders. They just have all that time they have to make up for from the pack spreading out from racing. If it goes under a local yellow, you still have that pace, and suddenly right in front of you, it's like the heavens open up. Everyone is now in your field of view.
Yeah, and one of the things, too, if you're watching at home and you see what you see results at the very end, etc., one of the things you can do to follow along another level of it is actually live timing. You can go on either what SKUSA actually has its own app or the Race Hero app. You can see live timing all the way through, and those flags we're talking about, whether it be green flag conditions or even yellow, will pop up on there. But you can also follow your favorite driver or the lineup all the way through. Again, at the very end of every session, we'll be bringing up the results, but if you want to follow along, you can do that as well on live timing. Drivers still circulating right now. We are looking at drivers going through the deal at the end of the straight. That is corner number 1. We are now checkers out on the final warm-up session. Caleb, Taylor, warm-up is going to be done. It's going to start getting quiet behind us here in a second because all of the preliminary stuff, all the setup work, all the last little tweaks, you see drivers getting that last little bit of practice. Those are practice starts. Every little piece to try to get ready for Super Sunday is now done, now complete here with morning warm-ups. Open ceremonies next, and then we go racing on Super Sunday. Caleb, your final thoughts?
I mean, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting. And what's the most exciting part about this all the way through is that you have a field, 40-some karts. Everyone's going to have a different strategy. If you're in the front, we talked about it, different setup-wise, maybe lower gearing. If you're someone in the mid-pack, your mindset's totally different from the start all the way through. If you're leading that first group into turn one, your thought probably is make it through turn one, make sure I don't lose a lot of spots, especially for the outside line like we've seen in all the heat races and the LCQs. If you're in that outside line, you have the possibility of giving up 5 or 6 spots, get to the inside. That's what we've heard all weekend long. Everyone in the outside row says, I want to get to the inside line as quick as possible. If you're further back in the pack, you're just hoping you can make it through there, maybe take a couple positions if you can.
Well, as you say on the start, it's all about making through the first few corners. Before you can win the race, you must make it to the end, right? You have to get through those corners first. And Taylor, before we start getting things underway here for opening ceremonies, you talk about it's your very first SuperNats. And there's a lot of people who are having that same experience, whether they're watching it for the first time, they're here for the first time, they're driving it for the first time. It's different when it's your first time here. What are your final thoughts as well?
I mean, first and foremost, this is a phenomenal facility to be racing here in Las Vegas, of course, at the Rio. It's a phenomenal group of people here at SKUSA who have been able to work hard, not just for this event, but for the past 25 years to make this an amazing world-class event where everyone wants to come. But for the drivers who are going to be out there, they're about to pave their own story for those who are making their first start. And for each and every class, out of those 40 drivers who race in their classes, that's 40 different stories that's about to make laps for the next 20 to 25 laps. They are about to pave their own way into history books one way or another. So it's all about just making sure that they're here for this event, that they etch their names into the history books and start their own stories here today.
Now I'm going to ask two real quick. Mike Smith, you've been to more SuperNats than any of us up in the booth currently because most people are already out. You've had a lot of experience witnessing. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you what, getting a chance to race this thing only once in 2019, but being here so many other times as a fan, as a driver, just somebody who loves karting, and then getting a chance to be up here in the booth last year for the first time with eKarting News' Rob Howden, is going to be joining us here for almost all the sessions because he's going to get a chance to go driving himself, and now getting a chance to do it again. If I can't be in the seat, the next best thing is to actually be up here in the booth and helping cover such an awesome, awesome event. My final thoughts, well, I'm giddy. It's bittersweet because I can't be out there and play, but man, is it so cool to be here, a part of this kind of scenario, and I get a chance to rub elbows with people like you. Kart Chaser has been so much fun to work with, the eKarting News guys, and then, of course, Xander Clements and then Rob Howden later on. But Xander, this is Kart Chaser is your show along with all these great people, part of the organization, bringing these kind of views to people back home so they can get a chance to watch it and follow along their family or friends who are making things happen.
Yeah, I mean, our mission from the start has been that this sport has honestly, if not, one of the best on-track racing products out there. You've got short, action-packed races. You have one of the most level playing fields you can find in all of motorsport, and so much talent is here, right? I mean, it's so rare in motorsport. One thing that's cool about having Pat Long with Porsche here, right? That's a manufacturer spending money to put factory drivers up front. We have that same micro environment here in karting. We've got factory paid go-karters racing in Pro Shifter in X30 Sr. You have sponsored drivers in all the major classes. This really is its own ecosystem. It does have its own international pro and SuperNational level, and it really, to my opinion, while we started, it's gotten love. There's nothing wrong with what the coverage has been before, but it could always be better. We're doing everything that we can to bring that all around the world, to households here, to everyone here in the paddock, to make that experience show, because again, one thing that Formula One's proven, the on-track product is only so-so. It's not until the last 5 to 7 years when Liberty Media took it over. It's the everything else that's the 90%. You got to know who you want to root for. What are the drivers like? Do I like that guy? Do I dislike that guy? Is it easy to consume, to watch those races? We're doing everything we can here in our first attempt at the SuperNationals to bring that same level of coverage to you guys. And it's, again, all not on me. I'm just a small part. The lucky part is that we found some amazing people. I said it earlier on one of the other days while we were live that pretty much our entire team is racers in some form. All of our camera crew, our production team, our social media team have been around racing and have been around karting, unlike guys like Taylor, who we picked up off the side of the road. No, I'm kidding. Taylor is an awesome guy, but Taylor's also as well from a world that's continuing to skyrocket from the esports world and just in racing as well, and getting to show him this show is what was karting's always called the most hidden gem in motorsport, right? Well, we're doing what we can to change that. So before we get over to opening ceremonies, we do have, of course, a little bit. That'll start at the top of the hour. So we got to go around the horn. Let's talk for those headline classes. $15,000 to win, X30 Sr. Again, this is kind of like our college game day, our first attempt at it. So let's go around the horn. Caleb, who do you got taking it? The big money, the big win here today. A lot of big guys.
I'm just going to go for Mateus Morgado. He was competitive at the start of the year for the SKUSA. He has been up front, probably not the best weekend they wanted so far. I think he's going to find something to pull it out of the hat.
What about you, Mike?
That's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough to beat the Frenchman out front. Guilty. He's been so consistent, so quick. The only other person I think that could pull out something a little bit of a surprise, Oliver Hodgson.
Taylor.
I mean, Oliver Hodgson is definitely going to be the one to watch. I mean, he's always had a lot of speed this week, and he's definitely going to be, I think, the one that could possibly beat out the Frenchman as well.
Well, I mean, that was honestly going to be my pick here, but now that we're already two on Hodgson, potentially here with this one with Gilles, kind of a double way either way for you, Mike. I have to say Oliver Hodgson, strong pick. We've been hyping him up all week. He starts on the front row, of course, alongside Evan Gilles. So, you look further back down the order, talking about a guy that can make some noise. ZCD, Zach Clanamella, one of the most exciting and entertaining guys to watch, both on the racetrack and off the racetrack. Lots of personality and flair from the Canadian. He's got it done before. I'm going to go to the guy starting on the inside of him, though. I think Ryan Norberg becomes the first ever two-time X30 Sr SuperNationals champion. With all that said, he knows it. He's talked about it. His story this year, as dominant as he and Rollison Performance Group have been, they have become the New York Yankees of karting without a doubt. That puts a major target on his back. So for his deal, he knows that everyone's going to be gunning for him. Just as much as Evan Gilles starts on the pole and pulled away in those heats, puts a little target to kind of shuffle the Frenchman back on that TKG Kart Republic. I think Ryan Norberg's key to success, if he can get the field to kind of spread apart a little bit and pick them apart one by one. If you look back at the 2021 broadcast and how he was able to win that one, he was sixth by the time it finally shook out at the end of the opening lap skirmishes, and then at that point the field was spread apart at least about 3 to 4 tenths a car. If it spreads apart, my money has got to be on Mr. 7-time national number one. I think Ryan Norberg, if the race goes the way that it would spread out a little, it could be him. If it goes a little bit in a dogfight, I think ZCD could pull off some fireworks.
And the other headlining class you're talking about, the other pro category, of course, is Pro Shifter.
Yeah, so awesome to see it. So there's our X30 Sr picks, guys. Now let's go to the gearbox, the final class on the day, the headline premier division that has categorized the SuperNationals, made it super for all 25 years. The heritage of Superkarts USA is gearbox action. So Caleb, over to a gearbox racer yourself. Who do you got for Pro Shifter?
It's going to be a little off camera. I'm going to say Danny Formal. He had a good start of the week so far. He says he wants to be the first one to get another win for OTK on a gearbox since I think it was 2008. He showed the speed all week long. I think he's going to be able to do it today.
Mike?
That's a good pick right there, Formal. He's been fun to watch, and he definitely has what it takes. But I'm going to go Marian Kremers. I think Marian Kremers has got something. We saw a little something his last heat race. I think he can take the fight to him, and I think it's going to finally be that SuperNats win.
Taylor?
Honestly, I think one thing that drivers want to have is a fire lit underneath them. And last night we saw that with one driver who got taken out in his heat race, unfortunately, was A.J. Myers. His intensity, he was upset. He has now probably got a determined face to go out there and show everyone that he is determined to go out there and get that win. So keep an eye on that number 2 machine. I think A.J. Myers could be able to pull it out.
I think this year has been, we talked about Laurent Legault and that LCQ last night for X30 Sr. Bites you, get so close, and yet so far just one spot away. Again, A.J. Myers, 2021 champ, pole award winner in Pro Shifter, This event slipped away. The Pro Tour slipped to Marian Kremers, and he ended as the vice champion this year. So if there's anyone with probably a chip on his shoulder that probably has more drive and a fire to win this race, it's got to be AJ. But, again, he starts 21st. He's banking probably on that full course yellow or a red flag to regroup them up. A good hole shot, pick up a few spots, and re-rack that field once, maybe twice even to get him through the field. We've seen how tough the passing is. So a long shot pick, but hey, like you said, he is looking to get back, and it seems like, again, his SuperNat story is Vegas odds. They're a little bit weighted against him, but you cannot count him out. He's a national champion and one of the best in the business, and one of what we call the big three in America between himself, Danny Formal, and the man making his final SuperNationals appearance, Jake French. Jake French has been the bridesmaid since we've really started coverage the last 2 years. You talk about losing streaks. Obviously, these guys don't race 20 times a year, so that losing streak can span multiple seasons. But for Jake French, it bites him because he's been second and second and second. Rock Vegas last year to Formal. Numerous Florida Winter Tours to Formal. You go back to Utah when Kyle Wick got that big breakthrough win this year. French had it up until 2 laps to go, and Kyle Wick came to the field with a little bit fresher tires after an issue in qualifying and got it done. Jake French rolls off really good. He's in the top 10. I think he is a really good pick. Mateo Vigano, really good pick. Last year's winner, starting towards the front of the field. I'm going to go Marcus Kayak because I think he starts on the outside of the front row in the clean side of the racetrack. If he can pull that hole shot, I don't think there's anyone better right now at defending on this racetrack, especially when it comes to experience on defending, because going this layout, we've only run it this way this year, at least go in this direction, and Marcus Kayak literally for an entire heat race had about 4 to 5 guys breathing down his neck, and I think he barely even had to defend because of how well he parked it in the center of the corner and got that launch off. That bottom end power on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, you talk about an OTK getting a win for the first time since 2008, nearly 15 to 20 years since the last time they stood on the top step of a Pro Shifter podium. I think Marcus Kayak could be the man to watch here today in Pro Shifter, so that's who I'm going to go with. So, man, that wraps our picks. That wraps our pre-race show. We'll keep the live stream going as always, so keep on tuning in. Share those links around. Opening ceremonies is, again, one of the parts of the SuperNationals that just seems to amp up every single year a little better, a little more flair, a little more pizzazz. Tom Kutcher, he's the ultimate showman when it comes to karting promoters. You know he's got some cool stuff up his sleeve. That starts top of the hour, so we're getting ready to get set for opening ceremonies. The first main event gets started at 10:45. There's a lot of stuff happening at opening ceremonies. Along with the ceremonies themselves, there's that Aspen Green for Green challenge for everyone yesterday. If you made it by the Aspen Fuel Tent with your Aspen gear on, t-shirts or hats, post it, tag SuperKarts USA, tag Aspen Fuels, and you have a chance to win some free Aspen cash. Someone's going to win that drawing here today. And then, of course, there's always the super cool part of having the SKUSA Hall of Fame inductees. We've got 2 going into the SKUSA Hall of Fame here today. Later on, they'll be announced at opening ceremony. So, as we get set for SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, Kart Chasers live coverage powered by Porsche, we'll take a short break on the PA system. We will come back with opening ceremonies at the top of the hour, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Stick with us. Get some food. Order in. Find a place to watch on the couch, because then after opening ceremonies, it's main events back to back to back to back all the way through to the end of the day. For Caleb Smock, Mike Smith, Taylor Burris, myself, Xander Clements, and the Kart Chaser team, we're so happy to have you with us, whether you're here in Las Vegas or tuning in from live around the world. We will be right back.
All right. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
As the Western importer of the Prague and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
ceremonies of this year's SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. My name is Rob Howden, the voice of this event for the last 24 years. It's been an absolute privilege. Can we maybe get this mic turned down a bit? It's pretty hot. So let's get things underway. Joining us to fire things up as they have for the last couple of years, Legacy High School Marching Band. We'll bring our drivers out onto the racetrack. Following the marching band from Legacy High School, of course, the SuperKarts USA staff. You'll see the multitude dressed in black, white, and blue who are putting the show on here this weekend. Over 100 staff members to put this amazing event on here at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. 25th running of this amazing event, and an absolute packed paddock. 600 drivers, 60 countries, drivers from 8 to 68 years of age. Truly the U.S. Open of karting. Thrilled to have you all here with us this week. Beautiful November. Gorgeous weather, blue skies here on Super Sunday. Couldn't have asked for much more. Of course, SuperKarts USA wants to thank you all for being here. Fitting way to get things underway for this year's SuperNats. Those of you tuning in on Kart Chaser, great to have you with us. Great to have Xander Clemens and his crew here as well. You may not be able to be here in Las Vegas, but you can tune in live throughout Super Sunday. Watch your favorite driver go into battle here on a very challenging course at the Hotel and Casino. Drivers, of course, following the staff as well. Almost 600, as I said, one of the biggest SuperNationals we've ever had. And actually the biggest if we look at the amount of classes and the average class size. Maxed them out in almost every category. The biggest shifter kart category we've had in over 15 years. The colors of karting. All the different teams, of course, represent all the nations represented. Awesome to have Australia back again. Over 100 drivers coming from Australia this year. Always a big part of the SuperNationals, having the Aussies come up to race with us here in Las Vegas. Hope you've all had a fantastic week so far. We'll bring our drivers up into the final complex of corners here for you. And again, as I said, drivers as young as 8 years of age. In the Micro Swift category, we have some drivers in their mid-60s in our Masters class. So unbelievably well supported here in 2022. Great to see the Masters classes. Big shout out to all my fellow racers in the KA100 Master category. We made that happen, put 48 on the grid. Just an absolute thrill to be able to be here at this amazing event. And man, we could have asked for much better weather. Chamber of Commerce weather for sure. Blue skies, gorgeous day here. And again, we couldn't do this without all the families that are here, all the teams that are here. So thank you so much, everyone, for getting this together. Bringing all our drivers down here, getting them into position. Tom Kutcher, if you can start working your way over to the stage, potentially you're going to meet me at the stage, or do you want me to come to you? I think I'll come over to Tom. I was going to do it from the stage. I think I'm going to go over and find Tom. Let me grab the... There you go. We can fire that mic up a little bit more, guys, if we can turn it up just a bit. Tom would like a little more volume. Out of a round of applause, school marching band. And ladies and gentlemen, please do me a favor, a round of applause for the drivers about to go into battle here on Super Sunday. Over 600 drivers, as I said, 60 countries, drivers 8 to 68 years of age. It's a privilege to be down here once again for this event. I will now pass the mic over to the man himself, Mr. Tom Kutcher.
Oh, it's my turn already?
It's your turn.
Let me see, it's 6 to 8 months to put together, and we did a hell of a job this time. I say it maybe every time, but I think this is the biggest one I've done, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy today's race and have a great time. Anyway, enough about that shit. Rob, let's see, that's it?
You're good to go. We did a thing this year with Aspen Sport, folks. I know you saw that, the green for green. And essentially, you were able to get a T-shirt or a hat for Aspen Sport. You posted a picture of yourself, tagged both Aspen Sport and SKUSA to win $1,000. I got $1,000 here. Let me grab this. Someone's going to win $1,000. Let me pull this over here. Tom, grab a hold of that envelope for me, please. Oh, you reach in. All right. $1,000 goes to Julian Sanchez. Julian Sanchez, $1,000. He's got to be here. Where are you, Julian? Come on up here, Julian. Where are you? Where's Julian? There he is. Come on up and get 1,000. Posted that to Instagram. Julian's taking $1,000 home. Guess who's buying dinner tonight? That's 1,000 cash. Julian, you're working it. He's got his shirt on. He's wearing the Aspen shirt. Yes, guy. That's perfect. Nice. $1,000. Julian, hope you have a great day. You're off to a good start already. GFC driver. Someone's buying ice cream. Moving on to the next component of our opening ceremonies. I love it. We've been privileged to be able to work with a very high-end watch manufacturer, BRM, for the last number of years, and we've been able to give some pretty nice prizes out to some drivers. Frederick Gasser from BRM North America. The date for next year's race will come soon when they get that all locked and loaded. That'll be announced as soon as possible. It will be here in Las Vegas. Finishing up the necessary photo ops here for the drivers who earned these BRM Watches Pole Position Awards. Congratulations to both Pedro Hiltbrand and Evan Gilter. Thank you so much. Congratulations, drivers. Well done, guys. Well done. So moving on, folks, into our next component of our opening ceremonies, those of you who have been here with us for a couple of years, obviously SuperKarts USA now into its 25th edition of this Super Nationals. The program actually started back in the early 1990s with a man named Don Janowski, and we started a Hall of Fame SuperKarts USA did a number of years ago. Jim Murley, Don Janowski, part of the initial class. Greg Bell as well, Alan Rudolph, Stan Bernarski, Bonner Moulton, Terry Riggins, and Fausto Vitello, the late Fausto Vitello from Track Magic, all part of the Hall of Fame. And we will induct another Hall of Famer this year. I'll pass it over to Mr. Tom Kutcher.
I'm shitty at that stuff. All right. So, guys, this one was pretty tough. And we take a lot of thinking how we're going to do it and who deserves it. This guy grew up around stock car racing with his dad. He began karting in 1995. Founded, or was part of National Kart News. Founded the most awesome literature to have when you're in the toilet. Shifter Car Illustrated. Nothing like it. And we sure miss it. Us old guys, that is. Launched Formula Car Magazine. Body Karting News. He has been the voice every single SuperNats. And this time he got to enjoy the tarmac, although he's extremely slow. And he knew nothing about this. For me to hide this shit, it wasn't easy, because he's part of writing all this stuff up. This is the first time I actually read off of something. Also, big time IndyCar radio, big time in the sport. Guys, you know who books it all the time, right? Let's give a huge flippin' applause to Rob Howden. That's been here at every fucking race there is. Anything to say? I think I got you on this one.
Oh, nothing, thank you.
All right, guys. All right, so another surprise. Another one that was super tough to do too, because these two guys have been part of my team always. No tears. So, a lot of you guys don't know that I actually used to have a go-kart shop and I actually used to drive. You just think I sit in my RV and count money, but it's not true. Big part of my family, big part of starting extreme karting. He actually introduced me to something called a computer and something called books, shit like that, and I wasn't very good at it. He has worked with AIM, Alpine Star, MG. He is my look, my feel, and he's been with me since he was, I want to say, kid, right out of school. I can't say enough about this guy. He's always got my ass, my back, all that good stuff. Chris Ortenberg, you're one hell of a guy. Thank you for being with me for so many years. I think since 97 or 1998. These two inductees are a big part of 25 years of karting. Give it up for Chris Ortenberg. It wasn't easy to keep this shit from you guys. Anything to say?
I'm the guy that's supposed to be putting this up.
So anyway, guys, let's give it up for Rob Howden and Chris Ortenberg. Number 25, they've been at every single one of them.
We thank you. We also ask for your strength in us, restore us, and inspire us with your love. Lord, fill us with your peace so that as we journey onward, we would ask that you pour our love and grace into others. We ask that our souls be blessed we would catch the wind of your Spirit, and we would take your promises to the earth. We thank you for the Kutcher family and their directions and their guidance. We also want to thank all of our sponsors and officials. Lord, we know you've blessed us with them. We want to bless them with you. We also remember over the years, all the 25 years in the past of what we've got here. Lord, you've stood right beside us doing this. And Lord, what an honor it is to be a little piece of this event, and I thank you for me. Lord, thank you for everything you've given us. We bless you and thank you. And it's with Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Terry. And now, folks, for the singing of the national anthem, please stand and remove your hats as I welcome Ashley Bloom to the front straightaway.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. And oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, almost 600 drivers. One of them has been at every one of the races. He's raced in all 25 events. Please, a round of applause for Bonner Moulton. Every event here at the SuperNationals has had Bonner in it. On the podium the first year, fantastic. As I said, almost 600 drivers, 60 countries, ages 8 to 68 as part of the biggest race in the world, the biggest karting event in the world. Folks, for the 25th time, it is my great pleasure to say, welcome to Super Sunday! Let's go racing, folks. Drivers, head back to the paddock. Let's go. We're going racing, folks. Welcome to Super Sunday.
Fletcher getting the victory by a 1/10 of a second over Paulie Massimino.
Marian Kremer sweeps the weekend in Pro Shifter.
Norberg winning on Sunday.
Another win in 2022. Up the inside. Oh, massive contact! Kyle Wick wins in Utah. Myers survived. He will win in Pro Shifter. Marian Kremer dominates. The 296 is now the national #1.
Put an exclamation point on the championship. It's 5-time Ryan Norberg winning in Newcastle.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to Super Sunday. My name's Rob Howden, joined by Mike Smith in the booth here as we are getting ready to roll the first main event of the day. Again, big hello to those of you tuning in here on Kart Chaser. Thank you so much for taking some time out of a gorgeous Sunday to be able to watch the best drivers in karting get at it in this absolutely amazing event, the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Big shout out to Porsche North America and Porsche Motorsports for supporting this broadcast. Let's have a look. Mike Smith at the grid. Rocco Simoni will be the driver starting on the front row. Pro Tour champion alongside the number 60 of Alexander Procuna.
Row number 2, you got Antonio Pizzonianato and Jackson Gibson.
Row number 3, 5th and 6th, Troy Ferguson on the inside. Royce Vega on the outside. Those drivers finishing 2nd and 3rd in the Pro Tour Championship.
Trying to go through live timing here to make sure we get it right. Troy Ferguson, Royce Vega, and then Jackson Porter and Nicholas Orbezo.
There you go. Next row will be Mateus Ramalho alongside Cameron Marsha. Then we'll have Matthew Cagle and Drew Waltz.
Parker Eyes, followed by Jacob Modeski in the 15th and 16th spot. Leonardo Gorski and Bowen Green, 17th and 18th.
Further back, capping off the top 20, Connor Meyer alongside Colton Schniegenberg. Then we've got Juan Diego Garcias and Kason Hodge.
Harry Williams will be 23rd, Jaime Garcia 24th, Oscar Leonardo Padilla in 25th, Miguel Enrique Manzano Suarez 26th.
27, 28, 29, 30, Bo Casagrande, Paxton Romero, Vincent Terhorst, and Luke Giglio.
Then we have Pasha Ali in 31st, Liam Nashawati, Dominic Moskalenko, and Julian Sanchez, who just got $1,000 richer a few moments ago.
That's exactly it. Let's see if Julian Sanchez's luck continues on here. He's got his Aspen sports shirt on. Field set. Drivers coming. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time here at the 25th running of the SuperNationals, we are green, green, green. Drivers spinning. 2 of them going around. That is the number 23 going around of Antonio Pizzonianato. He went around going into turn number 1. Chaos on the entry into the corner.
Number 3, Royce Vega in there as well.
Everybody else getting through cleanly right now so far through 2 and 3. Now over to turn number 6. Leaders checking in. Out of turn 6, down to turn 7 for the first time. Remember, cold tires, drivers trying to get things dialed in. Temperature is rising here, which is nice. Give them a little more grip. But as we saw the issue there for Pizzonianato down in turn number 1, just got the thing rotated around. It's now the 21, I believe, into the lead. Could be the 27. We'll try to pick up who it is. Indeed, the 21. That's Jackson Porter in the high-V machine. Porter goes to P1.
Jackson Porter out of Arizona, P1, riding that factory cart. He's been strong at the front, gets through the carnage right out of the gate to lead, going into turn number 1 for the second time.
Rocco Simoni right there as well. The lead group starting to pull away. They're going to go side by side. Simoni's going to go to the inside to take the spot. Here comes that national number 2, Troy Ferguson. So it's National 1 and National 2. That's how they finish the Pro Tour Championship points. That's how they run on the racetrack right now. Rocco Simoni over Troy Ferguson. But there's another move to the inside in turn number 6. Mike, these drivers up front, dicing out pretty good here early.
Not too surprising here. The cadets have been getting after it right away, and not a lot of pushing, except for we did see it in the minis at one point. They started to push. Porter back up to P2. Now on the back bumper of Simoni as they go into the final corner. Will he push or will he pass?
18 laps, the main event for the drivers here in the micro and the mini categories right now. Jackson Porter up front, pushing on Rocco Simoni. Micro Swift brought to you by Pearland USA. We've got an incident in turn number 9. A couple of drivers connected there, all able to continue. There you see them pulling away. There's your lead group, or the next. That's actually the next group as well with Jackson Gibson in. Jackson just celebrated his birthday yesterday, 10 years of age for Jackson, currently running top 5.
And up front, we were asking there just for a moment, Jackson Porter, is he going to push or is he going to pass? So far, push.
Yeah, great patience right now here from Jackson Porter. He and Rocco Simoni are pulling away a bit here now. They've got himself a bit of a gap. Last time by, it was about a half a second over Mateus Ramalho, who had worked into the position. But Troy Ferguson now has got himself back into 3rd spot. So go Ferguson P3. Jackson Gibson in the 11 running in 4th, and the 81 right now has got his way up into 5th. That's a good jump forward. Actually dropped back from Ramalho, but he did come forward, started 9th, got up to 3rd, now runs P5.
Exactly, and another couple of drivers making some big moves. How about Parker Ives in 6th, 7 spots up from the starting position. A little bit further back, Connor Meyer up 9 spots to 10th, Kason Hodge up 7 spots to 15th, and Bo Casa Grande up 8 to 19th.
Yeah, a handful of drivers making some pretty big moves here. The opening couple of laps, 13 down, still 15 laps remaining in an 18-lap main event. We're underway here, folks, at Super Sunday. Hope you're having a great day. And again, say hello to those of you tuning in from home on Kart Chaser. Full Super Sunday coverage for you. A lot of great stuff coming from Xander Clements and the crew. And again, up front, Rocco Simone on the peril and looking really good. The Nitro Kart of Jackson Porter runs second. I thought they may be able to pull away, Mike, but Troy Ferguson and Jackson Gibson, they looked like they'd be trying to close up a little bit. They were quicker than both leaders last time by.
Rocco Simone, I was thinking maybe Jackson Porter would be able to do the push game. Well, actually, Simone is pulling away from Porter. I'm not sure if that was a mistake from Porter, because he was actually 3/10 slower than his best last time by. Now actually in the clutches of third and fourth. That is Ferguson and Gibson going to work on Porter.
Yeah, Troy Ferguson in the Bennick number 2 is closed up. Here goes Gibson down to the inside. He's going to take over third. Jackson Gibson on the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic to the inside. Book it over in turn number 7. Back through 8. Gibson up on the wheel as he's trying to reel in Jackson Porter right now. So again, the birthday boy from yesterday, Gibson, in that number 11, moving forward here during the first half of this race. Ferguson falling back into the 4th spot. 5th right now, the 81 of Mateus Ramalho. 6 is Parker Ives. He just went purple. Ives, fastest driver on the racetrack. Started 13th, now up to 6th. Nicholas Orbezo in 7th. Alexander Procuna in 8th. Matthew Cagle in 9th. And Cameron Marsha rounding out the top 10. Rocco Simone, though, 1.5 seconds out front. Mike, good start, good couple of opening laps for the Pro Tour champion.
Not only that, his times are about the same as what we've seen fastest. He's not purple right now, but he's about as quick as purple, and they are not catching him right now. New P2 driver, that is Gibson, who's moved on up, and I believe the other Bennick as well is going up there. That is Ferguson.
Yeah, indeed. P2 right now for Jackson Gibson. They were both able to get by Jackson Porter. He's now back into the 5th position. He'll lose another spot now, but Porter back into 6th as Parker Ives, the Nitro Kart number 49, has got his way into now the 5th position. Xander Clements, what do you think? How the day's underway? Oh, he's not. I thought he was plugged in already. Sorry.
We're going to make a quick update on Jackson Porter. Just watch as he came out of the final corner. He actually got passed and then lost several lengths down the straightaway. That Jackson Porter machine not at full song right now. He has actually lost about 15 kart lengths since coming onto the straightaway.
Xander Clements dropping the hammer there, getting his mic. You had the headset on. I thought you were hooked up. My apologies. How are things going so far, dude? A great start to the day.
Yeah, awesome start to the day. Once again, able to say it live on the broadcast here. Congratulations, buddy. So happy for you to be inducted into the SuperKarts USA Hall of Fame. Congratulations as well to Chris Ortenberger, two people, industry members who have helped make this event super. Yeah, I had the headset on. I was fooling you. We got a couple aces up our sleeve to come a little bit later today that I'm trying out on the laptop to make sure that we look pretty good. But talking about looking pretty good right now, the micro field, at least up front, is spread apart enough where they're all single file and trying to work together. Rocco Simone, like we've seen every single heat race, as you guys have called it, when he gets away, even when they're together, no one's really got anything for this kid. The Canadian's just been on fire. Yeah. And as for Jackson Gibson and that group, I mean, they were just a touch quicker in the terms of Mateus Ramalho. But all that said, as we look towards the field coming around this time by, still early enough. Karts could change. Times could change. We'll wait and see as they come out of the final corner.
We'll let Xander get back to work. Like you said, got lots of stuff happening on the sidelines. You guys are going to love the coverage and some of the components they put together here for this particular weekend. Things are going great here for the Kart Chaser crew. Rocco Simone up front. And I'll tell you this, it's interesting for me because I've been doing this, as we said, for 25 years now. I actually started back in 1994, so it's really been a little longer, about 28 years for me in the karting industry. I remember calling Rocco Simone's father's races, Anthony Simone, when he was just a young guy running in the cadet classes. So I've had a lot of time calling the Simone family, and it's great to be able to do this second-generation driver, Rocco Simone, as well. Again, his dad, Anthony, of course, one of the top drivers in karting back in the mid-1990s, so exciting to be able to see Rocco up here up front. Now, they got the parallel roll, and the Canadian flag is up front right now. But again, Jackson Gibson and Troy Ferguson not giving up at all. They're running now in the 2nd and 3rd positions. Gibson just went purple with a 49.763. Was actually 0.4 of a second quicker than Simone on that last time by. The gap now 1.2 seconds. We're to the halfway point right now. Crossed halfway flags from our national flagman, Aaron Likens. Another thing, let's bring this up right now on top of the broadcast. Those of you, when you get to see Aaron Likens on start-finish line, this is another thing that makes this event so unbelievably special. Aaron Likens, Tom Kutcher found him working on the SKUSA Central States Challenge a number of years ago, over a decade ago. He's come up as obviously the national flagman for Superkarts USA, but his upward rise with the unbelievable talent that Aaron Likens has throwing those flags, he got the notice of the NTT IndyCar Series. Not only is he the flagman for the Superkarts USA SuperNationals, he's the guy that throws the checkered flag at the Indianapolis 500. Star power everywhere here this weekend, but especially on the flags at start finish.
And one of the most special finishes with the checkered flag as
well.
I
love it so much.
We've already seen it a couple times here in the heat races. Seeing those double flags, I can't wait for the first one. It's going to be great.
Amazing. Aaron's a special individual. Pleased to have him as part of what we do. Gap is closing up front. I talked about the fact that Jackson Gibson turning things up. Just a second. Separates first and second right now. Gibson and Ferguson lined up 2-3. Fourth place driver Mateus Ramalho putting his head down as well. But right now, Rocco Simoni keeps going quicker. Yes, Mike, the gap is slowing down to a second, but Rocco went personal best last time by. Let's see if he can keep it up. He's going to drop the hammer here right now. Does he do it again? He does not. A 50 flat. Lost another couple of tenths of a second.
He lost another couple of tenths. How about 4 tenths to the P3 driver, Troy Ferguson? Purple lap for Ferguson. That is your P3 driver. And by the end of the lap, we may see a 3-kart train at the front.
Indeed. Simoni now just over 7 tenths of a second ahead of the group with Jackson Gibson and Troy Ferguson, who went purple. We could have ourselves a 3-driver battle. Big gap back to Mateus Ramalho in fourth. Another huge gap back to Parker Ives. And then Cameron Marshall by himself 6 tenths ahead of João Banadiman.
And actually, a quick update. You see Aaron Likens here at start-finish throwing the black flag for a few drivers. There are no blue flags. If you are getting lapped, you'll be pulled off the course. The driver who just got the black flag, former leader Jackson Porter. Again, that engine not at full song. Porter now done.
Tough one for Jackson Porter in the high-V Nitro Kart machine because obviously very good out of the gate, able to take the lead, but an issue with the power plant there. He'll head off the racetrack and call his SuperNationals done. Look forward to 2023. Gap now down to just 4 tenths of a second. Look at the leaders here. Right now, Gibson has got his head down. The Cosmic RPG driver reeling in that Parolin of Rocco Simoni. So it's Parolin, Cosmic, and then the Benek. 1, 2, 3. We got ourselves a race. We're going to have 5 to go this time by. Leaders stacked and packed, nose to tail, coming out of turn number 9.
This is where it's going to start coming down to you don't need to be patient. You just need to make sure you time it right, because if they start battling too much, guess who's not that far behind? The 81 of Mateus Ramalho, still in the conversation. Here comes the first move for the lead down into turn number 1. Gibson's got a shot.
Gibson to the inside. Book it. He'll take the lead, and he brings Ferguson with him. Troy Ferguson now goes into P2, and it's back to third for Simoni.
How many times have we seen that one person goes for it and able to bring another person through, especially in the cadet categories?
That's it. When you open that hole, the other driver diving through to take the spot. So excellent job there for Jackson Gibson. A new leader here with just a handful of laps remaining. 5 laps to go. It'll be 4 to go when they come back around. 4 laps to go. A number of drivers getting the black here at the tail as they're going to clean things up for the leaders who are working their way through turn number 10 right now. Ferguson loses a little bit coming. Didn't get the cart turned it down, Mike, into turn number 10. That's giving Gibson a little lead, but that draft is going to bring him right back into play. And in fact, he may look for the lead. Let's see if he does, or does he try to pull away again? Gibson's being the perfect wingman right now.
How about that? You got Ferguson there. He had that big jump. He was starting to drive up, and actually just stayed there. Just did a little bit of a shove. There's what we saw before to get up to Simoni in the first place. They're going to keep that train running.
Indeed. Ferguson now keeping that pressure on. Jackson Gibson, your leader. 4 laps remain in our first main event of the day. KA100 Senior, KA100 Master, KA100 Junior next on the docket. Right now, Ferguson playing nice, running P2. I think he likes that right now. Simoni trying to size things up, right, Mike? He's like, what do I do here now? I'm P3. I'm not sure if I can do that from P3. I probably got to get to second. 3 laps to go, and Simoni just went purple. That cart's starting to come, and he gets the draft. Here comes Ferguson. He'll go to the inside. Can he get some help? Does Simoni come with him? Ferguson to the bottom. Indeed, he does. So move Jackson Gibson now back to third. Maybe too wide, going into 2. No. They tuck back in. Ferguson now the leader.
Ferguson looked over his shoulder before going to the final corner, and then once again as he came out of the final corner, he was already thinking about it. Ferguson has been very, very good on that straightaway. He's got the extras, but up the inside, here's the move. Simone's going to take it right back.
Wow, Rocco Simone back to P1 in the number 1 Paralympic machine. And right back there again is Mateus Ramalho, seeing it all happen. He's trying to get back up and close to them here. Laps winding down, 2 to go this time by. This is developing into a fantastic micro-swift battle.
Ferguson was so good on the straightaway last time. See, he opens it up a little bit, then tries to cut back underneath. The block is there from Simone. They're far to the inside. Down into turn number 1. Who's got a shot at it? Out to the outside is Gibson. He's going to try the crossover. Here comes a crossover.
Oh,
new leader possibly.
He gets it through. Beautiful over-under for Jackson Gibson. Nicely done on the over-under. He's got himself about 3 kart lengths. That's probably not going to last, though, with the draft here coming down the straightaway. White flag will fly next time by. Can Jackson Gibson win in Las Vegas? He'll work his way out of turn 7 to turn number 8, Mike. Last lap coming here as Gibson's got 3 lengths.
You got to be patient right here if you're Ferguson, right? Actually, you want to make sure you can get in the game. You need to get past Simone if you want to have a shot. Flip side, Simone, you need to get off the corner. You need to get as much as you can. It's about 3 kart lengths on the back straightaway. Is the draft enough?
Big speed for Gibson, but here they come. Ferguson's going to go to second. He's going to make the move to the bottom. Gibson is there. He's still got the spot. Big wide arc for Gibson. He'd opened it up. He wanted that exit speed. Gibson still holding the position. Ferguson now runs second. It's Simone third. Hold on, folks. The first main event of this year's Supernats is a barn burner. Inside line. Gibson covers off that corner a bit. He'll run to the bottom of the racetrack here again. Not quite. No move coming through turn number 7. Gibson's going to get a run. Here comes Ferguson to the inside. Troy Ferguson side by side. Watch for Simone. Ferguson trying the outside. They still got the spot. Ferguson's going to come out of the corner. He'll go back to third. Jackson Gibson is going to win at the SuperNationals. Gibson wins in micro. Jackson Gibson holds him off. Mike rolls the outside at turn number 8. That was a ballsy move. I love the confidence of Jackson Gibson. A 0.3 of a second victory. Jackson Gibson, look at that. Look at the happiness from Jackson Gibson. Rocco Simone second, Troy Ferguson third, Mateus Ramalho fourth, and Parker Ives rounding out the top 5.
How many times have we seen it where A, you get to make the move and somebody else comes through, and B, that over-under.
Oh.
If someone goes defensive, you're not out of it. You can still make the move. There it is one more time. We see that over-under happening and that counterattack, and it comes to fruition, and then holding the outside through 8. Let's go.
I'm telling you, that was absolutely fantastic that he was able to hold it. Here's that checkered flag run, too. What a well-deserved victory for Jackson Gibson, able to get himself into the lead. Man, and then able to hold them off because you can see the big run down the back straightaway. The draft was in effect, of course, but coming down there, a good run for Ferguson. He got to the inside coming out of turn number 7. They were essentially side by side coming to 8. Gibson, it's the last lap of the Supernats. He wasn't lifting all the way around the outside where the grip level isn't quite there. Able to hold the inside. Simone makes the big dive bomb move to go to second. That opens the door. And Jackson Gibson will roll around here as our first winner of the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. I'll head down to Victory Lane right now. I got 5 deserving drivers to talk to.
Jackson Gibson coming through turn number 9 here. First driver to make it to the podium again with that checkered flag in hand. If you're on the sidelines, yes, exactly that. Let's give him a round of applause. Jackson Gibson, SuperNationals winner here in micro.
Man, what a feeling it's got to be for Jackson Gibson, and what spectacular fashion to pull that one off. He is pumped up right now, and now he can hear everybody. The engines are off. Crowd, give it up. Jackson Gibson is the first SuperNationals winner here today, and he's going to go over on top of the fence there with the checkered flag. We'll send around the rest of our podium. Rocco Simone, a great run all the way through. Fastest lap for the Paralympic USA driver. Jackson Gibson on top, Troy Ferguson third. You saw the results come through. There's our man Rob Howden working his way down to podiums as he will be ready to announce and chat with, of course, our top finishers here in this one. But Jackson Gibson, Mike, again, no better way to set the tone for Super Sunday than some awesome racing with the micros to kick things off.
And it was patience, it was pushing, it was waiting to get in the game. And think about how far back Gibson and Ferguson were at one point, and just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. There at the end, Gibson with a great hold the outside move to take over the win.
So with that, Jackson Gibson here continues to be bombarded by all of the media crew. And a nice little high five there from Neil Strickland from the SKUSA officiating team. Takes that checkered flag back. We'll have to make sure we're ready. And, hey, good sportsmanship to all of them there. Nice little fist bump to Rocco Simone. Troy Ferguson in the national number 2. A great result, of course, for those two kids. I know, obviously, there's only one winner at the end of the day, but what a great season has been for Rocco Simone and Troy Ferguson here. And the young guns, again, just putting on an awesome performance. So we're going to take them over here to podium ceremonies. Jackson's got to make sure that he's got everything together, and we're going to send them on over to the big stage where we will be set here for the ultimate way to get off with get on with SuperNationals 25 with the top 3 of each class headed off the racetrack onto the podium right after raw emotion to the top 3 steps here, and it'll be called by Rob Howden. Awesome stuff there from, you could see the RPG team was amped up at the fence, giving a big round of applause for their young superstar. Jackson Gibson was cool there to see. A big hug from his father after all the hard work, all the long way to go. I mean, this is a family, again, based out of the RPG home base in the Pacific Northwest, to travel the country for the SKUSA Pro Tour from all the way at one far corner of the country, and then to make their way across the entire continent, basically, of North America. And now he is down here with our very own, now SKUSA Hall of Fame inductee, Rob Howden. Rob, take it away.
Thank you so much, Xander. Right now, just waiting for our 5th place driver to come and join us here, I believe. They're looking at the drivers as they come in, I believe, doing pushback bumper looks to make sure we have the right drivers up here. So just waiting for one more driver to join us, I believe. Neil Strickland on the radio, making sure we get the correct drivers up here. We'll get things underway with our Micro Swift class, brought to you by Parolin USA. Of course, a big win for Jackson Gibson. We will get our drivers up here and get our first podium underway here momentarily. Of course, KA100 up next, the whole run through. KA100 Senior, then Master, then Junior will be the next categories to take to the racetrack. Senior driver's ready to go, and here he comes right now. Good. We got him. Let's get things underway. I'll hop on top here. We got our amazing trophies that were designed by Chris Ortenberger, my fellow now Hall of Famer. Great job by those trophies for Chris Ortenberger. Let's get underway, folks, with our first podium of the Super Sunday event here. Coming home in 5th spot, number 49, a round of applause for Parker Ives. If we can get that 5th place trophy for Parker. Parker, you come and join me over here. Finishing in the 4th spot, number 81, Mateus Ramalho. Is that? Yeah, you can come up here. There we go. Finishing in 3rd. What a battle it was up front. These 3 young drivers put on such a tremendous show. Coming on 3rd today, number 2, Troy Ferguson. And finishing in 2nd, oh so close, P2. Put your hands together for Rocco Simone. Obviously, winning at the SuperNationals is big. So many drivers spend so many time, so many years trying to get it done. This driver did it today in style. Folks, for Rollison Performance Group, the winner today, Jackson Gibson! Hop up here, Jackson. Atta boy, you got it? Jackson, whoa! I was not ready for that. I 100% wasn't ready for that. Jackson, what a show you put on out there. The three of you drivers did so well. Just give me your thoughts right now. How do you feel about winning the SuperNationals?
Really happy.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandparents, RPG, and everyone that helps me.
Congratulations. And by the way, happy birthday.
Thank you.
One more time for Jackson Gibson, folks, our first winner of this year's SuperNationals. The RPG team going crazy over here. Wow. What a fantastic battle. Jackson, can you get over your head? Here, I'll help you. Hold up. You good? I got you, bro. I got it. There you go. They are pretty heavy. They are heavy, for sure. Congratulations, drivers of micros. Well done. I'll send it back up to Xander and Mike. I'm heading to get ready, boys. Have a great call of a KA100 Senior.
Man, it's, again, just going to seem a little bit out of place, Mike. I won't lie, to have Mr. Rob Howden not on the call for a main event at Super Sunday. But we all know he's got to get his mind right because he's got to make sure that he's out there and hopefully puts on a good show for us in KA100 Master. KA100 Junior coming up your way here next. Porsche's coverage through Kart Chaser, through SuperKarts USA. A huge thanks to everyone for making this one possible. The live stream continues after the break. You're watching SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25 presented by Porsche here live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Vegas. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion, Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas with the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, KA100 Sr, KA100 Jr, and then, of course, KA100 Master. All in the docket on the way up here for main events. All in a little different order than where I'm at. But, hey, man, with Super Sunday, I'm just shaking up here, Mike. I'll be honest. So I got to apologize for getting us out of sorts. The KA Seniors, obviously, they know when to go. They've got their timetable. We're ready for KA Senior action. Following KA Senior, EKN's Rob Howden, who just helped us call that Micro Swift main event, will be on the racetrack for KA Master, the third group on the day. And then we'll see. Might have him over at the podium at the end of it. Don't know just yet. KA Junior will go after. Then Rob will join us back in the afternoon with Mini Swift on the ticket. Then Master Shifter, X30 Senior, and then the rest of the X30 classes, X30 Junior, X30 Master. And of course, with
can't be a SuperNats without finishing off with Pro Shifter, Mike.
Can't wait for Pro Shifter. That's going to be such a great way to finish off the day. Have the Pro Shifter drivers out there. Looks like 1 minute until we get our KA Sr drivers rolling. Kart's fired up. Tuner starting to exit the grid. We're going to have our KA Sr drivers on course here shortly. KA Sr, one of the first, or it is the first of the groups that actually had to have a LCQ. So we had 34 drivers automatically transfer, and the drivers from 35th to 40th did it through the LCQ.
Yeah, it was over 60, actually KA Sr, I think over 80 total, basically a sellout class to get down to the 40 that we have here today. And then of course on top of that, as with every SuperNats, there's typically the champions provisionals to get themselves on into the big show. However, in the case of this division, all top 3 in the SKUSA Pro Tour standings have made it through. Well, we're going to find where they line up and the rest of the field. Let's take you through your starting lineup for KA100 Senior, presented by Think60, presented by AMR Medic West. Think60.org, KA100 Jr will be next up for AMR Medic West, KA100 Senior. Let's take you through the starting lineup as we get set for action here in this one. So, first of all, a little bit of an issue for one driver coming on by, but we should be all set and racked for it. Let's go. Thomas Stolzermanis in the Nash Motorsports Factory Energy will line up on the pole. To his outside, Chase Hand in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Alex Stanfield in the number 2. National number 2, Team GWR Tony Kart rolls off in 3rd after qualifying on the pole in hot laps on Thursday. Christian Miles in the MDR BJR Lando Norris Kart rolls off P4. Oliver Hodgson on that J3 competition comp kart rolls off in 5th. Alexander Kardashian in the AMK Race Products EOS kart rolls off as kind of a dark horse here on the outside of row number 3, but a great qualifying effort for him. Has him starting pretty good here in the main. Gavin Bailiff in that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic will start to the inside of row 4 in 7th. Jai Brown will start in 8th on that PSL Karting Charles Leclerc kart. Rounding your top 10, ZCD Zach Clayman DeMello was slated to start, I think, on the inside of row number 5, but they've got him flip-flopped here. Dustin Salavaria in the Karting Collective Sodi kart is lined up in 9th. ZCD on the outside in 10th. Connor Zilish will line up in 11th. Frankie Mossman in 12th. Blake Nash, Ryan Vincent, Cedric Lupian, Connor Ferris, your reigning series champ Jeremy Fletcher rolls off in 17th. Then it's Eduardo Villa, Aiden Ingrata, Caleb Schrader, and they're all on the power. Here we go, boys and girls. KA100 Seniors underway down to turn number 1. Stolzermanis is deep. Kardashian's going to get popped by a couple into the wall, and Connor Zilish, for the 2nd year in a row, has gotten turned around on the start of the KA Sr Main Event. This one a lot worse. There's Finnegan Bailiff involved. Chase Jones involved in the wrecks in turn number 1 and turn number 3. And out front, Thomas Stolzermanis leads. Alexander Kardashian got knocked to the wayside, so he's way back. It is Stolzermanis over Stanfield. Chase Hand. Clayman DeMello is 4th and 5th off the opening lap. Great run from the inside lane outside the top 10 to the top 5. It's that Team Benek CRG of Frankie Mossman.
Huge start for DeMello. Huge start for Zachary Clayman DeMello. He actually is up about 6 spots. Now in a P4. And actually just got passed by Chase Hand, and he just said, go, go, go. Let's keep it rolling. The top 2 have broken away a little bit of a gap back to 3rd and 4th. It's 2, and then 2, and then 2 for your top 6. Right now it is, again, Stolzermanis, Stanfield, Hand, Clayman DeMello, Mossman, Jai Brown, and Christian Miles in that lead little breakaway.
Nice little pack there for the top 4 as we start to settle in for this 20-lap main event. Thomas Stolzermanis just kind of leading the way. Alex Stanfield has been very conservative through his heat races. He's only been able to either lead with one other driver or push one other driver. Get away, more contact at the back. This is going to be Elliot Cox and Connor Zilish. They have pounded the wall at turn 7. That right there could be a full course yellow if they do not get the track clear in time. The barriers are all over the side. The leaders are headed through turns 2 and 3. And we've got a close eye on them. We'll see if they can get the track clear in time as they head over to turn number 5. Thomas Stolzermanis leads lap 3. Here they come towards that yellow sector, turn 7.
Yeah, and the barriers are still flared out a little bit. These drivers are going to make a hard correction as they exit the corner. Everybody's able to make it through the first little bit. Let's see how the rest of the pack does as they go through there. Your leaders now through turn number 9 and into 10. Still, Stoles Hermanis and then Stanfield to Hand, Clayman DeMella, and Frankie Mossman in 5th. Onto the straightaway in your front group, nose to tail. That front 5, Mossman's just trying to get back into the train. Oh, big up the inside was Stanfield. Not really a move, more of a defensive maneuver. You can see him sliding under the brakes, trying to go in as deep as possible. Now through turn number 6. The front 4, nose to tail. Will anybody make a move to the inside? No. Patience being the virtue all of these drivers are using at the front.
And the patience here for Frankie Mossman letting the race come to him is kind of working out in his favor. Quick, a little bit quicker than the leaders last time, quicker again this time. He's now made it a 5-car party up front. Everybody's still single file. Back behind them, Christian Miles has just made a pass back for 6th, trying to lead the charge towards the lead pack. Alex Stanfield, you can see, took a look back behind him, and he noticed the margin of 3 drivers and then a big gap backwards. Everyone seems content to ride. Nobody getting too over-aggressive. These guys and girls know that if they start to battle, one does it, then everybody else has to do it, and then the whole pack comes back into the mix. So they're doing everything that they can right now to try and just keep it at 5 or less, although, say that, there goes ZCD down the inside. He takes over 3rd.
Well, and I'll tell you what, one driver who is not riding along, he is going forward. Oliver Hodgson just made 2 passes in the first half of the circuit. Hodgson now leading the train behind. Up the inside right there was Frankie Mossman. Mossman from 5th to 4th behind him, leading the next train of 5. It is your first 5 and then another train of 5. Now Hodgson starting to pull away. He's going to try to bridge the gap up front. It is Stoles Hermanis, followed by, I believe, Clayman DeMella moved up. Then you got Stanfield and Mossman, and then Hand. Again, Hodgson, fastest driver on course, trying to get up to the top 5.
Yeah, Oliver Hodgson already again faded backwards from that start from 7th on the, or 5th on the grid. You'd think he'd end up a little bit better, but it really bottlenecked, and a couple drivers kind of get knocked to the wayside. That allowed the seas to part for both DeMello and for Mossman to go through. But the rows in front looked like row 3, row 4, and a little bit towards row number 5 all kind of got pushed to the side, right? I mean, there's the pushback bumpers here, Mike, no doubt, and that's going to kind of clean up turn 1 a little bit, but they're still able to lean on each other, load each other up, and now, as I say that here, we're going to see a clean pass, luckily. A little bit of massage in there for DeMello to get by, but Alex Stanfield takes over the lead with 5 laps complete, make it 6 now, 14 to go. The Team GWR Tony Kart out in front for the first time today.
And Stoles Hermanis actually back to 4th on that one. He lost 3 spots. He was going to try to roll the outside, then had to make a little bit of a correction, and he is now back to 4th. You've got Stanfield over Clayman DeMello and Frankie Mossman, the 3rd driver to make it through. In that little bit of a battle, didn't really lose him too much of the group behind, but the gap is shrinking. Frankie Mossman fastest last time. Now he's under fire as we come onto the back straightaway. Mossman's going to try to take the fight to Clayman DeMello.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman looked like he passed him, then got crossed over, and now they're both going to get past as Thomas Stoles-Hermanis sends it deep in turn number 1. So nice pass for Thomas Stoles-Hermanis. However, that pass right there, that's got to be the end of the story for now. Clayman DeMello might want to go back on him, unless Stoles-Hermanis is really slow, which didn't look like he was in those opening few laps. Clayman DeMello needs to put the ego aside, say, all right, look, the leader is on the cusp of getting away. I got to push Stoles-Hermanis back up front. Then I can pass him once we get there, because the gap at 3 or 4 car lengths, 5 car lengths, that is just, again, on the edge of Alex Stanfield getting a walk-away win here. Now we're 8 in, 12 to go. Still a lot of time left, and it looks like good stuff for Thomas Stoles-Hermanis. He's going to make up a little ground, makes up 2/10 that time, pulled away from DeMello. He's closing back up to the lead.
That's what I thought we were going to see on your screen. Frankie Mossman making the move on Clayman DeMello. I think what's going to happen is if you see a little bit of a gap for the driver in front of you, instead of pushing, you might make the attack. That's exactly what Mossman did. He wants to be the one to lead the charge up to Stoles-Hermanis and then push up to Stanfield.
So Frankie Mossman, he also noticed again that Stoles-Hermanis was pulling away. So him just staying behind Clayman DeMello would have been risky, and betting on DeMello to get faster over time. If he doesn't prove that he's fast early, these drivers, they only give each other usually maybe 1 lap, half a lap at the most to prove themselves, hit your marks and say, all right, you're going to be fast. If you start missing apexes, missing corners, or you're just a touch slower for half a corner or more, they're going to go by. And now Thomas Stolzermanis is going back by to the lead. New leader, Nats Motorsports Energy, back to the front.
You're talking about proof, and what that is Mossman actually able to stay in front of DeMello and actually pull a little bit now. Mossman is going to be the next one to try to take the fight to Stanfield, but we are going to start getting in the second half of the race here. When we come back around the start-finish line this time by, it's going to be the halfway flags.
Here they come on through. 10 down, 10 to go. This time by the start-finish line. Thomas Stolzermanis, our leader from lap 1, lost the lead, fell back to 4th, has driven his way back up, and all the battling. You can see the bright fluorescent yellow coming into frame. Oliver Hodgson is on the way forward. Jeremy Fletcher has picked up 10 spots already. He's coming as well as Stanfield goes to the lead. And there we go. This is the battling up front that those guys needed starting further back. Fletcher's got Eduardo Villa also up 10 spots to 8th on the racetrack. So 6th, 7th, 8th, loving this. 6th, he's already there. Hello, Oliver Hodgson, as they head for turn number 7.
Mossman able to make the move pass, as did Clayman DeMello. So once again, Stolzermanis finds himself from the front to the back in this group. Chase Hand is one driver who has not been able to make inroads and now is coming under fire from Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson right on the back bumpers that come onto the straightaway. Expect Hodgson to waste no time.
Let's see if he gets there here. Oliver Hodgson on the bumper. There's a big gap up in front. He signals to go forward to Chase Hand. I think he might go. Here's a change in the lead. There's Hodgson going through as well. Frankie Mossman, the rookie on the Team Benex CRG, to the point here in Las Vegas. He's run this event before, but still only as a one-off last year, moving up early at the end of his junior campaign. So his first full season in the senior ranks was 2022. And fast Frankie Mossman on that Team Benex CRG leads the way over Zach Clayman DeMello's Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. Then it's Stanfield on the Tony Kart, back to Stolzermanis, and into the top 5 is Oliver Hodgson.
You had just mentioned a little bit before some of that battling. Not only did it allow Oliver Hodgson to get there, but as you say, also Jeremy Fletcher and, of course, Eduardo Villa. Villa and Fletcher are coming. Now down to the inside. Here comes Clayman DeMello.
New leader with a crossover move, though. Mossman going to go back on him. These two drivers, they got together a little bit 2 weeks ago, Mike. So we'll see how they play with each other. Again, they're going to be racing later on today, both of them an X30 Sr as well. That's part of the deal with the double classes is DeMello sends a late move. Doesn't work out. His momentum is going to die down. Stolzermanis is through. Stanfield through. Hodgson through. DeMello back to 5th. Look at that move from Oliver Hodgson. What a pass for 3rd. He catches Alex Stanfield off guard. Starts in the battle behind Oliver Hodgson. I've said it all week. I think he has been one of the most impressive drivers when it comes to racecraft and navigating the chaos here in Las Vegas. He's now clawed his way up to 3rd. He's given himself a gap backwards. They're going to battle for 4th, and Oliver Hodgson can take a normal line here as Jeremy Fletcher crosses up. Both Stanfield and DeMello. Jeremy Fletcher from 17th on the grid is into the top 5.
I don't even think Hodgson was planning on making that move, but he got a boot from DeMello coming through 8, and he's like, well, I guess I'll take it now, and he's able to make it all the way up to 3rd, and he is rolling. We already know that Hodgson is very, very good from the heat races. Now he's been able to work his way all the way through these lead group, and now on the back bumper of Mossman. So coming by this time, Stolzermanis, Mossman, Hodgson, Fletcher up to 4th, and then Clayman DeMello.
Jeremy Fletcher here, after a dismal qualifying through the heat races, was definitely thinking, okay, I got a lot of work to do. But there was no disappointment when you saw him this week as Mossman goes back to the lead on Stolzermanis. Jeremy Fletcher said, okay, got a lot of work to do. Messed up in qualifying. We're going to get it done. And look at that. That right there is the RPM white and red Tony Kart colors coming into frame for the lead with still plenty of time. 6 to go. Mossman trying to hang on over Stolzermanis. Hodgson is there. Fletcher coming back. Alex Stanfield got eaten alive there in the last lap. He's going to fall way outside the frame. But Frankie Mossman coming to see 5 to go. Look at Stolzermanis late on the brakes. He'll catch Mossman off guard. Hodgson goes wheel to wheel. Bangs wheels with him. 3 wide. Fletcher down the inside. And Jeremy Fletcher takes over 2nd. Here comes DeMello back to 3rd. They got to worry about Stolzermanis up front. DeMello's going to try and go on Fletcher. Fletcher trying to hang on. Oh, man, boys. This is what's going to allow Stolzermanis to get away as they fight each other. Fletcher gets knocked wide in the chicane.
Fletcher in the wrong spot for that one, didn't have enough overlap, and so the S's end up being his undoing. But he's not out of it yet, just in the back of the group. But time is going to start running out. DeMello able to work up to P2 here. He needs to just start pushing, and he needs a little bit of help. That's going to come from Mossman. It is Stolzer-Manis with about a 5-cart lead. Is Mossman going to push here on the straight, or is he going to take matters in his own hand? How about Chase Hand? Chase Hand has been in the back of this group for a while. He's been patient. Now he's made the move up into 4. He's got Hodgson right behind him. Now they've only got about 4 laps. They are running out of time.
He'll help him out as Oliver Hodgson goes back by on Chase Hand. Hand's going to cross him over. Goes back by on Hodgson. So Oliver Hodgson back to 5th now. Stanfield 6th, Fletcher 7th. They need ZCD and Frankie Mossman to get there. Zachary Clayman-DeMello, already a one-time SuperNats winner. Could he make it 2 as Hodgson dive bombs Hand. Bring Stanfield through. Stanfield going to follow Hodgson forward. That'll put them up into the top 5. But again, this is way back from the lead for the win. Zachary Clayman-DeMello needs a Hail Mary here on that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. Otherwise, Thomas Stolzer-Manis is going to walk away with it. They'll head down the backstretch here. Big time lead. Stolzer-Manis out of the 10th that time. For the Nash Motorsports team, they are rooting him on. It's over a second now as Eduardo Villa throws a major block on Chase Hand in 1. Overdoes it. Hand with a nose on the inside, but backs out.
As you said, Stolzer-Manis adds a 10th. He did that on his own, 45.467, personal best for him. And the Clayman-DeMello ride right behind him, his personal best, but with a little bit of help from Mossman. They are going to run out of time. Only 2 to go from Aaron Likens at the stripe.
2 laps to go. Zachary Clayman-DeMello and Frankie Mossman trying to make hay, trying to work together. Unfortunately, I think everybody underestimated how fast the pole man was. Thomas Stolzer-Manis won a couple heat races, has been dominant in terms of pace so far in this main event. Every time he's kind of fell back, he's quickly run everybody back down. And now as they exit turn number 1, head for 2 and 3, you can see ZCD and Mossman working together once again for the second lap in a row. They surrender a 10th. It has gone from 9 tenths to 1 second to 1.1 seconds the lead with a lap and a half to go. Thomas Stolzer-Manis as we get a pass there. Battle raging on for P4. Fletcher versus Hodgson. Jeremy Fletcher, at least it'd be impressive to come from outside the top 50 in qualifying to get onto the podium. That's all he's fighting for now as he starts to go low into that final turn. We'll go side by side on these battles. You got a battle forming for second. You have an ongoing battle for fourth. And you got no man's land for the leader out front. Thomas Stolzer-Manis, long gone.
Stolzer-Manis is long gone, but there it is around the outside the hard way. But we're also keeping an eye on the fight just to be fine. Remember, 5 drivers on the podium. So the fight right now is for second, and the fight is to be on the podium. The podium fight, you got Fletcher, and then Hodgson, and then Stanfield.
Final time to turn number 7. Zachary Clayman-DeMello goes low there. Jeremy Fletcher defends a bit from Hodgson. He's got to worry about Stanfield. He'll block him into 8. He's just going to fight for 4th. They'll fight for 2nd here in the final turn. And Thomas Stolzer-Manis, he knows he's won it. Welcome to SuperNationals history. Thomas Stolzer-Manis wins NKA Senior. Thomas Stolzer-Manis in his SuperNationals debut puts the energy cart on the top step of the podium. The Nash Motorsports Energy driver, P1 over Zachary Clayman-DeMello, who fends off Frankie Mossman at the end. Mossman 3rd, Fletcher in 4th, Hodgson in 5th, and for the class that the last couple of seasons, I think that might be the most tame finish it's seen, because we've seen so many photo finishes, crazy last lap battles, and in this case, Thomas Stolzer-Manis gets away, keeps him away, pulls away to get the win.
It was actually pretty calm. Everybody was working together pretty well there for a while, but then the vibe changed there about a little past halfway as the side-by-side started to happen. Remember, we saw about 3 wide coming out of 7 at one point, and right then and there, right when that Hodgson got that little bit of love from Zachary Clayman-DeMello to make that move to the inside of 9, that's when things started going a little bit more elbows up. But as soon as Stolzer-Manis was able to get out front, you could tell that was the driver to beat.
Yeah, he was just so fast all race long, and again, just continue to roll that speed on through to the final couple laps. Impressive for him to be quick at the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. I mean, I don't think the pace ever really faltered for Thomas Stolzermanis. He definitely got stronger by the end of the race. I think he was at his strongest, but even in the beginning when Alex Stanfield went by him, he wasn't slow by any means. So we're going to bring the karts around and park him over by the podium. I'll head down there. Trackside here, Mike. Thomas Stolzermanis, our second winner of the day, and KA100 Sr. Always some good entertainment here to the end. So as the drivers begin to get out of their karts over here, lots of pats on the back for everyone. That one got aggressive all the way through to the finish for KA100 Sr. presented by AMR Medic West. There's a nice little congratulations from Zachary Clayman to Mello. There's Frankie Mossman coming on up to Thomas Stolzermanis. We got podiums here in just a moment, but everyone taking a breath after 20 laps for their main show. So let's go around here really quickly. We'll chat with everybody before we get them up onto the top stage all the way through for your top 5. Obviously, Thomas Stolzermanis, he's going to be surrounded by everyone for pictures here. Oliver Hodgson onto the top 5 in that one. You got some hardware here to start your Super Sunday. Walk me through that.
Yeah, it was really quick bit of equipment there. Just timing wasn't right for that one, so take that under the belt, and I'm excited for the Senior X30.
Yeah, we're excited for you that too. Front row starting spot, and hey, P5 to start the morning, not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. I'm more confident with my X30 piece of equipment, so yeah, let's go have some fun.
Congratulations, Oliver.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on over here to Jeremy Fletcher really quickly. Jeremy, like we said on the broadcast there, you seemed pretty determined all week. After the qualifying didn't go your way, there was no concern. You were like, all right, fine. We're coming from the back. You did it. You got there. Is there any way you can play that one back a little differently?
Yeah, I mean, I got the second. We were all in one pack, and then I half blocked, and everybody went by, and we lost the leader. But what can you do?
Yeah, absolutely right. We look over to the main event for the X30 Sr later today. That one's got the big payday. How do you feel for that one looking up?
Definitely think we have some pace, hoping to do the same thing and come to the front.
Well, we'll see it here. Congratulations, P4, Jeremy Fletcher in the RPM Tony Kart. Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
Zachary Clayman to Mello and Frankie Mossman here. We'll bring you both on over because you guys are working together there at the end. So let's chat with both of you guys there. Frankie, P3 in that one, led for a little bit here. Your second time at the SuperNats. This caps off, obviously, a rookie season with another race for both of you guys later today. Frankie, you first. Describe to me that one.
I feel like we both had really good speed. Tomas just drove away from us, but I felt that we played it really smart, especially for how far back we were. And it just played out really well. I think it could have been a little bit better, but I'm still thankful for what we had.
And moving over to you, Zach, here. Again, you were digging with everything you had, I'm sure, those last few laps, trying to get back to and walk me through your main event.
Yeah, I was pushing really hard. I really wanted that 22 grand for 2 class wins. I'm happy I get another shot at it this afternoon, but the kart was on rails, so thank you to REM. The motor was great, and I can't wait to have another go at it and hopefully get a win. Second is really disappointing for me.
I'm sure just close, but not close enough. But like you guys said, you got another shot later this afternoon. Thank you, boys. Here, we'll bring Thomas on over here. Thomas Stolzermanis, one of the many drivers on the youth movement. Thomas, man, it looked like from our point of view, the kart was just good all the way through. You definitely were strongest at the very, very end, but it seemed like the pace was good. Talk to me through the main event.
Yeah, it was not easy race. We were changing positions all the time, and got lucky here, go inside and get a gap behind and just to the front, you know.
Well, congratulations, buddy. You're a SuperNationals winner. How does that feel?
Amazing, amazing. I couldn't believe that I come first time in America, first time to Las Vegas, and to fight for the win and win.
Well, congratulations, buddy. We're happy for you. Let's go ahead and get everybody on over to the podiums. It's time to work our way on over. Man, what a finish for KA100 Sr. So we'll bring our top 5 on over while the last little bit gets set on the podiums. And, again, 2 main events in, so we'll bring all the drivers on over, and we'll announce them up to the top 5.
All right, we've got our podium stage set here. The Nash Motorsports and Energy Factory guys are stoked about it, but let's talk all the way through the top 5. 5th place today in K100 Senior, presented by AMR Medic West, Oliver Hodgson. P4 today from 17th on the grid, Jeremy Fletcher. 3rd place in an awesome run throughout the main event, led some laps for Team Bennick on CRG, Frankie Mossman. P2 on the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic, Zachary Clayman DeMello. And your 2022 K100 Senior, presented by AMR Medic West SuperNationals champion, Thomas Stolzermanis. And a $2,000 payday to boot here. One more round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like that, give it up for your KA Senior podium. All right, so now we are going to send the KA100 Senior top 5 over onto the scale area for post-race tech inspection, getting all the information there from Alexis Kutcher, all the top 5, and how we'll get them on through, and they'll come back and get their trophies. In the meantime, we'll take a commercial break. When we come back, we drop down one age group, actually on up and then down. K100 Master on your way. Next, from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, it's SKUSA SuperNationals 25, live on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coach.
Grandstands here at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, down by the final turn where all the action comes together. The VIP suite's starting to fill up. And hey, this one, of course, legends from the sport all the way through, and a number of very, very fast active Masters drivers on the starting grid. Of course, Renato Yader David, dominant in this one so far. He has won every session. He qualified on the pole, sweeping the heat races. He's looking for a perfect Super Sunday here in Las Vegas. So Renato Yader David leading them down the back straightaway on the outlap as they head towards turn number 1. He'll line up on the inside of Bobby Kelly in the number 424 Red Speed. Bobby Kelly's been consistent all week long. He completes that front row just ahead of Masters veteran Laurentiu Mardan in the Technokart USA entry. To his outside, it'll be the number 441 Lando Norris car to Martin Stone, who's had to come through the field just a little bit here this week. He's made up a lot of ground, and now he starts on the outside of row number 2. Billy Musgrave in the factory cart. Musgrave Racing number 422 machine rolls off on the inside of row 3. Not so great of a qualifying effort for Billy. Had to come through in all 3 heat races. Now he's got himself a much better starting spot here in the main, so keep an eye on Mr. Billy Musgrave. The king of the Afro rolls off alongside Roman Padans aboard that Franklin Motorsports Merlin, I believe. Then Johnny Blair will start on the inside. And Vans here in the final corner. You see him forming up. Renato Yader David, Bobby Kelly have the field together. So here we are. Let's see what K100 Master can do. 40-plus strong in the class debut here at the SuperNationals. Such a cool opportunity to have them all here with us as a great debut and again a class. The whole story right, starting off only 3 entered 4 months ago. Everybody called a friend, pounded the pavement, posted on social media, sent emails around, and made it happen where now it's a really quality grid here, Mike.
Yeah, and one of the big proponents of making that happen, the number 437, Mr. Rob Howden, going to be starting from 29th on the grid. 29th out of 48 in total on this entry list.
So here we are, headed on the front long start line straight, the front stretch, back stretch, whatever you'd like to call it. They're all together. Renato Yader-David, Bobby Kelly on the front row, looking for the green flag down to turn number 1. Do we get a clean start as they head on through? The smoke is up. Can we make it cleanly into the first corner? David on the inside. Kelly deep around the outside. He'll get the lead out of turn number 1 and into 2. And it looks like David will even lose second as Laurentiu Mardan slips by on the inside. Big contact over in turn number 3. It's a log jam right there. You've got about half the field stacked up in the opening chicane coming out of turn number 2. A number of cars collected. They'll exit turn 7 up front with about half the pack back there. We'll see if Rob Howden was able to make his way through it. I think he just got knocked a little bit sideways trying to avoid a crash, so not a great start for the RPG EKN Cosmic. As out of the last turn, Bobby Kelly, for the first time this weekend, is leading, and he's got a big, healthy lead at that as Laurentiu Mardan is there, and we got more contact in the back. That's one of the forward direction comp carts, and I think one more collected in turn 7. So carnage all around here in KA100 Master. Not the way they would have liked to start this main show. Man, oh man. I mean, but that's been the story of a lot of their heat races too, Mike.
Yeah, they've had a hard time on the starts, having issues on the actual straightaway this time in turn number 2. But how about Bobby Kelly? Around the outside on the start. Big hat tip, sir. That was phenomenal. Bobby Kelly, your lead, and by a decent margin right now. Laurentiu Mardan was able to also slip by Jader, as you mentioned, and Jader is still in the hunt in third, but not what he probably expected to see right on the start of his super final here for KA Masters.
Yeah, Renato Yader-David here. Not a great start to this main event in KA100 Master as they exit through. There's a look at where Rob Howden was at just for a moment. We'll give you an update on how far down the leaderboard. Unfortunately, he did fall through that first lap with a lot of carnage and a lot of attrition here to kick off a 20-lap main event. You know, we talk a lot down sometimes on the juniors and the cadets for being a little bit impatient, but these Masters drivers, they were ready to get after it here in the first ever running of this division at the SuperNationals, and it just kind of all went sideways.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of these Masters drivers, and again, too, we have a lot of drivers coming back into the game from a club deal or regional things, maybe their first SuperNationals, so maybe just the parking lot aspect and need a little bit more room next to you, make it a little bit tough on some of these Masters guys. And give you a little bit of Rob Howden update, who is actually 27th across the line that time, so he's up 2 spots. I'd like to see him get about 7 more.
Yeah, he might be there. He's trailing a pack of about 4, so he could get close. Now here's a look at the top 5. Renato Yader-David is losing ground a little bit early to Laurentiu Mardan, the Technocar driver. I think could be on the verge of battling for the lead and the win here. Headed to turn number 7. He almost had a look for the top spot. Didn't quite do it. Here they come out of the corner. It is Bobby Kelly, Mardan, David, Billy Musgrave. Martin Stone was purple last time by after losing 4th on the start, so he seems pretty good in that Lando Norris kart machine. And pass for the lead. New leader, Laurentiu Mardan takes it out of the final corner. He'll lead across the line as we put another lap in the books.
Down into turn number 1 this time. I'll be curious to see if Kelly decides to push, but my thought is we're going to see Musgrave think about taking a look and go to the inside. There it is. It's actually Kelly and Musgrave. Kelly, new leader. Musgrave is able to get it, but Jader gets it right back. So we got a fight on our hands here inside the top 5. Yader-David's going to hold on to it. Now back to the inside comes Musgrave. Musgrave back up to 3rd. The crossover is not going to happen this time. Musgrave says, come on, let's quit fighting, let's push.
So Bobby Kelly leads the way. Laurentiu Mardan now 2nd once again. And again, Billy Musgrave. Oh, big wiggle there from Martin Stone. He locked it up and it went to the wrong side of the racetrack. Nearly lost the top 5 as Renato Yader-David runs in the 4th spot.
No move, no counter move, I should say, from Mardan. Now he's about 2 kart lengths back from Kelly. Let's see if he decides to make a move down to the inside here this time by into turn number 1.
Headed down through the first corner and in. Stone is by on Yader-David. David tried to cross him up. Couldn't quite do it. Renato Yader-David, they're back outside the top 4, all the way to 5th. Not sure what's the difference here today for the Ursuline Racing Tony car driver. He's going to go to work on the needles a little bit as the leaders continue to lead, take him out of turn number 7. But for a guy that was so dominant throughout the entire week, you would think, especially because they've run it this time of day, that kart setup, everything about it would be money here in the main event as we go out of the final turn. Bobby Kelly, Laurentiu Mardan, and here comes the factory car of Billy Musgrave, 2 car lengths back out of the last turn.
Billy Musgrave, 4-time Super Nationals winner. Did you think that maybe he'd have a shot at number 5 in 100cc? He's going to try to make it happen, but right now to the inside, Mardan, new leader. Is it going to be a crossover? No. Kelly is just going to push. So new leader is Mardan. Somebody I want to keep an eye on, though, how about Johnny Blair? Johnny Blair coming up here in 6th. He's going to start closing in on these guys.
Yeah, Johnny Blair working his way closer and closer to the top 5. That pack is all together here, and then it's a big pack in the middle of the field from 7th on back. So you got your top 5, you got one more, and then you've got a massive gaggle about probably 7th all the way back to about maybe 13th. As out of the last turn, Mardan, Kelly, Musgrave, Stone, David, and then like you said, closing on in, Johnny Blair in the 412 RPG Cosmic.
Once again on that lap, Renato Jader was playing with the needles, trying to find. There it is again. You can see it on the screen. So whenever he reaches over there, he's trying to find a little something. He's trying to figure out, why am I not able to get everything out of this? Because that's our pole sitter. Obviously, Kelly went around the outside of the start, but Jader now hanging out there in 5th on the tail end of the podium.
So here we go towards turn 7, out of the last turn. Here's Rob Howden out of turn number 1, picked up a couple spots up to 22nd, 2 spots away from your top 20 call for him here. And at the same time, the halfway flags will be coming out shortly because we're going to put 8 in. He's still got 12 more laps to go and some more real estate up the road to try and make up some more ground here. So across the line we go. Laurentiu Mardan, the leader still over Bobby Kelly. That gap has opened up just a little bit to 4/10. When does Billy Musgrave go to 2nd? Not this time in 1. He's going to take his time there in this lead group all the way back to Renato Jader David there in the 5th position.
David now actually just a few more kart lengths off the back of the top 5. So Jader looks like he's actually losing a little bit to Stone, although closing back up ever so slightly there in turn number 6. He is busy behind the wheel almost every single lap, maybe 2 times through the corners, 2 times through the lap. You see him getting on that carburetor.
So they go into turn number 9, head over for turn number 10. Laurentiu Mardan, a car length and a half up. Bobby Kelly 2nd. Again, still close. He closed up a little bit this time. In fact, he got a great exit out of that last turn. Bobby Kelly is going to have a huge head of steam down the front backstretch. Big run looking inside with Billy Musgrave to try and go with as well. Not going to happen. In fact, he overshoots it. Mardan, crossover move. Nicely done for Mr. Technokart USA. One half of it anyway, with Christian Vomir as well working his way up to the grid. But Laurentiu Mardan holds the lead. Look at Musgrave. What? Oh, no! He makes contact with Johnny Blair. Blair goes around in turn 6 off of Musgrave.
I believe that was Kelly.
Or no, Bobby Kelly, sorry. Yeah, not Johnny Blair. Bobby Kelly there, who had just lost the lead, and he gets turned the opposite way. That was a weird wreck there.
It looked like Musgrave made the move to the inside and then maybe just tried to grab a little bit more left foot because the back end just stepped. And as soon as it stepped out, it got climbing over Bobby Kelly. Terrible deal for Bobby Kelly. The 424 now continuing, but he finds himself behind Molinati outside of the top 10.
Good on Bobby Kelly for being able to continue there after that one, but unfortunately, it again takes his Supernats hopes pretty much up in smoke for the guy that led the opening couple laps of this one with a great around the outside move for the lead. And for Billy Musgrave, hopefully that did not bend the axle. I don't think it did because he didn't really get airborne. Definitely bent a little bit on the right rear side of the bumper, but Billy Musgrave cleaned the tires back off, try to hit the reset button. He's still in that lead group somehow, as it's Martin Stone now into 2nd, Renato Jader David in 3rd, and it's given Laurentiu Mardan a little bit of breathing room out in front as they head down the backstretch.
Yeah, and there's actually still half this race to go, right? I mean, we still have a lot of laps, 20 total, and we've only got 11 in the books. So Mardan with that little bit of a lead. Let's see if Renato Jader pushes Stone and they can catch back up.
So here they go through the chicane. Laurentiu Mardan, Martin Stone. Martin Stone looked pretty good last lap there, and he looks even better this time. Big run out of turn number 6 for him. He'll cut the gap down just a little bit, go from 3 car lengths down to 2 car lengths to Laurentiu Mardan into turn number 8 and 9. And Mardan, Stone actually even pulled away a little from David in the process as well. So Martin Stone on a burner this lap especially, but probably coming into his own here right now as they come across the line. That was the fastest lap of the entire session set by Martin Stone, so nicely done.
And also personal best out of Renato Jodder. He's been working the needles. He's been trying to find out what he could do to get a little bit more. I think maybe he found it. Jodder a little bit off of Stone. Stone is the fastest guy on course, and now is going to be taking the fight to Mardan, but Jodder still very much in this.
So Renato Jodder David will try to close back up. This lap looks even better for David on that Ursulon Racing Tony Kart in third. You see back behind them at the edge of the group, Billy Musgrave is starting to fade away a little bit there. The bright white helmet on the factory kart. Musgrave Racing Entry losing a little bit of time as they head out of turn number 9.
You got to wonder if maybe there's a little bit of damage on that car after that contact with Kelly. It doesn't look like there's any kind of bent axle or like that. It doesn't seem like he's vibrating, or maybe a smidge, but you wonder, he had to get up in the air for a second.
Well, to me, I looked at the steering wheel coming by us. It looks like it's a little bit cockeyed.
Okay.
I think Billy Musgrave might have a slightly bent front end on that go-kart with the way that he landed, or maybe even kissed the outside retaining wall. So Billy Musgrave, potentially, like you said here, just a little bit of damage.
But he also did the fastest lap of the race just now, so which also wouldn't surprise me. It's almost like Billy Musgrave needs something bent to go a little bit quicker because he digs even deeper. There he is, charging under the brakes. 4 drivers, nose to tail. We've only got 6 to go.
Musgrave looking good this time, coming across the line here as they head towards the turn 11 complex and down the backstretch. When does Billy Musgrave go back around? He sees Renato Jodder David tuning the needles again down the straightaway, and Martin Stone as well has an opportunity on Mardan. He doesn't take it. Musgrave does on his, but David's going to fight him, and I think David was able indeed to get back around him. So Renato Jodder David hangs on to third, Musgrave back to fourth. I think he may wait until maybe the last lap as a do-or-die move to try that turn 6 pass again, though.
Yeah, I don't know that turn 6 was going to be something he's going to replicate unless he's got a lot bigger run, and it's tough to do as you come out of the S's. Up front, we saw Mardan run that tighter line, and you could see the car just kind of twitch under the brakes. He's going in deep to try to make it happen, but Stone was right with him. Even with that pass and repass from Musgrave and Jodder, they did not lose much at all. You saw on screen an issue on course.
That was one of the high-five performance Tony Karts and I think a Franklin Motorsports OTK, if I'm not mistaken. But 2 drivers there coming together at the back. Speaking of coming through the field, yellow flags waving here for them, how far back they were. The track's still trying to get clear, headed over through turns 2 and 3. The yellow flags will drop next time by, which means that we should be clear when we get to 4 laps to go. And then just in that zone, local yellow, Laurentius Mardan taking him out of turn number 7 here this time. We'll go to turn number 8. It is still Martin Stone right there. Renato Jodder David in third, Musgrave fourth. It's anyone's game, and I'll give it to Martin Stone. He's shown a lot of patience so far. He's had multiple chances, I feel like, at the end of the backstretch to pull the trigger and go to the lead. He doesn't want to do it yet. He's wanting to stay in second for whatever the reason may be. However, Billy Musgrave, he's antsy. He's ready to go. Looking for third on David down the long backstretch. This time, he'll keep it a little bit more under control and take away that crossover attempt. So second try works out for Billy Musgrave and the Musgrave Racing Factory Kart back up a spot higher on the podium. And I don't know if we've had too many crash and wins at the SuperNationals, but again, like you said, it's just a Billy Musgrave. That's right up his alley to be that guy to pull it off. And it would be a great way, a wild way for him to get SuperNationals win number 5 as we head out of turn number 9. This time by 3 laps to go for Laurentius Mardan, Martin Stone, Billy Musgrave, Renato Jodder David. And while we'll quickly watch the top 4, let's give you your Rob Howard an update. He's up to 21st, about 2 seconds away from that top 20. Might just be 1 spot out. Pending penalties, of course. Penalties might put him back in. Let's look at the leaders, though. No change. Out of 1, over to 2, headed through 2 and 3. Your race leader is still Laurentius Mardan. He's led the most laps. Meanwhile, his teammate on the other end of the racetrack pulling to a halt. Christian Vomier is going to pull the yellow flags in the final corner with a mechanical issue. So Laurentius Mardan on one end of the track leading the race here, Mike. And now the yellow flags are going to wave into the final turn as Christian Vomier, his kart comes to a halt. This time by, though, 2 laps to go. Double sticks in the air. Can Mardan hold on? Can Billy Musgrave find a way by? He continues to watch Martin Stone. Stone just gave a little hand signal to Musgrave. I think he's going right here, Mike.
I don't think he's going to have a shot. I think Musgrave's going to make the move instead. I don't think he's going to wait. Blocking from Mardan. Here comes Stone. Crossover, a lot of curve out of Musgrave. Is that going to be enough? Musgrave to P2. Now he's going to take the fight to Mardan.
And he did not lose any time thanks to Mardan blocking. So Billy Musgrave makes his way up to second. Laurentiu Mardan checks the gap, goes center track into 7. He'll lead them on out here. 1 lap to go at the line. A lap and a quarter away from Billy Musgrave getting 5. He puts the bumper to Mardan, who really checks him up there in 8. Out of turn number 9, they're all going to stack up. Musgrave, everybody normal line. Mardan a little bit low, and that'll hurt his momentum on the front stretch. He knows that. White flag waving. Here comes Musgrave.
I think that was a calculated mistake there by Mardan, going that big kind of defense, because here comes the fight, and it's not just going to be Musgrave. Here, all around the outside. Here comes Musgrave. Not going to do it. Stone to the inside. New leader, Stone.
Martin Stone, your leader out of turn number 3. It is Mardan getting the bumper from Musgrave through the chicane. Musgrave thought about turn 6. Couldn't do it. Laurentiu Mardan's led almost every single lap so far. He's going to open up in 7. Musgrave's going to stuff him. He's done with it, and that'll give Martin Stone the biggest lead we've seen in this pack in the last few laps. I questioned him a little bit of being patient, wanting to wait, and he pulls it off at the right time. He looks like a genius. Martin Stone wins in KA Masters. Billy Musgrave second, Renato Yader-David third, Laurentiu Mardan fourth, Danilo Ramallo after a not so great run through the heats, 14 spots gained into the top 5. Handshakes going mostly all around there for the top 5 drivers there. I'm sure at this point they all had some kind of game plan of how they were going to win, and obviously it only worked out for Martin Stone, and it may not, I don't think it would have gone the way he thought it was. I think his plan was to wait in second, wait, eventually go by. Musgrave goes by him, and then ultimately him and Mardan going side by side. Credit to Billy Musgrave trying that outside move by turn number 1, but it's so tricky because the braking zone is so long. So as soon as the guy on the bottom side of the racetrack sees a driver go high, you just kind of release the brake. You realize you don't need to park it on the apex for a crossover. He's actually trying to pass me around the outside. I got the short way around. I'll go in as deep as you, and then I'll get clear. So from Billy Musgrave and everybody else who's tried to rip it around the top side, you've got to be, I don't know exactly how to do it. If I did, I might be out there winning SuperNats, but I'm not. But they were able to kind of surprise drivers, the couple that did it. Bobby Kelly, obviously, that was able to do it at the start, caught David by surprise and ripped him around the outside. When Billy Musgrave, he kind of showed his hand, I feel like, a little bit too early in that dog leg.
I'll tell you what, Billy Musgrave almost got the job done around the outside. But I think that's the thing we're seeing down over there in turn number 1 is it's never just going to be one driver. When you're a group of drivers going into that corner, Mardan was trying to defend on Musgrave, and it was Stone who ends up making the most of that scenario. And as they go 2 by 2 in turn number 7, it gave the win to Martin Stone. Martin Stone, SuperNationals winner here in KA Masters. And if you're counting the number of go-karts down there, Bomir is actually congratulating his teammate from a podium right there. And there's one other one over there by the podium, the number 437, Rob Howden, who made it all the way up to P20. Let's go.
Yeah, give it up. Top 20 for our now SKUSA Hall of Famer. One more time. Give it up for Rob Howden. Again, Rob is the architect that has helped make this class a 40-driver field. Let's talk to all of our drivers inside the top 5. Danilo Ramallo. Danilo, I know in previous races you've won, you're like, my English is so-so, but here, man, how about something in your native tongue? What would you like to say on Portuguese to your Brazilian friends and family back home?
I'm really happy about the race. I started in the back because I crashed in the second rig, and in rig 3 I crashed 2 times. And it started in 19 and then one good race and one started not so good. But I'm really happy. I just want big thanks for my team REM, for my power, D2 power, it's amazing. And for my family always with me in all the race. And that's all.
Man, your English is way good. Why do you always deny me from interviews, man? That was awesome. All right, there we go. Danilo Ramallo. Let's go on back on through here. I believe we've got just about everybody. Laurentiu Mardan. Laurentiu, talk me through your race there. You led the most laps. You had a good run. Walk me through the final couple laps, man.
I hit the barrier in the chicane, and the kart is bent, so I kind of lost a little bit of speed. I overheated the front tires, and it was kind of tricky to drive it, but I'm glad I got it to the end. So good weekend overall so far. So probably it was better to win, but next time.
Next time for sure. Congratulations here, Lorenzo Mardan. Happy for you, buddy, here. Billy Musgrave, man, so close. Talk about giving us to talk about all the way through there. First of all, our camera was kind of on the side, so can you describe a little bit about the turn 6 deal with Bobby Kelly early on?
Yeah, I mean, I knew my stuff was fast, and I kind of caught them, sat behind it, waited for some stuff to happen, and they were just kind of sitting there, so I said, hey, now's my time to go. And, you know, props to Manning. The motor on Bobby's engine was killer, so I had nothing for him down the straightaway, but I was much better on the infield. So we kind of threw it down the inside. And unfortunately, I kind of got into the back of, I think, Mardan at the time, so it kind of checked me up, and then, you know, we all kind of collected right there. It was unfortunate. I was looking forward to some good, clean racing. It took me a little bit to recover after that. Started playing with the needles, trying to get it dialed in. Started feeding it some more fuel, and the thing came back to life with about 6 or 7 laps to go. We were able to run back down the leaders, had a good race with Renato David, and then got back up to the lead, and on that last lap I knew he was going to go down low, so I was like, well, let's try to send it around the outside. And props to Mardan for holding it wide open just a little bit longer than I did. But that was a lot of fun. Probably 1 lap too short, but yeah, it was fun.
Heck of a run for you, Billy. Congratulations, P2 in the inaugural KA Masterclass.
Thank you.
Billy Musgrave will be back with us in Pro Shifter in the main event at the end of the day. It'll be a little harder there, but Martin Stone, man, you got a big cheering section over here. They are stoked for you, buddy. That race seemed, from your perspective, trying about really staying patient. You kind of waited a long, long time, and then the race just, I don't want to say it fell into your lap because you put yourself there, but the seas parted there at the end.
Yeah, actually backed up a little bit, let Billy pass because I knew he was better at the end of the straight, and then he went in, and I knew, yeah, we just had to get it right off the corner and go through the chicane first one, so, yeah.
Worked out pretty good for you. Who do you got to thank? Obviously, such a massive effort to get to the SuperNationals.
RFM boys for coming out to help me this weekend. Scott Cheney, Austin, my wife coming out this weekend to see me, Mona, REM. Yeah, a lot of support. Forgot it.
Well, hey, man, you are going down in the history books as the first ever KA100 Masters SuperNationals winner. That's got to feel pretty cool.
Yeah, I suppose the best do it next year. It's well done.
Yeah, you got to come back. You got to come back. Give it up for Martin Stone, our inaugural winner. We're going to take our top 5 on over to the podium here, get things set up. Renato Yada David as well, so close here in this one for him, and he ends up inside the top 5. So we'll go quiet on the mic again. But hey there, Mike, it sounds like everyone's still in good spirits. So back to you in the booth for a moment. But, man, everyone in KA Master having a good time here at the end. And I've got to turn this mic over to an SKUSA Hall of Famer to help us call this top 5. But first, before I give it over to you, Mike, Rob, man, goal, I don't know. It sounds like you got a big smile on your face. That first lap was wild. I saw you get really gnarly. It looked like it was you sideways over in turn number 6 and then had to dig back forward. Walk us through your race.
You know, indeed, the opening laps were going to be crazy. I knew it was kind of starting back in 29, trying to find any opening I could. It got a little wild on me for a bit, but then I just put my head down and dug down, and I didn't get the block, and it didn't pull me off. So that's a good win. And the over-under, 20th as well.
Heck of a run there for 20th. This is the end of a big journey. The drive to 25. You're finally here on the 25th SuperNationals. You got a big crowd around you. Everyone respects what you've done. And, man, today, could it get any better for you?
No, Xander, I don't think so. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. These guys here are all rock stars. I'm privileged to be able to drive with them.
Well, you're a heck of a champion, heck of a sportsman. Rob Howden, I'll hand the mic over to you. K100 Master Podium coming up next.
Thank you, Xander. We'll bring our drivers in here, and we'll be able to get the podium for you, get things dialed in. All the interviews obviously done. Xander took care of that for us. All right, let's get things underway, folks. Let's get the drive home in the 5th spot today. Danilo Ramalho, P5. P5 for Danilo Ramalho for Racing Edge Motorsports. Coming home in 4th spot today, Laurent Mardan. Finishing in 3rd in our KA100 Masters class, Renato Jutter. Guys are treated to a great race up front right here. Finishing in 2nd, round of applause for Billy Musgrave. And it will be the trivia answer to who won the first KA100 Masters race. Put your hands together for Martin Stone. Well done. Drivers up front, stacked field in this KA100 Master category. Huge field. And congratulations to those who came up on top onto the podium for the 25th running of the SuperNationals. Martin Stone hiking up the big bespoke trophy. Tremendous drive. Great battling up front, as we would expect out of a KA category. And again, wrapping things up, guys, here from Victory Lane. Great job for Martin Stone. Lots more racing to come.
Thank you, Rob. And we'll let Rob Howden get himself out of the suit, get some water, and as well, the same for all of our competitors in the top 5 for KA100 Master. Billy Musgrave, he's part of the big dance later on tonight, trying to go for 15 grand. Got his work cut out for him after blowing a motor in one of the opening heat races, and had a major impact with the wall, but he's got 2 other decent ones. He's in the show, and the factory Kart Musgrave Racing driver already has himself at least 1 piece of hardware here from SuperNationals 25. Next up, from the Masters to the Juniors, Caleb Gaffera. You talk about chasing history, making history here with the first ever winner for Martin Stone. Caleb Gaffera is trying to back up the feat of Jeremy Fletcher with a sweep of the junior main events here this weekend. He's already got himself on the pole for both. Great runs of the heats, 2 heat wins and a top 3 in the other result. So Caleb Gaffera will lead your field off. When we come back, live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, it's SKUSA SuperNationals 25 live on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas for SKUSA SuperNationals 25. At this moment, right now, this second, nearly 2,000 total viewers from live around the world are watching this live coverage of the SKUSA SuperNationals. That's a new record. We already have been shattering viewership numbers all the way through the week, nearly 20,000 total views. And yeah, the crowd here in Vegas, they're here too. Go ahead, we'll send it on around. We've got people in grandstands at turn number 1. We've got them over in the final corner as well. And hey, some Kart Chaser merch there as well. There we go. Get everybody up on the Jumbotron. Wave, make some noise
It is time for KA100 Jr. to get underway. Caleb Gaffera, Elio Meza, the front row here, two of the stars from the season at the SKUSA Pro Tour. It's only fitting for them to be leading them to the green here in the main event. It is Enzo Vidmontien and Ernesto Rivera in row number 2. Stephen Miller, Jesus Vasquez Jr., row 3. Christian Cameron, Alex Mercado, row 4. Carson Weinberg and Max Taylor, row number 5, to complete the top 10. The rest of them coming together here, over 65 total entries. Got us down to the top 40 in the nation. KA100 Jr. headed to turn number 1. Where do we end up? Does everybody make it through cleanly? Gaffera takes him down low, and Meza around the outside. Nice move from Elio Meza. He'll take over the lead to turn number 2.
How about that? We just saw Kelly do it, and I wasn't sure we were going to see it again, but Meza is like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I might try that myself. Nails it. Now, Gaffera, we know, is fast. Maybe he was just a little bit too patient. One driver already in the barriers there. I believe it was the 860.
Oh, man, big contact in the wall for what looks like maybe one of the Tony Kart pilots as Elio Meza leads your field here for the first time. Lap 1 complete, or coming to be completed. It's Meza over Gaffera. Vidmontien is second. Big time pass from Stephen Miller there for third. And there's contact in the back of that grouping. Looks like the 878. I don't know if that is Alex Mercado or one of the other. Indeed, Alex Mercado in the Speed Concept Racing Red Speed, I believe.
Christian Cameron was the other driver, Cameron? Right? I think Christian Cameron and Mercado were the two drivers connected, I believe.
There we go. Yeah, so Caleb Gaffera. Oh, look at this. Already crossover move. Trying for the lead. Gaffera to the lead, headed to turn number 2. Caleb Gaffera takes over the lead right back as Meza went to block, and Meza gets crossed over. Back behind him, Enzo Vidmontien on that Motaz Sport Kart Republic. Again, what a great ending to 2021 for this kid in Mini. And now Enzo Vidmontien, rookie junior season, looking strong. He's third at the SuperNationals at the end of lap number 1.
Coming out of turn number 9 and going into the final corner. It's a block already. Gaffera already on defense, and we are finishing lap 2. That is early.
So there's a lot of strategies to that, right? I think in Caleb Gaffera's case, he's trying to trigger a fight behind for second. He thinks if he blocks, Meza opens up, it'll go. But now he blocked and then opened the door, and Meza goes by in turn number 1 and brings Vidmontien with him. And here comes the 2020. Oh, big contact. Ernesto Rivera and Mercado out of the top 10. Rivera across the line in 9th. Mercado is out as well. Big contact.
Glenn Denning as well, I think, in that group. Thought that's who I saw on the Nash Motorsports ride.
Speaking of Nash Motorsports, the reigning series champion, Jesus Vasquez Jr., first-time national champ, has caught the leaders thanks to the battling up front. Jesus Vasquez Jr., P4, makes it 4 up front. Stephen Miller makes 5. And Carson Weinberg, his first ever time. I got news of this here, Mike. He has not even tested a full-size kart before this weekend in Las Vegas. And Carson Weinberg is up in the top 6.
Big shot there. I'm not sure we saw it on screen. No, we did not, but there's all kinds of carnage going in the back. Driver's not doing a very good job of the respect program, but up front, the respect is being shown. It is a good, hard battle. Out front right now, it is Meza. Really liking that fight behind him. You had Gaffera, Vidmontien, Vasquez Jr., Miller, and Weinberg all in that group. Weinberg was fastest, but now, as you can see, side by side now at turn number 8. Around the outside is not going to work for Gaffera. Gaffera, remember, back to lap number 2, went defensive, and now he is going the wrong way.
Yeah, Caleb Gaffera got shuffled in turn 1 by Vidmontien and Jesus Vasquez Jr. And the pole man down to the 5th spot with Carson Weinberg on the bumper. Cameron Brinkman on that MBR BJR Lando Norris kart into 7th, already up a couple spots. And Cameron Brinkman is actually up 9 spots into 7th from 16th on the grid after a terrible run through 1 or 2 of the heats. Some bad luck. Cameron Brinkman's got an outside shot to get in there. Speaking on the same likes as Jeremy Fletcher and KA100 Sr. So back to the front, though. Elio Meza for a moment got a gap. Enzo Vidmontien chopping away at it as they battle back behind at the edge of the top 10. And coming along for the ride with with Vidmontien is Vasquez Jr. And Caleb Gaffera has finally gone back around Stephen Miller and pulled a nice little gap. So he's in no man's land in 4th. Miller's in 5th. Weinberg's in 6th. And they've got Cameron Brinkman now on the bumper, as well as Christian Cameron, I believe, getting himself back up there as well.
Big mover right now is Cooper Shipman. Shipman, fastest driver on course and looking to make more moves. New leader.
Enzo Vidmontien tried it. Oh, look at that. Elio Meza gets around the outside. That's the first time we've seen a move like that, Mike. Enzo Vidmontien was so afraid of getting crossed over at the exit of the corner, he narrowed his own exit, and Meza kept the momentum up on the outside and got the outside to the inside in turn 2. So now we've seen the opposite of a crossover. So many crossovers in turn 1, especially in the lower horsepower 100cc classes, and the same in the cadet divisions for Mini and Micro Swift. For Elio Meza, that was a nice heads-up move there for the Iron Rock Tony Kart driver. He leads the way down out of turn number 11 and on the backstretch, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. to the rear bumper right there, knocking on the door of Enzo Vidmontien.
And I was just going to say it before, but there it is. It's going to go for a 2 for. That was a huge move for Vasquez. Vasquez takes the top spot. He was going to push on through and instead made it 3 wide. Jesus Vasquez Jr., new leader.
Nice work for Jesus Vasquez Jr. on that Nash Motorsports EOS kart. And the national #1 plate holder leads the way for the first time in the main event, and all this battling up front, including that awesome 3 wide, 2-for-1 pass for the lead, has opened the gap, or closed the gap backwards. Carson Weinberg, Cameron Brinkman, Stephen Miller are all in the mix here, and Caleb Gaffera in total. It's a 7-driver party at the front of the field, Mike. We're not halfway yet. There is a lot of racing to go. There is a lot that could happen still.
Exactly that. And actually, I'm wondering, there it is, you see it on screen. Defense out of Vasquez. He's able to roll the outside, but here comes the challenge. No, he's able to close the door. So that was Meza trying to find a little way around. Now going to turn number 6, next opportunity. Not going to happen here. There is zero patience. Everybody wants to get to the front, and that makes sense because this is the SuperNats. Jesus Vasquez is going to curl around further back. That is another move now, a little bit of a contact there, but they're all clear as they go towards turn number 8.
Nice move by Cameron Brinkman. He'll bring Stephen Miller with him up, or I believe Stephen Miller with him on there as Carson Weinberg loses a spot. So Stephen Miller into 6th, Brinkman 5th, now 4th as Caleb Gaffera gets knocked to the wayside. So Gaffera up and then back down and then up and then back down again for the pole award man.
And that all started with Vidmontien's move down to the inside of the turn 9 section, but there it is again. 3 wide as we go into the S's. They're all going to shake it out. Very well done for the juniors.
Big time lead for Jesus Vasquez Jr. It's a similar story. He watched Thomas Stolzermanis, his Nash Motorsports teammate, get a little gap and make the most of it in that K8100 Senior Main Event. The difference, though, Stolzermanis got that gap with about 4 laps to go. Vasquez still has 11 more, and Cameron Brinkman is digging here. So much speed for that Lando Norris kart out of the Mike Doty Racing Camp. They'll exit the final turn. Cameron Brinkman up to 2nd. Again, he was a 16th place driver on the grid for the main event. So from the outside lane, row 8 into the top 2, and we're still less than 8 laps in. This would have been a great heat, too.
If you're in the paddock and you're wondering, hey, I wonder if I can make it happen from needing 14 or 15 spots, yes, you can. You can make it from the mid-teens or further back. Things need to go your way, but you also need to make inroads quick, and that's exactly what Brinkman has been able to do.
And not only that, right, he's doing that strictly off of raw pace and decision-making. There's still, of course, the Vegas odds of a full course yellow, of a potential red flag due to all the barriers right up next to your go-kart for 40 karts. There's always a chance of carnage and calamity in the opening few laps. We've been lucky enough the first couple races did not have anything. There's still a big chance that it could happen in the later stages of the day. But for now, down the backstretch, Cameron Brinkman continues to close the gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr., and that whole pack behind him is closing up as well because Meza hit his personal best, Miller personal best, Vidmontien went best overall, Weinberg went good, Gaffera faded a little bit. Don't know what's going on for Caleb Gaffera. Not a great lap for him. He's on the verge of losing touch with the top 6 down in 7th.
Vasquez Jr. was the leader, but he actually lost almost 4/10 that lap. His personal best, as you say, all the way down for the drivers behind him. Vasquez Jr. needs to find a little bit more. He's going to come under fire from Brinkman this very next time by.
You talk about other guys like Brinkman coming to the field. Max Garcia, one of the top qualifiers overall, had a bad opening heat race with a mechanical issue with the bumper bolt breaking. so it put him buried in the pack. He had 2 other good heats, made his way forward. Speaking of going forward, look at this battle. Jesus Vasquez Jr. That move, a crossover in the braking zone. I can't say we've seen that one yet, Mike.
Well, add that to the long list of moves there in turn number 1. But up in the inside is 6. That was Mazer to the inside. It's not going to work this time. As it come out, still going to be Vasquez. He looks over his shoulder. Here's the defense.
Look at this 3 wide. Brinkman on the bottom. Vidmontian in the middle. Crossover from Stephen Miller for 3rd. He'll have the inside and preferred lane into 8. And Brinkman has to give way. So Brinkman falls to 4th. Weinberg into the mix. Here comes Max Taylor, Max Garcia, Cooper Shipman, Oliver Weldon, Christian Cameron. I mean, we're 12 deep at the front as long as the leaders continue to fight, because right now, Elio Meza and Jesus Vasquez Jr., they had an opportunity to get away. Not going to happen. Meza back on the inside. He'll take over the lead once again here with 7 laps to go.
And immediately the fight comes right back for Vasquez. Vasquez does not have anything of that. He actually crosses over. Meza's not going to do it here. So the pass from Meza, and then it crossed back over and into the S's was for Vasquez. And he's going to hold on to it through turn number 7, but look at the train. We've now got about 10 to 12 to 13 karts all in the conversation for the win.
Yeah, big time train for this one here with Vasquez Jr. and Meza going at it. Now, how does the pack all shake out? You got guys like Enzo Vidmontien falling backwards here. Max Garcia is going to get by him at the edge of the frame behind what looks to be Cooper Shipman. Shipman's drive forward from way back. He was 17th on the grid. He's up into the top 10 and a little higher than that now as Vasquez starts to block. Look at the crossover move from Stephen Miller. Can he get 2? He can.
That's exactly what we saw before with Martin Stone. 2 drivers worried about themselves. P3 in the lineup gets them both.
Stephen Miller started off 2022 making a name for himself at the SKUSA Winners Series, getting his first career national win. And then since then, it's been kind of an up and down, topsy-turvy season. He switched over to the Kart Republic Alonso chassis with the Chad Duncan Racing Mainstay team, and he has been actually really coming along the last couple months in big races he's been up. He now leads the way at the biggest stage in the world, the Las Vegas SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, with just under 7 laps to go as they head down to turn number 1. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is going to go back by on him, though, and the national champ retakes the lead. Meza back to 2nd. Brinkman went way back again, and he's back up to 4th already. The MDR BJR Lando Norris kart up to P4, and look behind him here now. That is going to be Max Taylor cracking the top 5 for the first time here today.
I'd be curious if anybody's got a clicker of seeing how many passes for the lead we've had. I think it's pretty much 18 per lap.
Yeah, this is
Crazy.
wild stuff here for KA Jr. So much shuffling. And they've all, I think, been smart about it. No one has overly fought for 2nd and let the leader really get gone, like we saw in the senior class. Everybody's just kind of lining back up for a little bit, gets a good run, and then kind of gets the leader back. And now Vasquez was trying to block. I think Meza's found a hole. No, he did not. Vasquez on the bottom. Meza down low. Brinkman down low. Look, Meza rooted him out of the groove. Just got on the bumper a little bit, moved him up the racetrack, and move Elio Meza back to the lead. Vasquez Jr. back to 2nd. Here comes Stephen Miller for that spot. He'll take it away in 6th. And right here, they got to stay single file from turn 7 on to reel back in Elio Meza. If they battle in these last 2 hairpins for 2nd, he's going to be gone. There's not enough time left. 4 to go. Meza, Miller, Vasquez Jr. Shipman is up into 4th. Look at Caleb Gaffera. Oh, big contact. Brinkman's in the wall. Cameron Brinkman got caught out by Caleb Gaffera, and what a heroic drive. Got another one. Weldon in the wall. Last turn. Oliver Weldon into the outside retaining wall as well. Big contact out in the middle of that grouping, and Oliver Weldon is okay in that JC Karting Lando Norris card, unfortunately. But back up front, where do they all stack up? Well, that just split our pack up in half. Now we've got 4 at the front, and look at this. Cooper Shipman. Are you kidding me? Outside the top 15 to 2nd here with 3.5 laps to go.
We're talking about drivers being able to make some big inroads. Shipman now in the conversation. He hasn't been up there yet, and now he is going to be the one who can take the fight to Meza first. But will the fight come on his back bumper on the straightaway this time by? 3 laps to go.
Cooper Shipman 2 car lengths back from his teammate Elio Meza. What do the Iron Rock Motorsports boys do? Yeah, they're going to try and work together and help each other get away. Meza's going to have to block. Shipman does as well. Miller tried the crossover, but I think he clipped the curb, so it didn't get a good run into turn number 2. He's got another run there with Vasquez Jr. on the tail. And Caleb Gaffera, I'll give him credit. He's kept his head neutral through this whole time and navigated this race well. He's still in the top 5 as it comes down to it. Miller opens up again, can't get a run. Still single file to turn 8. This time by Mike, the double sticks will wave. 2, or go in the air really, 2 to go. Cooper Shipman second. Elio Meza leads. It's a Houston, Texas-based team. 1-2 at the SuperNats with 2 to go.
Slight contact there in P5. That was Gaffera and Vidmontien. They were just trying to go for the same piece of real estate, but the fight is up front. Down into turn number 1. The leader coming out of it is going to not change, but further back for third. Vasquez to the inside. Side by side for the S's. Vasquez up to third.
Nice pass there by Jesus Vasquez Jr. And now the Nash Motorsports California kid will try to work his way back to the top 2 as it's only about a cart length up the road. Stephen Miller will give him time. Doesn't make him block too much. Vidmontien, Christian Cameron, and everybody back there, though, they're fighting hard. Unfortunately for Caleb Gaffera, he got the worst of it.
It's going to be maybe Vasquez or even Miller because remember, so far, third place has been the catbird seat for turn number 1. Here we go, white flag. It could be Vasquez, but watch out for Miller as well.
Stephen Miller has loved to try that crossover move. I guarantee he's going to pull it on someone here. He's got a big gap out back. He can go as wide as he wants to. There's nobody home to try and pass him. There he goes, all the way wide. The top 3 down low. What can Miller do? He's going to go 3 wide for second. On the inside, contact. Vasquez wide. They're going to wad him up in 3. It took out Shipman as well. Up front, Elio Meza. Here comes Miller on the inside. Stephen Miller to the lead out of turn 6.
Miller was the one who went full wide. It was defense in front of him, and he went full setup. Still do the crossover. They just all weren't able to make it. Now going down at turn number 8, side by side. That's Meza. A little bit of contact there. Wide goes Miller. They're both side by side coming out. Here comes Vidmontien. Vidmontien's taking a look. They're all side by side pushing through the corner. Meza's going to have it.
Meza wins in KA Jr. A bump and run on the final hairpin. He moves Stephen Miller up just a lane. Little love tap from Enzo Vidmontien. I think Meza would have liked to try the high side. As soon as Vidmontien got to him, that situation went out the window. And already, Race of the Year candidate here from KA100 Jr. for chaos as well as for passing every single lap. That's what we were talking about in that pre-race show. This on-track product is just phenomenal to watch for these 20-minute sprints.
It's and that right there, that kind of caps off the 100cc game right there, the KA program, and oh, that was phenomenal. Now, the curious part is there was a lot of contact there those last couple of laps. Hopefully, all these bumpers are intact.
Yeah, that's what they're going to check right now. So the first thing they're doing is stopping them back by the scale area before they release our top 5 to announce the podium. And you saw the black and checkered flags waving. For those of you tuning in for the very first time, a black flag with the checkered flag doesn't disqualify the whole field, but it says that the results are unofficial. So you can see Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the track. He's working his way around over at turn number 7. I think we've got Enzo Vidmontien parked over here by scales. Is he going to go? Yes, Vidmontien is going to be part of our top 5. We're going to have to wait for the official word from where everybody stacks up, but you can see Jesus Vasquez Jr. is coming around, Caleb Gaffera, Stephen Miller, and Elio Meza's got the checkered flag. So as it stands, Elio Meza, a last lap, last corner hero, gets the win in Las Vegas. It caps off the year, and this is a family here, a father-son tuning duo. They were hoping to just be able to make this one, and they were. He's one of the only drivers in the podium here that's not even running in the afternoon later in X30 Jr. I talked to him about it. He said he'd love to do it. Budget just wasn't there for him.
Phenomenal last few laps. Xander's going to work his way down to the final corner. How about Helio Meza, everybody? Give it up for him. How about Helio? Xander Clements on his way down there. He's going to get with our drivers momentarily. Xander Clements on his way down there. Xander, it's all you, buddy. Xander, it's all you, buddy.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that here. We'll go ahead and on down and talk with all of our drivers here as we have the top 5 result, and everyone's got a different story on how they thought that race went down because it went all kinds of different ways. No question there. So first, Caleb Gaffera, come on over here to me, buddy. Pole award, great heat races. And that main seemed like you saw yourself 20th, 15th, 10th, 5th, the lead. Walk us through it.
I mean, on the start, the engine just didn't go. I just stalled out. And then through the whole race, I was getting pushed around. And so, I mean, I just couldn't really do much.
Either way here, you at least were able to survive to get yourself onto the podium. That's got to feel pretty good to get one there. I know you wanted to get the win. Where's your head at?
I think we have a good shot in X30, so I'm just going to try to get away in that.
Congratulations, Caleb Gaffera on the box here. Let's go around to our national number 1, Jesus Vasquez Jr. I know it's a little bit of a different emotion with the way the last lap unfolded for you, buddy, but you got yourself on the podium. You end this year as a national champion and on the stage here at SuperNats. Describe your main event.
Yeah, lots of chaos, but ended up with a pushback, half pushback, but it's whatever. I still have X30. I'm starting like 3rd, so I should be pretty fine.
Unfortunate here for you, Jesus, here, but you put on a heck of a show. You got a big cheering section behind you. Jesus Vasquez Jr. did an awesome job here in this one. Enzo Vidmontien. Here, we'll see if we can get Enzo over here before you go. Enzo, lead back all the way through. Talk about your race.
It was crazy. I got passed a lot, hit a lot, and people just got hidden, and I got my way up.
Well, you at least crossed the line there in 3rd, I believe, so still a good result. Congratulations, Enzo.
Thank you.
Enzo Vidmontien on the Team Motez Sport Kart Republic ends in 3rd. Stephen Miller. Stephen, I know that one you were digging hard. You made that last lap super, super exciting. Tons of crossovers, more than anybody else, and more than anything, you were able to sometimes go wide in the middle of a blocking train and not get stuffed on the inside, but talk us through the end of that one.
So there's a 3 wide, everything. God, sorry. It's just hard to explain. I was in the marbles, people pushing me from behind, 3 wide. Who knows what was going to happen next, and I carried away with 2nd. I'm happy with it.
You definitely should be here. Stephen Miller, you put on an awesome show. You had the crowd going absolutely crazy. Guys, let's give it up for this kid here. Stephen Miller, what an awesome result in KA100 Junior. And over to Elio Meza, you're a Texas Sprint Series champion. You have become a U.S. Pro Kart Series champion, and now you, sir, are a KA100 Junior SuperNationals champion. What is going through your head right now, man? How do you feel?
Oh, it feels really good. I mean, we worked really hard all year. We made a lot of progress these past 3 years. Almost had it last year, but we look forward, and we got it this year.
That's got to be crazy here. That main event was absolutely wild. That last lap was wild. You were back and forth from the lead all the way through. Talk us through a little bit of that, too.
Yeah, so on the last lap, I was in the lead, and then we came through. I defended very well, and then going into 6th, Steven got me. And then I just defended the next few corners and was able to get him in the last corner.
You made it exciting here. The whole section was going wild again. Let's give it up here for our champion in K100 Junior at the SuperNats, Elio Meza. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, we got to get our top 5 over to the podium so we can announce all you guys up onto the stage and get everything set and sorted. Unfortunately, as you hear with Jesus Vasquez Jr., a half pushback. There's still a lot of penalties to come in this one here, Mike, but we'll be ready here in just a moment.
KA Jr. did not disappoint. Our driver's heading over there. And Xander Clement's going to get through the entire podium and get those junior drivers up on the stage.
All right, here, so let's go ahead and we'll get our top 5 up and onto the box here. Caleb Gaffera, 5th place in the K100 Junior Main Event. 4th place here in the K100 Junior Main Event, your national number 1, Jesus Vasquez Jr. Moving on here to our top 3 drivers. 3rd place today, Enzo Vidmontien. 2nd place and made that main event very exciting. What a wild roller coaster it was for Stephen Miller. And your 2022 SuperNats 25 K100 Junior champion, Elio Meza. And lots of applause, lots of oohs and ahs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you were entertained by that main event, give it up for these young guns here in K8 Junior. Main events will continue to roll on live from Las Vegas. You're watching SKUSA SuperNats 25 with Kart Chaser's live coverage presented by Porsche. Next up, it's the minis, ages 8 to 12 years old in the mini Swift division, ready to roll. It's going to be one heck of a show. Stick with us.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
Welcome back here to SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25. And again, we have had a packed house here at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. Getting set for action here for main event number 4 on the day. We had the micros already. Let's go up one age group to the mini Swift division here with this one. And we are set and excited to get these kids rolling here for their 20 lap, I believe, main event around the streets of Las Vegas. So as they head on out there, 18, for the minis and the micros, 20 for the full-size classes, and then, of course, 25 for the headline divisions later on this afternoon. So the minis next up, and they will begin to roll their way on out. Isaac Malkut on that Team Nitro Kart number 175 will lead over Tyler Roberts in the Iron Rock Motorsports Paralympic. Tyler Roberts has had so much speed here this weekend, so much speed all year for this kid. And it would be huge for him to walk it off in the mini ranks for him with a major win in the streets of Vegas. You go back one more row and you'll find a lot more talent all the way through here. Again, what a field for the minis as they work their way out of turn number 1. They'll head to 2 and 3 before they head through the chicane. Isaac Malkut and all 40 plus. I think we have almost 50 in total above the cap. They had just a few more to make this one into the show, but it's all 40 plus that were able to start. 49 in total make up the entry list. I don't know if we had any scratches by the end of the weekend, but they'll make their way out. Malkut, Roberts, Gian Matteo Russo on the inside of row 2 alongside Turner Brown and that Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Moving back to row 3, it'll be Alessandro Truscio on the Paralympic USA Factory Paralympic. To his outside, Tristan Murphy. Then you go back on further, Max Christia, Gage Bailey, Ethan Tovo,
Bronson Custis all the way through the top 10, making their way towards the final hairpin here and beginning to warm the tires up as we get set for action. The last couple cars coming together. It'll be the biggest field of drivers on the track at the same time that we will see today. Nearly 50 drivers strong for SKUSA SuperNationals 25. Mini Swifts getting set to go, and here we come out of the final turn. Isaac Malkett on the inside, Tyler Roberts on the inside, two Americans that have headlined the class all season. And how do they end up here today? Well, in 18 laps, we will have our answer. It's a nice and slow start. Looks good down the long back straightaway. They'll wait till the start zone, wait for the lights to go out. They do. We're racing down to turn number 1. Malkett to the inside. They're trying to hold on to the lead. Russo will follow. They'll shuffle a little bit wide. Great start. That Max Christie up to third.
Xander, that's probably the best we've seen for a pole sitter coming through. Turn number 1, able to get down to the bottom. No one got into the back of him, and able to get out with a nice little advantage. Probably 4 kart lengths coming out of 6 for the first time for Isaac Malkett.
Heck of a start for Little Sizzle. Ike Malkett leads them out of turn number 7, and they go side by side back behind him for P2. There's the field on through. Can you believe it, Rob? The young guns, so far so good. First half a lap, no casualties whatsoever as they all come out of turn number 9. It is Isaac Malkett, the leader, over Max Christia in that Motaz Sport Kart Republic. Contact back behind for P4. Trusho nearly gets sent into the wall by Turner Brown.
But as you said, really clean opening lap. Second half of the field, rolling by start finish. They'll get themselves single in line. And Mike Smith, that's a pretty darn good opening lap for the drivers here in Mini Swift.
Yeah, you see no yellow flags, nobody being cleaned up over there in turn number 1. So that's all you can ask for, really.
Indeed. Good start there for the third-generation driver, Isaac Malkett, as he leads by almost 0.8 of a second over Christia. A 3-driver breakaway, though, because they're actually battling for 4th and 5th right now. If you're the front-running trio, this is exactly what you wanted. You guys battle out as much as you want. We'll pull away. We do have some yellows, a driver off the racetrack on the exit of turn number 6. But nonetheless, it is Malkett, Christia, and Giammatteo Rosso, I believe, indeed, works his way into third. Then the big gap back to the number 161 of Michael McGoy. Top 3 starting to pull away.
Remember in the mini Heat 3, it was like the only race we talked about there being any kind of patience whatsoever.
Yeah.
Is that going to continue here with our front 3? They have the opportunity to make this just about them.
Now, Isaac Malkett's won a ton of races this year. Max Christia, not so much, right? He's really stepping up nicely here this weekend. So maybe that will play the experience of leading, the experience of being in that scrap to win a major event. Max Christia, though, very impressive, tucking right in there behind Malkett. The top 3 drivers, if they work together, could essentially lock and load this race to the end of the 18 laps.
So you know who we've seen already super fast and been able to make moves in a big way? How about Michael McGoy? Up 8 spots already, P4, although there is a move that is going to be, I want to say,
that's Tobo.
That is Tobo.
Yeah, Ethan Tobo, aggressive move to the inside of turn number 9. Took the apex, took the exit, right? Drove him right up to the outside of the racetrack. Luckily, maybe not luckily, wisely for McGoy. Going to back it out of it. Don't try to force the issue so early. Yeah, I'll slot back now. Another position to 5th, but we can go to work to try to reach that front-running 3 drivers.
Well, and they're going to need to go to work because we saw the patience we were just talking about. It was actually Christia just pushing Malkett. Pushing down the straightaway. Behind them, though, I believe that was Brown making the move on, I think, Tobo there for 4th.
Yeah, this is a good scrap. The drivers running 4th, 5th, and 6th right now. We've had 3 different drivers, though, there in a lap and a half, right? McGoy had it, then Tobo had it. Now we think Turner Brown is there in the number 136 CRG, the Speed Concepts entry. And again, rolling into turn number 10, indeed. Good start there. The drivers onto the front line there. That is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and 4th, 5th, and 6th rolling into the line. So a couple of trios right now lining up. In fact, here we go. First bid for the lead. That would be the 139 of Christia. He wants to go to the front.
That is what they... So the next trio, they need that to happen.
Yeah.
They need that to happen right now.
Keep doing that, please.
Yeah, 3.2 seconds back from the lead right now is that second group. So the more that happens, they can come back up. The question is, are Turner Brown, McGoy, and Tobo now going to just play nice?
Yeah, I don't know that Isaac Malkett's going to get too aggressive. He does like to lead. We know that. But better for him now, knowing that they've got a bunch of open racetrack, just to push away. That's what you want to do. Again, we talked about it. When there's 5 guys in the lead group, you want to drop the last guy off the peloton. You want to make it 4, and you want to dump the last guy. What Malkit's saying is, I got to get rid of Rousseau. I want him gone. I want this to be a 2-driver fight. I'm going to push this guy down the straightaway. We're going to use the draft. This needs to be mano a mano, so it'll come down to just the 2 guys fighting for the win.
And it's happening right now. Ever so slightly, they're able to find a little bit extra. Max Christie, a fast lap with the pass, 48.9, 49.2 for Malkit being passed, but they are starting to just edge away ever so slightly from Rousseau. But Turner Brown and the next group, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I was going to say he went purple last lap by there for Turner Brown, but it is a big gap, as Michael had mentioned. 2.364 was the gap between 4th and 5th last time by the stripe. Now we're going to get a little racy. Here comes Rousseau. He'll go to the inside of Malkit, so move the number 175 back now into the 3rd spot. Driver's gone off on the exit of turn number 9. Out of 9, driver into the barriers here. I believe it's the 227 potentially.
McLaren Carroll.
The 127, McLaren Carroll. Just, you know what? That's not that hard to do. You come out of that corner like that, you're trying to roll some speed. You just get a little too wide. You hit that left side or right side rather, and then those as you know, those plastic barriers will just drag you right in.
Especially if you carry just a little bit too much through 9. Exactly that. Up front, it is nose to tail. The patience we were talking about, well, we had that Rousseau move over here. So things are starting to get a little bit dicey here at the front. New leader, no, Malkit's going to hang out right there. So it is still going to be patience. It's just a different leader every time.
Yeah, let's look at the gap, Mike. 2.3, now 2.2. They lost a 1/10 of a second. Nothing monumental. But when they start racing like that, Xander, that's where you get yourself in trouble, right? Get settled in. Don't make this a back-and-forth battle every lap. Run a couple of laps where you are, then go by. There's a long way to go.
You need to take your time with it. Sorry, Mike, there. Yeah, but you absolutely need to keep that in mind. If I'm in the case of Isaac Malkit right now, I'm kind of keeping an eye on my micron lap to lap. Do I feel like I'm knocking the back out of this guy in the middle of the corner, or am I just kind of getting to him in the middle of the straightaways, right? Am I just, towing in his draft? If he's about the same as me, then we're probably fine because you lose 2 to 3 tenths per pass. But if I lose 2 or 3 tenths per lap following him, then I got to go. At this point, he's showing a lot of patience. A little side note here, just got a text from my dad who was looking at the results. And, Rob, you're 19th.
Yeah!
You're 19th after penalty.
Well, I feel bad that somebody got a penalty, but yeah, I'll take 19th. That's good. Listen, this has been a big day. Obviously, today getting the Hall of Fame award, that was ridiculously cool. But I think even more important is that I beat David Cole's and your over-under on the 20. You're my man. Mike Smith picked me to go in top 20.
Look,
Listen,
there's no words.
Wise pick, Xander. The odds were not on me being in the top 20, but I felt my fastest lap number 12, I believe, fastest lap of the weekend. So
I'm going to go into the casino and go all in on Howden.
There it is.
Do it.
All right, here we go. We had a little bit of shuffling in that grouping for the moment, and it's put Rousseau back to 3rd. It is Max Christie now in the lead. Isaac Malkit 2nd, and Rousseau back to P3. That big move, they were so low into 7 to make the pass, Rob. They lost a lot of time to Turner Brown in 4th.
1.4 seconds, half of what it was 4 or 5 laps ago. So, indeed, we're at the halfway point, 9 laps, 9 to go. But, indeed, that gap that was almost 3 seconds at one point is now all the way down to 1.4. Another incident here on the exit of turn number 9.
Yeah, a couple of drivers getting together there. I think one of those might have been a 105 Nitro car. I think it was just a difference of opinion on how things are going to go through. The one driver nowhere to go.
Ultimately, it just comes down to, the old saying, two's a party, three's a crowd. When it's just 2 drivers, the guy behind, he controls everything that happens. He can pass or he can wait. When you've got 3, you've got another guy, that kind of 3rd place driver in line, that's the oddity, that might force 2nd place to think, you know what, he's about to pass me. I need to pass him. And then it just kind of goes and goes and goes. And at this point now, Turner Brown hitting his stride here in the middle section of the race, personal best. He's just going to keep chopping away. He's seeing that gap visually get slower, and you get that little extra urge, right? I'm sure you can understand that as well. 100%. As you were catching guys there at the end, you see that you're actually making some progress, and you get more motivation.
Yeah, that's exactly that. 2 tenths quicker, Mike. Turner Brown over Max Christie. He just keeps coming on strong here.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, you just talked about 3 as a crowd. Sometimes who needs to be the leader? Like when you have 3 drivers, some guys are the timing is not right. You can actually lose time because the order is not correct. But right now, Malkit has done nice job of moving back into 2nd. And Malkit's been here a few times where he hangs out in 2nd, pushes a little bit, and then somebody else is the one who jostles it around. Now let's see what happens.
Let's look at this right now. Turner Brown's almost in the draft now as well of Max Christia. That's going to play huge for him. He's been coming on strong. He's going to get that draft. This time Michael McGoy goes perfect right behind him. So Xander, 4th, 5th, and 6th are finally now catching up to the front-running trio. We may have a half dozen drivers potentially in the fight, but more likely it'll be 4 or potentially 5.
7 laps to go here, and it, again, like you said, 4, potentially 5, potentially 6. Going all the way back to Ethan Tovo. He's not too far back, and then if they fight enough, it's only a second to Alessandro Truchot's 5-car pack. That's just barely getting a little whiff of the draft off the back of Tovo. So all it takes is one botch pass. We've seen it in KA Jr. It could happen now. Here's a good pass, though, from Turner Brown. Hello, top 3 for the 136. Turner Brown makes up another spot, taps the helmet, says, yes, I'm going. You can come with me. I hope you do.
Yeah, I think we need to put a spotlight on Turner Brown right now. He's the man on the move. Makes that move by Christia. Really nice dive to the inside of turn number 10. He's the rocket right now. He's going to be the outlier. Is going to come in and play right now with Rousseau and Malkin. Isaac seems like he's pretty calm here right now. He's been able to kind of manage where he's wanted to be, but now things just got dialed up to another level because Brown's going to get really aggressive trying to go to P1.
Well, and he just got here. Like, he doesn't need to hang out. He wants to go get to the front. He bridged the gap. He's getting there. Let's go front.
And isn't that something you try to teach a young driver? When you get there, when you're faster, go by. When you get there, I don't want you waiting. I don't want you settling in for their pace. You're faster than them. Go by, pass, or be passed.
Yeah, exactly that. And there you got Brown. This is going to be his first opportunity to see if he's got, but we have a different move there. I think that's Malkin. Malkin maybe looks over the shoulder and go, we have somebody new here. I think I like to get to the front, and Brown is going to go with him.
Malkin to the inside, book it. He's through, and he brings Turner Brown with him. So Brown right there as well. East Coast, West Coast. I like it. Rousseau goes back to P3, and there's those 5 drivers I talked about. We may end up with more. Brown goes to the lead. Turner Brown to the lead, puts the CRG P1. Rousseau runs second, and here we are. It was 5, now it's 6. This thing about to get real heated with 5 laps remaining in Mini Swift.
And the new driver attached to this whole program is Tovo. Tovo came through with Brown, and now another move further back. I think that's the 1-6. That's McGoy. McGoy, who had to try to get back into the game. It was, as you say, 3, and now we've got 6.
And Rousseau back to the lead as well. He made a good move down there into turn number 10. Driver off there, you see. Is that Truchot potentially? Yeah. Alessandro Truchot, I think, of the Paralympics out in turn number 9 as well. Tough one for a driver who's had a really impressive weekend here at the SuperNats. But this battle here is about to get really good in a Mini. There's a move to the inside as well. Bunch of new drivers coming to play here. We talked about the fact that Ethan Tovo's coming in the fight. Michael McGoy looking real racy, but it's Turner Brown finally working his way to P1.
And he really did it kind of on his own merits, too, right? So Brown, he was a front runner. He ended up back after the first few laps and had to work methodically up to the front. Now Turner Brown will lead it one more time across the line. We got McGoy now back up to P2. Now McGoy has been here before, and what did he do in that Heat 3? He pushed.
Yeah, that's what he's doing right now. He's going to freight train Brown all the way down into turn number 1. These two drivers trying to pull away and doing a good job of it so far. I think that's Rousseau running now in that 3rd spot, and Malkin 4th. So they were kind of lulled into a false sense of, I think, security. They were up front. We're looking good. We're going to pull away. But Turner Brown said, guys, there's another story coming. I got a hot rod here, and he is flying in the CRG. Let's see if Brown can hold back now Michael McGoy. We know how good he's been on the weekend as well. Top 4 drivers stretching away a little bit, as now is, I believe, the 139 of Christia back to P5.
And I believe that is Rousseau there is still hanging out in P3 and Malkin. So now your front 4 have just started to edge away. Just 2 laps to go. Is McGoy going to push, or is he going to make it happen? Here we go, right here.
Tyler Roberts, the other driver in here as well, down to the bottom of the racetrack. Defensive move there for Turner Brown, but still got a really good exit out of the corner. 2 to go, as Mike had said. Brown, McGoy, Rousseau, Malkin, and Christia was the top 5 last time by the stripe. We got 4 and 4 running here, Xander. A quartet up front, and then another one running 5, 6, 7, 8.
Turner Brown's doing an awesome job making that kart wide on the inside of the corner and still getting good launches, and he did the same in turn number 5 in the lead up to 6. So all the credit to the SCR CRG camp. He's 1 lap away. He'll go low. No, he opened up. Here comes McGoy. McGoy to the inside and no crossover. Michael McGoy on the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro kart, leads them down the back straightaway.
But you could see that start. When they come through turn number 8, he's running the back bumper, but then he lifts, gets back over, gets the run out of 9. That's how he got it done in 10.
So here we go. Final lap for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. They're going to go 2 wide into turn number 2 and 3. McGoy, I believe, back into the second spot. Brown's taking it back again. Turner Brown up top. He'll defend a little, covers off the inside at turn number 6. He's been really good through turn number 7 as well. Do we see a dive bomb move to the inside? Not enough. He comes across the bow from right to left. Turner Brown looks over the shoulder. Final run through the short chute over to turn number 8. Got to roll the speed. Mid-corner run there. How much can he get out? He's going to have to defend. McGoy's going to try the over-under. We've seen this. He tries to cover it off. And Turner Brown will win in Las Vegas. CRG victorious in Mini Swift. And he is pumping the fist. There's the emotion of winning here. Turner Brown, textbook, kind of got down to the bottom, shifted up just a little bit, and was able to get out of the corner cleanly. Turner Brown with the win. Michael McGoy second. Isaac Malkiet third. Gia Mateo Rousseau in fourth, and up 8 spots coming from 13th to 5th, Lucas Palacio.
Sometimes you show your hand just a tick early. It was literally the exact same thing 2 laps in a row. This time, Brown did not open it up, and he was able to hold on to the spot.
Yeah, really impressive run there for Turner Brown. A well-deserved victory here at SuperNationals 25 for Turner Brown and that CRG. Big for the CRG brand as well. Tremendous run for him.
Awesome stuff for Turner Brown. So we'll send it on down here as Rob will make his way over to the stage for the top 5 in the podium. Again, the Mini Swifts did an awesome job of keeping that one clean at the end, I will say. So credit to Michael McGoy. He had an opportunity there that he could have rooted him out of the way. He could have tried to, just stay in line and run second. He went for a clean but pass attempt to try and get the win. And it just, Turner Brown just kept it slow enough through the center of the corner that when McGoy tried that crossover, Mike, he just got into the back bumper of him. So here you can see Turner Brown pumped up here into the outside of turn number 10. He's got everybody on the fence line watching him there. The Speed Concepts Racing CRG driver, his biggest win of his career, and you could see the emotion on that back straightaway the final time.
Let's hear it one more time, everybody in the stands before Rob Howden gets there. How about Turner Brown?
Lots of cheers for this kid here. Everybody standing up and applauding for the Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He's got a lot of photos to do, and now he'll have an interview coming shortly from the man himself. Rob Howden is almost down there. Rob, we will send it on down to you for our top 5 results in SuperNats 25's Mini Swift division.
Yeah, Turner Brown loving it here down here with the checkered flag. A tremendous run for him. We'll get him to pull that helmet off. What a great run for Turner Brown, the winner today at the SuperNats. Literal tears, folks. Tears in the eyes of Turner Brown, having won here in Las Vegas. What a tremendous drive, working his way from 4th there early on. The front-running trio was able to pull away. He, though, able to get through and get that race win. Let's bring all of our drivers, guys. Come on over here to the podium. We'll get things underway with the podium as well. And I'll grab quickly a hold of Turner once he gets the helmet off. We'll get all of our drivers over to the podium so we can get things underway here. Turner, pop that helmet off. We're going to have a quick little chat, you and I here. Fantastic drive. Top 3 drivers were stretching away, as I said, but Turner was able to get up there. Turner, first off, obviously the emotion is there. Got the helmet's off for Turner Brown. Have a round of applause for this young driver. Give me the emotion right now.
All the work that I've put in with my mechanic, Colton, it's all come down to this, and it's worth it. I think it's a good way to end out my mini career as I go off to junior. I can't believe it. Never would I have thought at my first national race last year at Rock that I would have won the SuperNationals. I was daydreaming of this in school and everything, and now I've won it.
All these people back at the trailer, then back in the tent. Talk a little bit about your team and how great they've been with you.
Ever since I switched to them, it's just the level of support that I get. everything that they do it for me. They wouldn't Speed Concepts Racing and the CRG, Ewan, big thanks. Everybody has just supported me tremendously, and it's all come down to this, and it's amazing, and I can't wait to share this with my team. This is awesome.
Congratulations, buddy. One more time, round of applause for this kid. Wow, that's awesome. Turner, come and join us over here at the podium. What a fantastic interview, fantastic drive as well. 5 deserving drivers coming to join us here at the podium. So let's get things underway. We do have our podium drivers set to go, so we'll bring them up here, starting with 5th spot. What a great drive for the driver coming home in 5th place today, folks. Started back in 13th, strives to P5, finishing in 5th, Lucas Palacio. Fourth place driver was in the hunt the entire race long. He'll end up P4, the number 110, Giammatteo Rosso. First step up onto the podium here, finishing in 3rd, number 175, Isaac Malkit. Great job for Isaac. They were in there scrapping away for position. Following Turner up through the field and able to work his way to the lead at one point, but he's 2nd place today. Michael McGoy finishing in 2nd in Mini Swift. But the driver who's going to take the big trophy and jump on top of the podium, an amazing run, but was all the way back in 4th spot, worked his way all the way up, caught the leaders, made the move, and won it on the last lap. How about one more round of applause for the winner here at the SuperNats, Turner Brown! What an impressive performance for the young driver, the Speed Concepts CRG. Able to hold off the Lions on the final lap as well. And again, like he said, getting ready to go junior racing. I'm sure we'll see a number of these drivers in this field move up to the junior categories in 2023. And wow, there's just so much talent in this stacked category. Congratulations to all the drivers able to get to the podium today. Turner Brown with the win. Michael McGoy 2nd, Isaac Malkit 3rd, Giammatteo Rosso in 4th, and Lucas Palacio capping off the SuperNationals podium. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Rob, here again, and you can see how elated Turner Brown is there, what it means to him to win at the SuperNats, the biggest stage in North American karting, one of the biggest stages in the world, and it means the world to him there, and he had to fight for it all the way through. So with the minis all wrapped up, now we go back up to a Masters division, this time with guys and girls pulling gears. It's Master Shifter coming your way here after the break. Stick with us. Kart Chasers live coverage presented by Porsche of SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25 rolls on live from Las Vegas at the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion, Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as Xander had said, back to one of our Masters category, this time grabbing gears. 6-speed shifter carts getting ready to roll for Masters shifter. Alan Shudo almost won pro shifter back in, I think, 2004, 2005, we figured. He's a Masters now, which is amazing. He's going to run P1, starting on the pole position alongside Antonio Pizzonia. Pretty strong front row, Mike.
Absolutely, and you get Jonathan Vitolo and Skitchy Barnes in row number 2.
Yeah, good job for both of those drivers. Consistent heat races put them on row number 2. I'm sure both Jonathan and Skitchy pretty happy there. Big contingent, no doubt, watching back in Bermuda. Say hello to the entire Barnes family. Row 3 will be Scott Presti on the inside. He's been consistent, top 5 all weekend long. Victor Jimenez as well, going to start on the outside of row number 3.
Joe Rook and Kevin Woods going to be number 7 and number 8 on the docket, and then Luis Gautier and Justin Kelly round out your top 10.
Yeah, fantastic run for Justin Kelly to go P10 to start here. But here's the road to look out for right now. Road number 6, after the incident that happened when Davide Fore stuck in turn number 7. He's going to start in the 11th spot. Brian Keck, the other hot rod in this category, starting on the outside. 11th and 12th, keep an eye on row number 6.
AJ Nowd, he was in the top 10 there for a while before he had issues as well. We've talked about the two-wheel man, Larry Pegram. He's in 14th.
Row 8, 15th, and 16th inside Patrick Otto Madsen in the Ansa Motorsports Formula K. On the outside, the Crow Show. John Crow on the factory cart.
You want to talk about another row to watch out for? You got John Baldessar in the 17th spot, and he's been digging all week. Jordan Musser coming from 18th.
Yeah, Musser from the outside of row 9, capping off your top 20. Luis Quiones on the outside. Ben Schermerhorn are on the outside. Quiones on the inside. Robert Fees, your Pro Tour champion, going to start 21st alongside Michael Gouache. Patrick O'Neill and Jeff Mills will be on row number 12. Stephen Duchesne and Chris Jennings, row 13. Ken Schilling and Tiffany Kelly, row 14. David Conyers, he turns 70 next week.
Let's
69 years of age. Unbelievable. Number 638 starting 20th alongside Morn Van Tak. Field coming into row. We are getting ready to go, folks. Full field, as we said. Tremendous group of master shifter drivers. Shudo and Pizzonia on the front row. Field set. Green, green, green. And Shudo does not get away well at all. And Pizzonia were able to get the jump.
Big one in the fence there. Someone jumped over another driver and goes stage right through the barriers. Drivers had to make evasive maneuvers because the barriers blew into the apex.
Looks like the 681. We'll try to pick up who that is there as they went into turn number 1. Scrolling. Not able to pick up who the 681 is. That maybe I'll have to reset that when they come back. That might have been Brian Keck potentially.
No.
Let's see that when they come back through. That may have been Brian Keck. I'm going to look for that 681 machine. We'll keep an eye as they come across here. Pizzonia is the leader. Shudo second. Vitolo third. Barnes fourth. Presti fifth. Joe Rook sixth. Jimenez seventh. Justin Kelly eighth. Davide Fore ninth. And scrolling to the bottom of the field, it was Brian Keck, the driver who probably had a chance to win this thing off in turn number 1. That's how quickly your situation changes here at the SuperNationals.
Well, he was stuck back there after that issue that happened in the heat race. He had to try to get a good start, just didn't have the right space to go because up in the air and through the barriers he went. Out front, though, great start, great hole shot out of Pizzonia.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The former Formula One driver, Antonio Pizzonia Jr., runs P1.
Oh, and contact.
We got a couple drivers together there over in turn number 10. I think that might be Jimenez.
Victor
Jimenez. That might be Fore. You've got to be kidding me.
That's Fore.
That is potentially Fore. It is. Davide Fore is out. Contact as well with Victor Jimenez. Those two drivers who were inside the top 12 are out of the race in turn number 10. The top two drivers from both the second and third heat races are primary race win contenders out of the race in the first 2 laps. Everything has changed in Master Shifter.
And on the other end of the spectrum, John Crow up to 9th, Jordan Musser 10th. They're going into the turn 10 right now, and they're making hay.
Yeah, look out for Jordan Musser. He's on the throttle here right now. Jordan Musser, who had the issue in qualifying, ran over something, flat tire, worked his way to the top 15 in both of all 3 heat races, starts 18th. He ends up working his way now up into the top 10. Another driver off over in turn.
Is that Vitolo?
That's either Vitolo or potentially Kelly. We'll see who it is when they come back around. One of the GFC drivers for sure off the racetrack.
I think it's Vitolo. He was running third.
Man, they're just falling by the wayside here right now. Indeed, it was Jonathan Vitolo. That's going to put Skitchy Barnes up into third.
What is happening?
This is the race that nobody wants to win.
Oh, my gosh.
3 of the front-running drivers on the weekend out already. Keck, Foray, and now Vitolo. And that's going to mean that we're going to see Jordan Musser to 8th already. Musser to 8th, 4 laps in. So long to go still. This will be, I believe, a 20-lapper. It is. We got a long way to go. Jordan Musser's not out of this thing yet.
Musser gained 14 to 15 positions every single heat. He's already got 10, and we've only done 3 laps.
Unbelievable drive right now for Musser, trying to get himself forward, getting some luck here. Right now, though, Alan Shudo chipping away at the pace between he and Pizzonia, down to 7/10. Now this time 6/10. He goes purple again, 42.233 for Alan Shudo.
And those 2 drivers have already been mano-a-mano a couple of times here. It went Shudo on one. Actually, I think Shudo on a couple, Pizzonia on the other one. It is very, very even between the top 2.
I don't mean to pile things on, but look who just went purple.
Oh.
How about Jordan Musser? 42.196 for Musser, 10th quicker than the leaders. He's back by 7 seconds, though. I just don't know if it's going to happen for him. Nonetheless, Musser putting his head on even a top 5. If he makes it to the podium after what happened, would be absolutely unbelievable for the Texan.
That would be a fun little conversation to have at the end. But how about Pizzonia and Shudo? Those 2 drivers have been the beneficiaries, if you will, of the Keck and Foray problem that they had by having the best points to be on the front row. Pizzonia with a phenomenal hole shot. Shudo just didn't get off the line, but was still able to lock into second and now slowly making inroads.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second right now between first and second, although Pizzonia did turn the fastest lap of the race. We are working lap number 6, still 14 laps remaining here for the drivers in Master Shifter. Pizzonia, Shudo, Skitchy Barnes in the 3rd spot, but 4th and 5th, that battle still happening for Scott Presti and Joe Rook.
Exactly that. Yeah, I was just going to point out the 6:53, that is Joe Rook.
On the Maranello.
Exactly, on the Maranello. He's now getting close to the back bumper, close enough perhaps for a move into turn number 1. Let's see if it happens.
There's the lead right there. Now you see them coming through the corner. That is through turn number 1 here in Master Shifter. Pretty nice little lead for Pizzonia as he'll work it out at turn number 6. There's that battle a little further back as well for the, I think that's 4th and 5th. That's Presti and Joe Rook. Behind them, East Coast, West Coast, Kevin Woods and Jordan Musser. Musser, the Texan, now up into the 7th spot. The Californian Woods so far holding him back, but he is definitely closing back up. In fact, he's right on him now. Jordan Musser right on the rear bumper here of Kevin Woods. Wait for the dive to the inside to try to take that spot away. Musser close enough to potentially go to P6 this time by.
Out front, it's still Pizzonia. Bit of a gap back to Shudo. The fights that we're keeping an eye on, obviously there is Rook and Presti, but then again, Woods and Musser. And I believe Musser might have gotten it done there. No.
Got a couple of really good battles happening on the racetrack right now. Let's put it that way. These guys are fighting it out. A little further back, too. John Crow in 9th, Justin Kelly 10th, and John Baldazar in 11th, just turning their fastest laps here on lap number 8, closing in on the halfway point now. Leads 1.2 seconds. Pizzonia has been able to pull away. Indeed. Jordan Musser finally getting by as well. He has slipped past Kevin Woods. So Musser, who started 18th, now up into 6th. Last time by 2/10 quicker than Rook. He's 2.5 back. That's 12 laps. We got 11 left. Not done yet here for Jordan Musser.
Exactly, and then also we're talking about that's if you're going fast, but the move is right there. That was Rook on Presti right there, so they've actually going to go a little bit slower there, and that's exactly what Musser wants to see in front of him.
Probably good for Joe Rook to find a way by finally because Musser's coming on strong here. So that'll move Rook now to 4th, Presti back to 5th. There's your leader coming through the high-speed turn number 11. Down the back straightaway, Alan Shudo trying to give chase. 1.5 seconds, the gap between 1st and 2nd as well. Jordan Musser now just 1.8 seconds behind Presti. He got a lot out of that pass. They really lost a lot of time there, Mike. That's allowed him to get now to within 1.8 seconds of Scott Presti.
You know, the driver who's making things happen here at the front is Pizzonia. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Pizzonia. We kept talking about Musser. He probably went a little bit higher on the pressures because he knew he had to make hay right away. Well, Pizzonia is trying to play the long game. He started on off pole, leading fastest lap of the race. He had a 41.997 to Shudo's 42.0. Ooh, response from Shudo. Now a 41.877. Takes back out about a 10th.
Second half of the race, too, Mike. 11 laps down now. 11 down, and we've got 9 to go. Here's your top 10. Pizzonia, Shudo, Barnes, Rook, and Presti. 1.5 back is Jordan Musser in 6th. Kevin Woods runs 7th. Larry Pegram 8th. Justin Kelly just turned his fastest lap. He's 9th. And John Crow rounding out the top 10. Musser continues to push, last time by 4/10 faster than Scott Presti. 1.5 back now. Drivers getting the black further back. Those that are potentially in harm's way of getting lapped by Pizzonia, they're asked to head to pit lane, and they do.
And it happens pretty early.
It does.
Right? The leaders are in turn number 9, and they're coming across. So, they're making sure it's well and clear.
Yep, indeed they are. I'll tell you one thing, Larry Pegram's got a handful of Justin Kelly. There's Pizzonia. There's Shudo. That's through turn number 6, over to turn 7.
Those two drivers about even last time, so the gap is almost kind of hanging out at that same 1.5, but further back, we're talking about that fight for 4th. That is Ruck and Presti still, and they're going to have a Jordan Musser on their hands here shortly.
That's it. It's going to take one pass here from Presti to potentially try to go back by, and it's going to open everything up for Jordan Musser. He's trying to get on the podium from having started, 30th, I think, potentially in the every heat race.
And you know what? Woods might be in that conversation here pretty quick,
he could, yeah. Kevin Woods has got the throttle down, too. He's a couple tenths of a second quicker than both Rook and Presti as well. You see that battle there. There's first, second. Third a little farther back. Pizzonia again clean through turn number 7. Laps winding down, 7 to go. Shudo continues to put the hammer down. There's third place running Skitchy Barnes. Great drive for the Bermuda driver. Scott Barnes celebrated his birthday every year when he comes to Vegas. Great for Scotty. And again, big shout out to all the Barnes family back in Bermuda. Love that country. Great people there. Got a chance to go over and race there at the Dockyard Grand Prix, one of the best weekends I've had in karting. So much fun. Pizzonia, Shudo, Barnes, Presti, Rook, but here comes Jordan Musser. There he is right there. Well, Keon Musser as he works his way through, turns 2 and 3. Trying to close up now on Joe Rook as Presti, I believe, has been able to go back by for 4th, Mike.
That is the closest fight right there. You can already see Presti has indeed made it past Rook, and Musser ever so close. And we'll be there, I think, the next time they get closer to turn number 1. Big on the brakes. Keeping an eye on the top 2 because actually for the last 2 laps in a row, Pizzonia has lost almost 4/10. Almost 4/10 for the last 2 laps.
Yeah, hold on, folks. Good pickup for Mike there. We're not done at all. We got a battle we know potentially for 4th, 5th, and 6th. But we could have a fight for the lead because Alan Shudo on the GFC is digging. He is closing up here on Pizzonia. Pizzonia's fast lap of 41.8. He did a 42.4 last time by. He's dropped 0.6 of a second off. Alan Shudo only 0.2 off his best lap. And I'll tell you, Alan Shudo's a veteran driver making the move to shifter, the Masters category, rather this past weekend. Said, hey, I'm going to go run Masters. Now he's closing, and he knows it. And you know this as well, Michael. You're a racer. When you start getting close, you can feel yourself coming, especially for a SuperNats win. You get the bit between your teeth. You can smell the blood in the water. That's when you start digging.
Yellow flag in turn number 1. I didn't see what was going on, but it looks like on the far side, maybe losing the brakes. So I'm like, that's on the outside of the corner. There was an issue in turn 1.
Driver off in 1 as Mike picked up. So indeed, yellow flags flying over there. But we have ourselves potentially a battle for the race win. As Shudo closing up here on Pizzonia. 0.7 of a second was the last lap. Same goes for Jordan Musser. He has just not been able to close up to get up to 4th and 5th. As again, look who's right behind him, too. You mentioned Kevin Woods closing up as well.
Yeah, you got that fight. It's going to be a 4-way fight there. That's going to be for 3rd. But I'm watching Pizzonia. He's just not coming off the corner. As you look at turn number 7, he's just not getting there. And now, closing up on the straightaway, Shudo is on him.
This is it. The battle for the race win for Alan Shudo. All over the back of Pizzonia. He is there to try to make the pass. He's significantly quicker. Last lap was a half a second faster. I think that if he gets by, he's going to pull away. Big run out to the corners. So Shudo dive to the bottom. He'll look to the inside. Oh, almost. Side by side. They'll come out of turn number 7 again. Shudo looked to the inside but couldn't complete the pass. Could not get down to the apex. He is all over him right now. 2 to go this time by. Shudo on Pizzonia. The fight for the win in Master Shifter is on. 2 laps to go.
You got to make sure you do it right, though. You obviously have the speed. See if you can make it happen down at turn number 1. You don't want some kind of pushback or something else up to the outside. He's going to try to curl it around. Undercut. Here comes Shudo.
Over, under to the inside. They're going to go side by side. They'll almost contact. Pizzonia comes across the bow, said not yet. Shudo right with them. Alan Shudo trying to get a better run. They'll see the white flag this time by. Shudo's going to have to defend. Pizzonia's going to go to the bottom. Here's another over-under this time. Pizzonia able to hold them off. The veteran. Yeah, think about the Formula 1 starts for Pizzonia. This guy knows how to wheel. He's got the racecraft to try to hold off Alan Shudo. This one's going to come down to the final circuit. They'll work their way out of turn number 10. Shudo bogs a bit, doesn't get a good run out of the corner, so he may not get that drive, but it may set him up for a nice over-under.
The timing of the gears right there. Who's doing what? You see that tight point and shoot out of Pizzonia. He ran the defensive line, but Shudo likes to carry the roll. He likes to roll it through. It's probably going to come in turn number 7.
Here it is, folks. The final lap for Master Shifter. Watching the fight. Pizzonia trying to hold off Alan Shudo. Shudo doesn't have the space he needs right now coming into the corner. He'll get back into 7. Pizzonia's going to have to defend. We got 2 more shots. It's either 9 or 10. Pizzonia's got it. Right now, Shudo not close enough. He needs to get a good jump, and he's not going to do it. Banging down 2 gears. Coming out of the corner, the winner is Pizzonia. Able to hold off a determined Alan Shudo. Skitchy Barnes coming home, I believe, for the 3rd spot. 4th, Joe Rook. 5th, Scott Presti. I don't think that Musser was able to get by. Indeed, he comes home in 6th. Looked like Musser hit a wall at the end there. Black and checker being thrown at the start here, so we may obviously go to the video to find out what's going on. But I'll tell you, it looked to me like Alan Shudo was going to be able to pull the trigger. Mike just came up short, 2/10 at the line. That's the racecraft of Antonio Pizzonia. He knew where to put the cart, defended well, and was able to hold off a very talented Alan Shudo.
Well, those last couple of laps, too, he was looking, he was the mirrors, right? He kept looking over, making sure he knew where he was, and then I thought the move was going to come in 7 because I thought there was going to be defense. Instead, he made the switch, and he went and opened up the corner to get maximum exit speed. Pizzonia scraps the defense and instead carries maximum speed through 7, and then once again through the final corner to make sure he gets off. Antonio Pizzonia, Alan Shudo, Skitchy Barnes, Joe Rook, Scott Presti, top 5. That's the way it looks here on the charts. See how they come up here. Alan Shudo pulling in. Skitchy pulling in. Rook pulling in. Pizzonia. How about Antonio Pizzonia, everybody? Final driver to join him here, Scott Presti, top 5.
Some tremendous racing out there. Let's start the helmets off. Let's get Scott Skitchy Barnes right beside you here, buddy. Dude, that's a fantastic drive for you, my friend. Out of Bermuda, you got a great start. Were able to get into position. Talk a little bit about how good that was for you, P3 at the SuperNats. That's your best SuperNats finish, isn't it?
Hell yeah, baby. Yeah, just excited, man. Just excited. All the way from Bermuda. Get on the top 3 steps. That was our goal. Had a little bad qualifying, but we made 3 good heats and started where we needed to start and brought it home. Got to thank all the guys at Magic, CRP, Motors, man. Kart was just awesome all week. Congratulations to the top 5, man. Hell of a race.
Well done, bud.
Thanks, man.
Skitchy Barnes, let's get over here and get a quick chat here as well with Joe Rook. Joe, man, that was a race-long fight. We're talking about 20 laps, you going at it with Scott Presti.
Yeah, man, it was awesome. I'm so fucking pumped right now. We missed the podium by 1 spot last year, so to come back and get on the podium, great race with Scott. Gotta thank the Maranello team, Carbolos Engines. My wife, Brenna, kills it every day at the track. Just everybody that helped me do this is awesome.
How important is it to be on the podium of the SuperNats, right? You're a kart racer.
Yeah, dude, it's like, getting the top 5 here is like a win for me. I mean, we put this deal together like 2 weeks ago. I never drove this kart until Wednesday, so I mean, I couldn't ask for anything more. I mean, I'd like to win, but I'm not going to complain about a podium.
Joe, congratulations.
Thank you.
I love it. Let's go over to Scott Presti. Dude, have you worked that hard before? That was 20 laps of you guys going at it.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. I'd just like to thank Joe for a clean race. It was really fun. And I would like
talk about your team a bit.
I would like to thank BTM. Mornay really has helped me so much. And my wife and family letting me do this. Crazy.
Impressive run all week long. You've been strong all week.
Yeah, I was very surprised with my qualifying. And it kind of just, I was holding on from there.
Well done. Scott Presti, folks, coming home in that 4th position. Alan Shudo, we've talked before, my friend, what a last couple of laps. I thought you were going to throw it in there. So close.
Yeah, no, it was a great battle with the Pizzonia. He kind of got out quick on me. I knew the GFC kart was going to come in, and Sweet Tech Power is running great, so just try to keep it consistent and make a race out of it.
Well, Master Shifter, I know it was a late entry. Great to have you in here. You kind of amped up the excitement for us a little bit.
No, it's definitely a stacked field. It's definitely kind of last minute for us, but it's a 20-year anniversary from when I won it with Tom and Extreme Karting and 80 Jr., so it's great to be back on the podium.
Well done, man.
Thank you.
Nice job, Alan Shudo, folks. Where is Antonio? Is he already headed into the... Where's Antonio? Where is he? There he is. Get over here. Congratulations, Antonio. What a fantastic drive. He was pushing you like crazy at the end there.
Yes. Well, you never expect to have an easy race. Yeah, it was pretty tough. My front left tire was totally destroyed. So after only 6 laps, I felt that I would have a problem at the end. But luckily, I managed to hold him, and well, it's just a great feeling. First time racing here and win. I won 2 weeks ago here in Vegas to Rock Vegas, and yeah, Vegas has been pretty good to me.
Big one for Orslon Racing as well.
Yes, Fabio deserves. He's a hard worker, and yeah, the whole team deserves. So this is for them.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Antonio Pizzonia Jr., folks, the winner today in Master Shifter. Come on, folks, let's get over to the podium here. We'll get things underway. We'll pass out a bit of hardware. Exactly, the Master Shifter guys banging gears and putting on a show for us. Man, that was a ton of fun to watch. What a battle. We had a lot of fights. Shout out, he's not up here with us, but a shout out to Jordan Musser as well, folks. Jordan, of course, coming from deep in the field in the heat races, able to get up to top 15 in all 3 races, ends up 6th, was putting the pressure on at the very end there for sure. But again, 5 deserving drivers here who are all lovers of shifter kart racing. Great to have them all here. Let's start with the driver who's going to get the P5 trophy. Great run all week. Scott Presti finishing in the 5th spot. Scott Presti, P5. As he told you, this association on the Maranello came together late, but he showed it for him, folks. He took them to the podium. The Maranello on the podium. Joe Rook in the number 653 P4. All that hard work, folks, all pays off here. All the way from Bermuda, we love having this guy coming racers. That's Skitchy Barnes coming home 3rd. A lot of passion for motorsports, a lot of passion for karting for Skitchy Barnes. Again, 20 years since he won 80cc Junior here at the SuperNats, back in Master Shifter. What a great story. 2nd place, Alan Shuto. Over the years, we've had some great pro drivers come and be with us, of course. Ex-Formula 1 driver. He ends up winning here today in Master Shifter. Your victor, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Awesome job by our Master Shifter drivers. What a battle it was. We had a great fight for the lead, a great fight for 4th and 5th and 6th. Scott Barnes laying it down there, P3, holding on to the spot. First time for Scotty on the top 3 steps as well. Big one for him. So indeed, awesome run for the drivers in Master Shifter. We got so much more racing for you. All of it here, of course, on Kart Chaser. Hello to those of you tuning in across the country and around the world. Great to have you with us. Hope you enjoyed that one there. What a great run there for Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Somehow holding off Alan Shudo. And a great run as well for Skitchy Barnes in 3rd. Joe Rook, you can feel and hear the emotion in his voice for 4th. And Scott Presti as well. More racing to come, all live, folks, here on Kart Chaser.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
All right, and with the Master Shifter class completely wrapped up, it is time for X30 Sr to go. Mike Smith here. You can see the grandstands filling up. Goosebumps starting to go. Thoughts?
This is going to be awesome, my man. This is going to be, again, this is the pro level for the single speeds. We already have seen some awesome action. It's only going to get better from here.
It's going to be awesome to see here again. So the crowd is ready to watch it. There's barely an open spot in the grandstands all around the racetrack. There's barely an open spot by the fence. This is your final call. Well, it's nice and quiet. Find a place to watch from. Get yourself in a good spot to go. X30 Sr coming your way here, and everybody's ready to watch it there. Will Power is in the stands. He's ready to watch for the X30 Masters get underway. How's it going, Will and the gang? Everybody's ready to go. So let's get set for X30 Sr. Starting 10th, driving a Mike Doty Racing, BJR Racing, Lando Norris Kart, Justin Ataconis. Starting in 9th. As Justin Ataconis moves his way off, we move through the rest of our top 10 for X30 Sr. From the Netherlands, driving a PSL karting factory Burrell Art, Marjan Kremers. Starting 8th, from Montreal, Canada, driving a Racing Edge Motorsport Cosmic, number 51, Zachary Clement DeMello. Starting 8th here, Connor Zilish. Ready to go. Starting 7th on the Racing Edge Motorsport Cosmic here, getting set to go across from Montreal, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, 2019 SuperNationals winner, Zachary Clement DeMello. Moving to row number 3, starting 6th with the first back half of the top 10 wrapped up. Connor Zilish and Zach Clement DeMello make up row number 4. Row 3, your reigning SuperNationals champion from Orlando, Florida, Ryan Norberg. Starting 5th from the United Kingdom, driving a Nash Motorsports EOS kart, number 25, Louis Westover. And now we get to the front 2 rows, starting 4th from San Antonio, Texas, driving a Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, number 33, Jack Jeffers. And now we get to our final 3 starters in X30 Sr. We move on to the inside of row number 2, starting 3rd from Latvia, driving a Nash Motorsports Factory Energy, number 56, Thomas Stolsermanis. Your front row, your top 2 starters after the heat races. Starting 2nd from the United Kingdom, driving a J3 competition factory comp kart, number 19, Oliver Hodgson. And starting on the pole, after driving it to the pole in qualifying, winning 2 of his heats, driving a Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, it is none other than number 21, Evan Gilter. And with that, the field is set. SuperKarts USA fans, Las Vegas, $15,000 for X30 Sr's main event. Let me hear you. Are you ready? It's going to be an awesome day for racing here, and now we get the first of our 2 headline divisions getting set to go. Mike Smith, Rob Howden, myself here in the booth. Mike, over to you really quickly. We had our predictions earlier. Do you still feel good with them?
I'm all in. I'm sticking with my plan. I'm going with that Hodgson boy. He's going to get to the front and stay there. What? Doing a little swap-a-rooney on our mics up here. But, yeah, I think Hodgson's going to be the guy. We're going to get Rob Howden back on this thing, get rolling. It's going to be sharp-end. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. All the way to the end.
Yeah, this is what it's all about, right? This is, the headline categories here. We're bringing the big dogs in from single-speed racing, not, of course, just from around the United States and Canada, but obviously the huge contingent coming in from Australia, a number of drivers from South America, from Europe as well. Just a fantastic group set to go. And this is what it's all about. This is Super Sunday. They've been working hard since Wednesday, since rolling onto the racetrack for the first time, dialing things in, feeling how this track's going to evolve. And Xander, one of the interesting things is it really hasn't taken any rubber. It's not like this thing is gripped up like crazy. The karts are going to slide around a little bit. This is what this is all about, our first of 2 headline classes, 15 large up for grabs.
Well, we get set to go here for X30 Sr. Thousands upon thousands tuning in from live around the world. The stand's packed. Everybody's ready to watch all these guys and girls get after it. On our pre-race show here, Rob, we had our predictions for the class. You did yours on ekartingnews.com, but a week prior. So where do you stand here on Super Sunday?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Obviously, one of the guys I didn't know much about was Evan Giltaire, right? So I didn't really do a ton of research on him, although I seeing him on the list. He's just been unbelievably quick. I'm almost kind of leaning towards with Mike with Oliver Hodgson. He's been just so seemingly consistent throughout the weekend, just really settled in, but looks very good. You got a guy like Jack Jeffers in there, but he's young, right? He's just coming out of the junior categories. What about Ryan Norbert? I think I said this yesterday. Ryan's the kind of guy that when you roll off of a start, if he's P6, you got to be worried because he just has such a great head about him. The strategy he is able to come with, he will just slowly work his way forward. I still think Norbert could be the guy to beat. I had picked Mateus Morgado. He was my pick, but obviously some issues for Mateus. He'll start a little bit further back. He could come forward, but I think it's hard to go against Norbert, and I think Hodgson's going to be good.
I think easily Oliver Hodgson has been really, really good all week. Obviously, Evan Giltaire comes in with a little bit of a target on his back by starting pole and dominating his final heat race on the weekend. 2 heat race wins for Evan Giltaire. I think Norberg, if the race spreads out, it'll play into the hands of the 7-time Pro Division champion, 5-time SKUSA national champion. He rolls off again, obviously, inside of row number 3 alongside Zach Clayman DeMello. And while the glitch took him out, he is still starting P8. Connor Zilish in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic is an outside threat, was one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack last year, rolls off on the outside of row 4. It's not a great place to be. He's got ZCD, his teammate, on the inside. Marian Kremers has been good. Justin Adekon is good outside the top 10. Everybody's amped. Everybody's ready.
Let's get ready to go, folks. Field set just outside the top 10 as well. Alessandro DiTullio. I had mentioned Morgado, Ariel Klein, Eduardo Villa, all with great speed here this weekend. But it's time to get rolling for the first main event of Super Sunday. They're spooling up. It is X30 Sr. and it is green, green, green. Down to the inside goes Giltaire. Out of turn number 1, Giltaire, can he get cleanly through? A little bit more contact further back. They'll roll their way through 2 and 3 for the first time. Xander back to 4 and 5. Here comes the transition back to 6. They'll go single file down to turn number 7.
Lots of contact there coming out of the corner. Frankie Mossman, I think, got bit by it in the Benick EOS kart, but they're going to go side by side. Look at ZCD, already going for second. Zachary Clayman DeMello with a heck of a start. He's up into P2. Hodgson back to 3rd. Actually back to 4th. Stoll Sermanis. Now they're going to go side by side again. Marian Kremers into the top 5. Norberg back behind. DiTullio's picked up a spot. And look out, Jake Drew in that GFC karting. GFC has made up a lot of time, and now he's inside the top 10.
Yeah, 6 spots for Jake Drew as a shoe goes to P9 from 15th. Great job for Drew to work his way up there, but Giltaire, exactly what you got to do. Got out of the gate quickly, but then Zachary Clayman DeMello, man on the move as well.
Indeed, just making the pass there in turn number 1. Zachary Clayman DeMello, your new leader as they go to turn number 7.
Zachary Clayman DeMello, quick to the point here. Your 2019 SuperNationals winner leads them out of turn number 7. You've got behind him again Giltaire, Marian Kremers. What a start for that PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art. Up to 3rd, Stoll Sermanis 4th. 5th is DiTullio. Alessandro DiTullio already up another couple spots here. He's in the top 5.
And another huge move right there. Jake Drew moved up. He made the move on Ryan Norberg in turn number 9. 2 drivers go with him. That was Connor Zilish and Ariel Elkin.
Yeah, look at Eduardo Villa as well. I knew he was going to be on the move as well. He's up into the 7th position. He's ready to fight it out here. Clayman DeMello, though, Xander, shot out of a cannon at the very start. Put the head down, worked his way up, but we have drivers changing again up front. Giltaire, I believe, back to the lead.
So with that now, Giltaire going back on turn number 1. Marian Kremers pulls in close. ZCD right there. Evan Giltaire has been one of the quickest, if not the quickest all week. Fastest in qualifying. Already pulling away from DeMello. Kremers right there. Still Sermanis. Evan Giltaire, if he can get away, it could be all him.
Yeah, that's the answer back, right? Obviously, Zachary Clayman DeMello came in, got aggressive, took the spot, but Giltaire answered quickly, said, no. I'm going to lead this race. He pulled himself up front. He gets a couple positions, and to the inside comes Kremers. Book it. Marian Kremers on the Burrell Art goes to P2.
Marian Kremers picks up that spot from DeMello, who's a little bit slow early on, but a great start. Marian Kremers beginning to roll. Does he have the pace for Giltaire? Evan Giltaire pulling away. DeMello tried to put him behind him there. Didn't block, though, at the end of the opening lap. The thing is, though, this is a marathon. 25 laps.
Yeah.
The story of the week here, everyone's struggling with tire wear and fall off. Who can hang on all the way through to the end as they head out of turn number 10?
That's what I was just going to bring up. 25 laps. One of the drivers we talked a lot about, Oliver Hodgson. He did not get the start that he wanted. He kind of slotted back in and then just got attacked. He's been smooth, methodical, let things go. You see the pass. That is Stolzer Manis making the move right now. Oliver Hodgson playing the long game. He'll still get in there now, starting to cut down some fast laps.
Yeah, let's scroll down and find out where Ryan Norberg is. Your defending race winner down in 12th position. Xander started up there in 6th, but no, not a great opening couple of laps. Well back, and not even in this lead group right now that consists of about 8 drivers. It's a big gap from 8th back to 9th. Norberg's got to get his head down and get digging.
As they head out of the final turn, Evan Giltaire over Kremers still. Where do the lap times go? Give the advantage to Kremers. Give the advantage even to Thomas Stolzer-Manis on the Nash Motorsports Factory Energy. He's moved his way past DeMello. He's going to lead him into turn number 1. Alessandro DiTullio, P5, quickest on the racetrack. Ariel Elkin in that TB kart down in the 8th position.
We are 20% of the way there, 5 laps down. Giltaire the leader by 7/10 of a second over Marian Kremers last time by. Thomas Stolzer-Manis up into the 3rd spot. Zachary Clayman DeMello and Alessandro DiTullio in 4th and 5th. 6th is Hodgson, 7th via Ariel Elkin just turned the fast lap, 43.807. Ariel in 8th spot ahead of Connor Zilich and Jake Drew. That is your top 10. 5 down. They get 6 this time by.
Here they come out of turn number 11 down the backstretch. Evan Giltaire takes back the fastest lap time honors, puts a 1/10 of a second on Marian Kremers. He could already be long gone at this point. Right now, no one looks like they've got the pace for him. Kremers was decent. Purple lap time went all the way down. I believe that time to Ryan Norberg, if I'm not mistaken, all the way down indeed. Down at 11th. Quickest on the racetrack is the national number 1.
Kart Republic, Burrell Art, Energy, Cosmic. Then we've got Parolin. Then we've got Comp Kart. Then Villeneuve. Man, what a line. And then TB Kart after that. What a lineup of chassis, Xander, in the top 10 right now.
What kart do you need to win? Pick one.
Yeah. What color do you like?
Yeah, exactly. Any one of them. All kinds of brand identity and branding up front. Ariel Elkin and Eduardo Villa looking good. Ryan Norberg back at the back of the screen makes another move. He gets by Connor Zilich. He's got Noel Leon starting to change charge on him. But this is your top 5 here. Big contact. Luis Colomodio has blown out the wall outside of turn number 9. We talk about it all year in Vegas here. This is the one race where there could be a full course yellow. I think they'll get that one cleaned up by the time the leaders hit there, though.
Yeah, indeed. The SKUSA crew jumping on that quickly. 3 of them right there. They'll get that barrier back in, and that's not really a place you'd normally hit either. It's not really the exit point. You got to think the potential contact side to side. Put Colomodio into the wall there. But Giltaire putting the laps down. He was purple last time by, 43.652. Almost a full second the advantage here as he puts lap 8 in the books. He does not go purple again, but turns a very similar lap time, Mike. Another 43.6. Back-to-back 43.6s. Elkin, another fast lap as well.
Yeah, and you actually have Kremers, who looked like he was starting to make some inroads, but the last couple of laps, he's starting to go backwards a little bit. Kremers now starting to get caught by Stolzer-Manis, DeMello, Tullio, Hodgson, all going fast. As you say, Elkin, fastest lap of the race.
And Xander, Ryan Norberg finally into the top 10.
Yeah, long way to go forward, though. 3 seconds back here for Ariel Elkin. 5.8 back for Ryan Norberg. He was hoping somebody could get up. to Evan Gilter. At the moment, nobody has the pace to run with him. Marian Kremer's the worst of it, though, in the top 5. He was 3/10 off. He's got a battle coming for second. Here comes Thomas Stolzermanis on the Natch Motorsports Energy. He'll close to 2 car lengths away and get a big tow down this backstretch. Is he going to be tight enough? Not this time, down to 1. They'll bounce the rev limiter into that hairpin.
Yeah, 7th, 8th, and 9th turning their good lap times there. Elkin, Villa, and Norberg. Norberg now into the 9th spot as Drew goes back to 10th, so move Norberg up there. But as Xander said, 5.7 behind the leader, 2 seconds behind Eduardo Villa there for Ryan Norberg. Lots open racetrack. You see the leaders working their way through. You can see Gilter up the road. Great weekend so far for the Trinity Karting Group and the Bailiff family. A fantastic operation, lining up potentially to take a win here in X30 Sr.
That kart looks so good through this final corner. I mean, it just looks smooth, on point, hitting the marks. Once again, personal best out of Evan Gilter.
Ryan Norberg was 2/10 better, but again, it's such a long way to go forward. He's just trying to continue to get there. And there's Thomas Stolzermanis. He takes over second. Kremer's back to third. ZCD starting to get going a little bit. He's back on him after a great start. Led the opening lap. However, he's not there. And there's Oliver Hodgson in that J3 competition comp kart as DeMello goes down the inside on Kremer's, and Ariel Elkin gets by on, I believe that might have been his teammate. No, Alessandro DiTullio got by on DiTullio back in turn number 7. So Ariel Elkin closer to the top 5. You talk about a turnaround year to year. Ariel Elkin had to fight out of the LCQ last year, Rob.
Indeed.
Barely made the main.
And yeah, now he's one of the stars of the show here, running in the top 10, having a strong run here for Ariel Elkin. And that may play a little bit to the whole TB kart program too. Obviously starting to step up with Race Lab and the crew up in British Columbia. That team and their Villeneuve chassis and their TB karts really starting to show a little bit here. You're going to see more of that brand, I think, in 2023.
I agree. I think they'll be up there. And again, this is a great showing for the boys in black and green. Oliver Hodgson now looking to dive on Kremer's. 2 drivers with international experience and world titles apiece. Oliver Hodgson, the IME International Final champion. Marian Kremer's, of course, KZ World Champion. He's going backwards, though.
Yeah.
Hodgson forward. Kremer's has 3 more right on his tail. Elkin, DiTullio, Villa, Ryan Norberg trying to make up ground.
Stolzermanis has worked his way into second spot. He's kind of pulled away from those behind him in P3. Clayman DeMello, Hodgson, and Kremer's.
Oh, Hodgson on top of DeMello, and around goes DeMello.
Hodgson was in there. And DeMello tried to shut the door twice. Now he's out.
So there you go, contact there. That was the battle for the 3rd position as Hodgson's fallen back quite a bit. We'll see exactly what the final damage is, but you can see the drivers here. That's DiTullio going at it, I believe, with Villa or Elkin. Inside of Elkin, DiTullio working hard on the parallel. We saw Alessandro DiTullio be a race winner this year in the USF Juniors program with VRD Racing. An incredibly talented young driver, just needs the budget
and Hodgson's
to keep going.
in the wall.
That's it. You're right.
Oliver Hodgson has pounded the wall. He got run wide, and Oliver Hodgson in 1 lap. SuperNationals hopes up in smoke.
Indeed he was. He was running right there in that 6th or 7th position. The fight now for 3rd is DiTullio, Elkin, and Villa now here, Mike.
Yeah, I tell you, Hodgson, he was trying to be smooth, methodical, and we were talking about he had the long game, but then the issue there was Zachary Clayman. DeMello put him back in the clutches of the rest of the pack. Ran out of room on the outside of Jake Drew here in the final corner.
SuperKarts USA crew doing a tremendous job to get the kart of Hodgson back to the inside of the racetrack to get that corner back to green. And look at this fight behind the front 2 drivers. Elkin at it big time. He's now gone to P3. Ariel Elkin to P3. Ryan Norberg up into 7th. Xander, it may not be a victory for Norberg this year, but he may be able to fight his way back onto the podium.
Well, he'll pick up another one. Marian Kremer's thrown to the wayside. DiTullio follows Norberg through. So does Jake Drew in that GFC karting. GFC up 8 spots now into the 8th position. Working on DiTullio. Right behind him, Noel Leon. That Speed Concepts Racing CRG is up a number of spots. 18 gained into the top 10. And with more to go, Noel Leon on the bumper of DiTullio now trying to find a way around him. And Jake Drew, as Drew stuffs it on the inside, gets by. Jake Drew another spot higher. DiTullio falls back.
Right. Go Mike.
Just 10 laps to go, and if you're curious if there's any kind of inroads being made by Stolzermanis, it's not happening. Both him and Gilter are almost identical lap after lap. Stolzermanis making the show or making the moves to get into P2, just can't get any inroads to P1.
Yeah, the fight right now is really outside the top 5, right? 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Drew, DeTulio, Leon, Kremers, all scrapping it out for position right now. The front 2 drivers, long gone. Giltaire and Stolzer-Manis. Then it's Ariel Elkin on the TB kart running in the 3rd spot. Ryan Norberg has been able to get by, though, Eduardo Villa. Norberg now into P4. It could be a top 3 for Ryan Norberg.
And Elkin just barely grabbed the wall on the exit at turn number 7. I don't see any damage there, but that was a very, very close call for Elkin out of turn 7.
Xander, still 9 laps to go. The extended 25 lapper here. We're only working lap number 17.
For a little bit there. Oh, Noel Leon on the inside of DeTulio. This is edge of the top 10 fighting here. Leon gets by. Drew stays back there in that 8th spot. DeTulio back to 7th. This is 6th, 7th, 8th on back there. Right in the mix of it is Paulie Massimino, who's picked up 7 spots on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG. He's got himself into the top 10. Kremers from 1.2 and nearly to the lead. Back to the 10th position here. That's how quick things can fade. For Evan Giltaire, though, no fade at all. Thomas Stolzer-Manis trying to hunt him down. He has continuously lost time. 2.2 seconds back. Drew gets by DeTulio.
One of the key things, Mike, you can speak to this as well. These guys haven't run this long all weekend long. Are we doing these 7-minute sessions on Wednesday? We have an extended 12-minute session. This race here is going to be somewhere around, 18, 19, maybe 20 minutes. So longer runs. Xander mentioned the worries of potential tire degradation, the fall off. We'll see how it plays out over these handful of laps. 8 laps still to go, but they just haven't gone this far all weekend long.
Everything in here is the unknown territory.
Yep.
Everything after 15 or so laps is about the most we saw in those 12-minute sessions. That was it. The guy we're picking up right here, Ryan Norberg, he was outside the top 10.
Yeah.
And now he is fighting inside not only a podium spot, the question is which spot is he going to get?
Watch for it to come down the straightaway. Yeah, Ryan Norberg going to tuck to the inside of Elkin. Coming down the straightaway, Ryan Norberg to the inside. Book it and holds them down very well. Laid out pass. Xander didn't go too deep. That's a Ryan Norberg move. Going to hold him to the outside. Shut down the over-under. He goes to P3.
One thing I want to point out real quick, I want to see if it happens again as it come around for the first time, a big chunk coming out of our leader, over a quarter of a second advantage Stolzer-Manis last time.
He's just running low on laps, right? But if all of a sudden the tires start to go away for Evan Giltaire, Thomas Stolzer-Manis, never give up. We've seen crazier. It's been less than 2 seconds, over 2 seconds. Ryan Norberg, unfortunately, he's 5 back. He's made up as much ground as he can. He was quicker than both of them last time, but I will say Giltaire picked back up the pace, even that gap to 2 seconds, even to Stolzer-Manis now with just under 6 to go.
Yeah, 6 laps remaining. Giltaire leads, Stolzer-Manis in second, Norberg third. Elkin fourth, Villa rounding out the top 10.
Zachary Clayman de Mello's clawed his way back up to the top 10. He was battling with Paulie Massimino there back in turn number 1. This fight at the edge of it. Jeremy Fletcher's also there, starting outside of the top 15 on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart starting to roll. So the field's spreading out. Evan Giltaire just needs to hang on for 5 more circuits around. What an awesome performance for that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver. We talked to him earlier today during the pre-race show. What would it mean to be able to win the Miami X30 World Championships and to come on and again win the Las Vegas SuperNationals? Those are the 2 biggest races in the world when it comes to X30 Senior Racing. And Rob, this kid's only 15.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? This, when you see talent like that, you got to be super happy to see them continue to develop, continue to get the success, because it's going to fuel it, keep fueling it. What a lead right now for Giltaire, 1.9 seconds. Mike mentioned he was kind of getting in there a little bit, Stolzer-Manis, but still another really good lap there for Giltaire.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like there's any kind of... Like,
whoa, look at that.
What?
Paulie Massimino into the wall there. He got booted out of the way by ZCD. Zach Clemente is fighting his way on up, and Massimino tagged the wall and lost about 8 spots. This fight here, edge of the top 10. This is 10th place on back. ZCD, Jeremy Fletcher, Patrick Woods-Toth was nowhere all week. He's up there in the mix as well, and he picked up like 5 spots that lap to 12th.
Wow, what a battle there further back for sure. As you said, Patrick Woods-Toth started in the 31st position, Xander, up into the 12th position. What a great run for Patrick Woods-Toth right now, trying to work his way
no!
to the top 10. Go.
Into the wall for Patrick Woods-Toth.
No, we just commentator cursed him.
Oh, man, Patrick Woods-Toth in the wall at the outside of turn number 1. Don't know what went wrong for that Prime Power Team Bureau Art. Let me tell you something, though. Ryan Norberg, never say die. He came across the line that time 7/10 better. Evan Giltaire, big-time problem that lap. He gave up over half a second, nearly 6/10. It's a second and a half here with 3 to go. Can Thomas Stolzermanis get there?
The barriers are still in the way outside of turn number 1. If anybody's not ready for it, those things are right in the exit zone.
Leaders are digging right now. Giltaire potentially with trouble. Everybody digging. Another driver off at the end of the straightaway, the short chute between 7 and 8. It is Giltaire still leading. It'll be 2 to go this time by. Ryan Norberg up on the wheel. He is not done yet. Is Giltaire having some tire trouble? He still looks pretty good coming through 10, but Norberg is a rocket right now, trying to close up on Stolzermanis.
That's why you keep pushing when you get that lead. Build that cushion up. He was able to come back that lap, look a little bit better, put 3/10 back on Stolzermanis, Mike.
Both the top drivers actually just lost a bunch of time. You've got a 44.5 out of Norberg, a 45 dead out of Stolzermanis, 44.7 out of Giltaire. If you watch him coming off the final corner, he's got a little bit more wheel, and that right front does not look so good.
It does not at all, and Stolzermanis unfortunately suffering the same fate on that Nash Motorsports factory energy. As they come out of turn number 7, Norberg's cut that lead down. He's digging on it, at least here to get himself on the box, maybe one spot higher. This time by, though, the last buzzer will ring. White flag in the air. Evan Giltaire cruise it to the finish here out of turn 11.
This is it for the Trinity Karting Group driver on the Kart Republic. Evan Giltaire down the back straightaway, about 44 seconds away from potentially standing on top of the box at the SuperNationals. $15,000 to win, and he's getting the job done here. He'll work his way through the double chicanes, the 2, 3, 4, 5 complex. Norberg still digging to try to get to Stolzermanis, but likely too little, too late. They'll work their way into turn number 7. Look at this drive here from the young Frenchman. Can he bring TKG, Trinity Karting Group, a win? No one's going to challenge him. He's just got to cruise through the last couple of laps. Norberg still closing on Stolzermanis, but coming out of the final corner, 15 grand. He'll be your winner of the SuperNationals. Evan Giltaire on the Kart Republic for Trinity Karting Group, winning SuperNationals 25 in X30 Sr. Thomas Stolzermanis in second. Ryan Norberg, a tremendous drive, Herculean to get himself back to P3. Ariel Elkin and Eduardo Villazander on the podium, a couple of TV karts in 4th and 5th.
Great sign for their brand, but for Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic, we talked with Sean Bailiff earlier this week. He said, Xander, I've been to every level of motorsport, from Le Mans to the Indy 500. There is no race more stressful, and in his opinion, no race more competitive than the SKUSA SuperNationals. You can throw it away in so many different ways here, and what a marquee win for a team that just continues to get stronger throughout the season, and they bring in this superstar in the making. Evan Giltaire, the Frenchman, gets the win, and you go down in that international top 10. Noel Leon, 21 spots up in that Speed Concepts Racing CRG. Jake Drew, the NASCAR Arkham Menard Series West champion, 7th. But all kinds of chaos and calamity here in this one. You had Oliver Hodgson, so much pace, so much going for him. Mateus Morgado as well got cleaned out in the opening corner there. He's got a way to go back forward, unfortunately, so Mateus Morgado with a DNF. Hodgson is out. You saw ZCD go back and forth all the way through there. Norberg with so much pace, obviously, if he doesn't even go just 1 or 2 more spots back in that opening lap, he stays in contention, and he drives it so close there at the end. Obviously, a bit of a frustrating end for Ryan Norberg, but you know, not many drivers have been able to back up a SuperNats win with at least a podium, and of course, nobody has gone back to back or even won 2 X30 Sr main events. With that many winners in the field, the odds just get better. Evan Giltaire, of course, at 15 years old, got a lot of racing years left in him, Mike. Hopefully we get to see that kid back here, but you can tell he's going to be pumped up.
No, and you can already see it right here. He is stoked. And how about everybody on cycle? Evan Giltaire, everybody. Let's get after it. Evan Giltaire, your winner. We're going to go down to Rob Howden right now. He's going to get with our top 5.
Indeed. Down here right now, Sean Bailiff getting a chance to high five with Giltaire. I've got Ariel Elkin standing here right now. Ariel, man, what a battle. The top 10 was pretty crazy. Walk me through your race a little bit.
Yeah, so I started in P13. It was a big mess at the start. It's just trying to survive. Then, you know, just trying to stay calm and save the tires for the last laps. Then I find the moment when I can go into the P3. I take the moment, and then until the end of the race, just trying to hang on, you know. It's a great result for TB Kart. We are very happy at the factory. So thank you very much, guys, for the support.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Great job for Ariel Elkin. Let's come over to his TB Kart teammate, Eduardo Villa. Eduardo, man, what a great race for you guys. Talk about it. A little crazy out there?
Yeah, it was an incredible race. The start, as always, was a mess. But yeah, I escaped from the first corner. And then, yeah, I was fast. I'm happy also for my teammate, Ariel. P4 and P5 is a great result for the team. And yeah, maybe yesterday I had an accident in the last heat. Maybe without that I could have started like more in the front. But yeah, anyway, I'm happy. And I want to say thank you to my team Race Lab and also TB Kart as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ariel Elkin, great job. Ryan Norberg, it's not the win you wanted, but you put on a darn good show. You were outside the top 10 at one point. You were digging coming in the end. Maybe another handful of laps could have been a different story.
Yeah, I think I definitely could have gotten in the top 2 if I had at least like 2 more laps. Yeah, that start was rough. I mean, we just didn't have the tire pressure at the right spot, so we fell back pretty bad. I mean, we were outside the top 10 and a lot of seconds back from everybody. But I mean, we had the kart. I mean, the speed was there. I mean, we were a rocket ship once we got straight. And yeah, it's more disappointing knowing that you were that fast and you had something. I mean, I caught the leaders by a ton in the latter half of that race. And so it's just more frustrating to not come away with it knowing you had the kart to beat. But yeah, thank you for the team. Thank you to RPG, everybody that made this thing possible. I mean, this kart was on rails. I mean, once we got it straight, it was dominant.
Thanks for putting on the show.
Thank you.
Let's run down over here and grab Thomas Stolzer-Manis. What a tremendous drive. Thomas, congratulations. You put your head down. You were digging. I think Evan was a little too far up the road, but nonetheless, a great run for you. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, started P3 in the final, and first laps had a little fight with other drivers, and then after had a gap behind. And I think the speed, me and Evan, we were very similar, and I'm really happy for the result.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thomas Stolzer-Manis is coming home in the second spot. Let's walk our way over to the driver who will win $15,000. Evan Gilter, you've been great all weekend long, but this is the one you needed to be fasting. Congratulations. Tell me how you feel.
Thank you. That was an amazing race. I can't believe it. That was the hardest race of my life, maybe. At the end, was a bit hard with the front, but the speed was perfect. Cat Republic, Trinity did an awesome work all weekend, and I would like to thank them for that. It's perfect.
We obviously have family watching back home. Do you want to say something in French if you'd like?
Thank you to my family, to my sponsor, everyone at France. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Evan Gilter, folks, one more time. Evan Gilter, a round of applause for the winner here today. An X30 Sr. What a drive for the young Frenchman. And we will now work our way over to the podium to hand out the hardware for what has been a tremendous event thus far. Great job for the drivers here in the X30 Sr category. What a show that was.
It just gets crazier and crazier, doesn't it, Rob, every single year?
Indeed.
You just can't predict it, right?
That's exactly. You never know who's going to kind of rise to the occasion. That's one of the things. Obviously, you know, Ryan Norberg talking about the fact that they may have missed the tire pressure just a little bit, and that's kind of what shook things up there for him. So, nonetheless, we got more racing to come, but we got this podium that we've got to lock and load first and foremost. It was just a tremendous race all around. We'll bring those drivers up and get them rolling here. We got the checks as well. A lot of money going to the top 5 drivers here this weekend in this particular pro category. Drivers have worked their way over. Let's get things underway, folks. We'll start with the pilot coming home today. In the 5th position, a round of applause for Eduardo Villa. Eduardo Villa coming home in the 5th position. Tom Kutcher passing out the checks when they get out there. Again, Eduardo having a great run for TB Kart and Race Lab. That team going P4 and P5. Coming home in the 4 spot, number 355, Ariel Elkin. We'll just keep going up in terms of cash. $1,000 for Eduardo Villa. $1,500 for a 4th place run for Ariel Elkin. Coming home 3rd place, your winner from last year, Ryan Norberg for Rollison Performance Group. Coming home in 3rd today. Man, what a show for Ryan. Fell outside the top 10, put the hammer down, and we were watching him come all the way through the pack. Tremendous drive for him. And then he'll get that check as well. $2,500, I believe. There we go. $5,000 for the driver coming home in 2nd. $5,000 for Thomas Stolzermanis. Not a bad runner-up check for Thomas on the energy for Nash Motorsports. $5,000 for finishing in the 2nd position. Great to have Thomas here this weekend. What a show he put on. But folks, to win here, it says the biggest purse ever for the SuperNationals here on the 25th anniversary. $15,000. The winner, Evan Gilter. Big victory for Trinity Karting Group and Kart Republic as well. That's awesome. Well done for Gilter, and again, huge, as I said, for Sean Bailiff and the entire Trinity Karting Group. There you go. Gilter's loving it. $15,000, as we said, for Gilter. What a tremendous drive for him. Thomas Stolzermanis in 2nd, Ryan Norberg 3rd, Ariel Elkin 4th, and Eduardo Villa rounding out the top 5 in an unbelievably stacked X30 Sr field. Xander Clements, you couldn't ask for much more, my friend. And just to see and hear the emotion from Evan Gilter, that's what it means to win here at the SuperNationals.
Yeah, you heard it from him there. He thought it was probably the best race he'd driven in his life. Well, the good news for him, he's got a long life of racing ahead, I believe, with a SuperNationals win at just 15 years old. 19 times we've had the Tag Senior X30 Senior class, 19 different winners. For France, on top here this year, Evan Gilter, an awesome, awesome performance, and of course gets to hold up that SuperNats 25 trophy, $15,000 to Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic, and himself to take on back for the Mean Green Orange Machine team. That was a big, big statement made to get that win. And you heard it too, right? He said the tires were starting to go away a little bit there at the end, Mike. He said it was tough with the front end. That's something, of course, with the heavier, with the gearbox carts for Pro Shifter to keep in mind for later today. 25 laps for them in their main event as well, so that could get a little bit hairy.
Yeah, you could actually start seeing, I was talking about how good the kart looked in that first half, and then you started seeing the front end kind of push off as you got to the middle of the turn 10 section. I was seeing him just not able to get the kart to carve all the way on the exit, and you can kind of start seeing some lines on those front tires. Gilter saying the front end being a bit of a challenge.
Well, we've got a lot more drivers to talk to here. We obviously talked to the top 5. We're going to talk to some of the other ones that made their way through the main event all the way here. They'll be down with Kendall Hedge in a few moments. Obviously, Evan Gilter, super happy to be able to pull off that win. And again, like we said, great statement for the TV kart camp. Ariel Elkin, Eduardo Villa. Villa already has a SuperKarts USA win at the Winter Series earlier this year. He gets himself some hardware in that one. Ariel Elkin gets some as well. For Ryan Norberg, it's a cap off to his most dominant year to date. And he has hardware from pretty much every single race weekend that he's attended to. That's just unprecedented.
Ryan Norberg is one of the best in the business, and anytime you can show up to a race and almost always be in the conversation, well, when you finish 3rd, I could see why you'd be a little bit upset.
Well, he's one of the all-time greats for a reason, and yeah, like he said, awesome stuff from him. Kind of bites a bit to have that much pace and to know how close he was. But Ryan Norberg kicking it out sideways here for the fans in the grandstands. There's a lot more racing to come as we roll on through. Let's send it on down trackside here. Kendall Hedge has started to catch up just a little bit with some of the other drivers where the race unfortunately didn't end for them inside the top 5. Zachary Clayman DeMello led, the only other driver to lead a lap here in this X30 Sr Main Event. Unfortunately, no hardware to show for it. He's down with Kendall.
Down here at Zachary Clayman DeMello, just as Xander said, you did end up leading a lap at one point, but there was also an incident on track that caused you to fall back. What happened out there?
I had a great start. I got my elbows out, moved a few people out the way, and we didn't have pace early on, so dropped back a bit, and then Hodgson just decided to drive over me. I'm just extremely happy an AVP didn't win. I mean, their pace is ridiculous. Obviously, something's going on there. So really happy for Gilles. Congrats to him and the whole team. And my team did a great job all week. We were hooked up thanks to REM, my mechanic Liam, and Ollie. They did a great job.
All right, well, thank you, Zach.
Zachary Clayman DeMello there, ladies and gentlemen. Here we've got more with Kendall. Let's go ahead, and I believe Connor Zilish, the kid that unfortunately I just glitched there on his stop over the Jumbotron. We got a good shot of him in opening ceremonies. I know his plan was probably to gritty all the way across the stage, but unfortunately no grittying for the top 5 for Connor Zilish out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Up and down result for him on the REM Cosmic outfit, but a lot of pace this week. He's down with Kendall.
Xander, you said you were going to get this interview, but I'm down here with Connor Zilic. Connor, you didn't have the pace that you wanted. What happened in that race?
Xander, why don't you come down here and interview me?
I'm sorry. Here, I'll interview. Yeah, you're right. He can't hear me. Hey, tell Connor I am sorry. You're right, Kendall. I was supposed to get down there. We got X30 Juniors on the racetrack. Give him a chance to talk.
I can't hear you.
Go ahead.
All right, well, anyway, we just didn't have it. We were fast in qualifying on new tire on the short run, but as soon as we get 10 laps, my tire would just fall apart. So frustrating to say the least, but it's always good to be back at the go-kart track. Just glad I was able to come out here and run one last race for the year, and now I'll go home and I guess take a break from racing for a little bit and get ready for next year.
All right, well, sounds good. Thank you, Connor.
Thank you.
Hey,
Back to you.
Thanks for being a good sport, Connor and Kendall. Sorry about that there to both of them. You're right. I was set to go down there and do that one, but you know what? There was just so much to talk about in that race, Rob. I got excited, man. You get goosebumps. It's a SuperNats. There's all kinds of stuff moving around, and talking about our good buddy Mike Smith here. You just kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit.
It happens all the time, man. Don't worry. It's the emotion of it. What a fantastic race it's been so far. Some just tremendous battles. Let's have a look at the grid as the drivers right now getting set to go in X30 Jr. It'll be Caleb Gaffera, Mike, on the pole position alongside Max Garcia, row 2, Jesus Vasquez Jr., and Cameron Brinkman.
Leonardo Escorpione and Cooper Shipman, row 3 right there, and then you got Anthony Martella and Enzo Vidmontien, 7th and 8th.
Alex Mercado will roll off on row number 5 on the inside. Sebastian Weldon to the outside. Brody Yendel. Stephen Miller was so close to that K Jr. when he's got a little work to do from 12th as they head onto the backstretch, Rob.
The remainder of your top 10, Ernesto Rivera, Hutchin Schwartz, Teddy Masella, Christian Cameron, Kai Burke, Peter Buzanelos, Diego Guillot, and Valentino Garbarino. Field set. We're getting ready to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. A couple drivers having some trouble full their back, somebody sideways, but otherwise we're green. And Gaffera maybe gets a little help going through to the corner, but he is going to come back across the bow. Xander, he'll take the lead coming out of turn number 3.
Good stuff for Caleb Gaffera here as the field works its way through the chicanes. So a long main event as well for the X30 Juniors. Unfortunately for many, it will end early. Big time contact with the outside wall in turn number 2. We've heard that's the trouble spot. Meanwhile, no trouble for Max Garcia in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He'll quickly go through.
Yeah, Xander throws it to the bottom in turn number 7, able to get by Caleb Gaffera as that lead group, or lead pack, the entire field essentially still lined up. There comes as well, and big move there for Vasquez. He gets 2 for 1, goes to P2. Great run there, Mike, for Vasquez.
Wow, Vasquez, you normally see 1, but one of the tough things is when they're in line, you almost have to go for 2 just to try to finish it off. Now going down into the first corner, he's going to get fought back. That's Gaffera taking it right back.
Yeah, Gaffera's got to get back up on the horse opposite. We saw it with Gilles, right? Gilles lost the lead, but immediately went back after that P1 position, getting by Zachary Clayman DeMello. Did not want to leave any discussion that he wasn't going to be the guy that they were going to be chasing. Right now, up the road a little bit here is Max Garcia, but Gaffera trying to get control of this race once again.
Well, remember Gaffera.
Big contact with a
Whoa!
driver. Yeah.
One way out there. That is the 714 of Cooper Shipman and that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. He is sandwiched in the wall. The barriers are everywhere. That might be one of the more messy hits to the wall out of turn 7. Let's see what it does to the field. Do we get a full course yellow? Yellow flags are waving everywhere at 7. The leaders are headed down to turn number 1. Garcia, and none of them know, right? That was what caught Gilles and the leaders out in that X30 Sr Main Event, is the track was completely changed by the time they got around to it, and he lost a lot of time. So will that happen to Max Garcia? He's built up the lead. Here he comes. Yellow flags waving, track conditions, flag in the air. They should have enough time to get back to the center of the racetrack. Oh no, problems for Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller in that 773 Chad Duncan Racing Alonso kart just off screen.
That's on turn 1, right?
Yep, over in turn number 1. So more barrier impacts around. The juniors, lots of carnage here in the start. Meanwhile, Max Garcia continues to lead. Let's go side by side and send it down to Kendall Hedge. She's got up with Marion Kremers.
Down here with Marion Kremers. Marion, you were up and down within the top 10 throughout the entire race, but didn't have just a little bit enough to get up there all the way. What's your takeaway from that race?
It's a frustrating one. I'm happy I get another shot at it in Shifter coming up. The whole week's been quite frustrating in X30. We seem to have space. We go through the corners flying, and then we put our foot down, and they just walk away from us. And then you would think Lister Sprocket, so at least down the straight you would gain again, but it doesn't seem to happen for me. So yeah, it's frustrating. It used to be just the RPGs that did that, but seems like they found some extra thing. Yeah, we got our work cut out for us over the winter to be back up there in the winter tour coming up.
All right, well, thank you, Marion.
Thank you.
Well, Rob, there, Marion Kremers obviously disheartened, frustrated right off the racetrack. Like he said, just, got space. He did everything he could do. He got a good start, got into second, and just kind of, the pace just wasn't there.
Yeah, it seems like he was going backwards. You could obviously hear the frustration in his voice, but he said he's back at it again. We'll cap the day off with Marion and all the rest of his Red Army teammates on for Pro Shifter. Right now up front, Max Garcia out to about 0.6 of a second lead. Second, third, and fourth have been lined right up there with Caleb Gaffera, Cameron Brinkman, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. But Ernesto Rivera just went purple last time by. He's closing up. We're a quarter of the way through. 5 laps down. That's now Rivera up into 5th. I'll tell you what. It's been a great second half of the season for Cameron Brinkman. We've been seeing him kind of step his way up here at the end of 2023, having a strong run here right now, P3.
Yeah, Cameron Brinkman doing a good job. He was so quick in that KA Junior Main Event, just kind of went up away from him. He's got that second shot like Marion Kremers talked about here in the X30 Junior Main. He's up to 3rd, digging forward. Let's go side by side again and hear from Paulie Massimino, who got pile drived into the wall right over there at turn number 7 and lost a number of spots, but he was digging forward earlier in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed.
Paulie Massimino. Paulie, you made it all the way up into the top 10, but unfortunately there was an incident out on track. What happened out there?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like we had pretty good early speed, and we were making our way up through the field, keeping our nose clean, and then, yeah, once we got to about middle half towards the end of the race, I went in for a pass, made the pass. I saw a whole train behind me, so I defended in the next corner, and I just got sent right into the wall.
Well, unfortunate ending for you, Paulie, but thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. More carnage here on the racetrack. Big wreck out of the final turn. That'll take out one driver midway through. Nathan DuPuy has gone into the wall. You can see the SKUSA officials. They're frantically trying to clear the racetrack out before the leaders come by. They will not get out in time. Here comes Caleb Gaffera, who took the lead during that interview break. Max Garcia back to second. 14, make it 13 laps to go as they head towards the long back straightaway. And let's see if everybody can make it through cleanly. Rob, I know that's what your eyes are on, hoping all those kids get through safe as they pass for 3rd. Rivera on Brinkman.
Yeah, just wondering if one of the driver may have been tucked in and not be able to see it. You've got to make sure you have your eyes up. You don't want to be hanging out wide and get to the back of that tire. That's one of the Goodwood Cartways entries we said from Canada. SKUSA crew will go to work getting that cleaned up right now. But indeed, as you said, Gaffera had gone back to the lead by Max Garcia, reeled him back in. Gaffera goes with his personal best time on that last lap as well, so using it to potentially might stretch away.
Remember when Caleb was out front before, he immediately went defense and things started to go haywire for him. That was in the KA group. Now he has another shot at it, and already he's just going flat out speed, no defense.
So they head down the backstretch here this time. Gaffera, like you said, no defense, feels good. Here comes his teammate Ernesto Rivera down the inside on Max Garcia. He'll take over second. Gaffera's lead opens up now to about 6 or 7 car lengths, Rob, with 11 laps to go here in the main event.
Another driver to watch right now, back-to-back purple laps for Sebastian Weldon. He started 10th, runs 10th, but he's starting to pick up some speed right now. 44.7, his fast lap. He was 0.3 quicker than Gaffera on the last circuit. He's only 0.7 behind Brody Yendel right now, so the guy to watch right now is Sebastian Weldon.
Let's take them side by side here as they go through turn 3. Jesus Vasquez Jr. gets through for 3rd on Garcia. Gaffera's got a charge coming for the lead. down at turn number 1. We'll go down to the pass here and delay that next interview because I think, Rob, we might have a bucket coming. No, we don't.
Yeah, it looks to me like Rivera starting to get anxious. He'd like to go by. I'm sure that Mike Rawlson would like to see his two drivers kind of work together and stretch away. They have an opportunity right now to pull away from those behind them. Rivera just went purple last time by. They're the two fastest karts on the racetrack. They just got to keep their heads down and keep digging. But right now I think Rivera's like, hey, I got a chance to lead the SuperNationals. I think I might want to throw it in on my teammate here pretty soon.
Yeah, now we are going to get down and kind of get that interview done and dusted.
Down here with Alessandro DiTullio. Ale, it was an up and down day in this session. You were up at the top, then went back down to the top 10. It just wasn't your day. Walk us through that race.
Yeah, it was a tough race. I mean, at the beginning we were pretty quick, the first 6 to 8 laps. I think we were in the top 5, top 3. And then the kart just fell off. I just tried to hold on as much as possible. It got to a point where I just needed to survive. I had no pace to go forward. I just had enough to defend. So yeah, I got moved around a bit, but it's normal because I didn't have the pace to be up front. So P8 or P7, whatever I got, I mean, it's okay.
Thank you, Ale.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall. And it's come unglued at the front of the field here, Rob. Rivera went by his teammate Gafera. Garcia went by Vasquez, brought Brinkman with him. And if they tighten up, it could be 7 or 8 in this lead group here with 9 to go.
Yeah, we're just into that second half of the race. As Xander said, 9 laps remaining. And indeed, Rivera making a good move to the inside of Gafera. So the two RPG drivers swapping. But again, back there, Brinkman now, he's the driver that goes on the move. He's able to get by Garcia. So move Cameron Brinkman now up into the 3rd spot. So a lot of action. They are slowly reeling in the front-running 2 drivers. And really, you got to go all the way back to, top 10? Almost a top 10, that full group, if they do start to kind of battle up front.
The driver I think is really, really strong is, in fact, our leader, Rivera. He was back there outside the top 5 and slowly worked his way up, chipped him off one at a time, and now, even on his teammate, took over the lead.
Side by side back for 5th behind the leaders. That was Scorpione getting by on Jesus Vasquez Jr., who is so close to a KA podium with a pushback that'll take him off it. He's trying to get something in X30. We're going to stay straight on this race, viewers. Don't worry. 8 laps to go. Straight X30 Jr. will collect the last bit of our X30 Sr post-race in the intermix while we wait for the podiums after this one, because I don't know what's going to happen. There's more chaos in turns 2 and 3. They're 2 wide, 2 by 2. Look at, is that Alex? It was Brody Yendel, I think, on the 756 getting through.
Look at Brody Yendel to the bottom. He's going to get 2, and there's a driver around. Which driver was that who went around in turn number 7?
Mercado.
That's Alex Mercado, indeed. Mercado, who is running 8th, maybe clipped a bit from behind. He goes around, his day done.
Alex Mercado goes around there, so the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver had made up already a couple spots to get back to where he started on the outside lane. He drops all the way to the tail. 6 laps to go for a minute. I thought Cameron Brinkman was going to be able to hunt down the leaders, but Ernesto Rivera and Caleb Gafera both put a 10th on him that lap, opened the gap back up. Brinkman needs them to fight. Garcia in the same boat. Vasquez Jr. as well, top 5, all a little bit slower than the top 2 drivers.
This thing's heating up, Mike Smith. We've got, 7 laps to go. The 2 leaders kind of pulling away. It's Rivera and Gafera. They've got a couple of lengths back to Brinkman and Garcia. 2 RPG drivers potentially lining up to fight it out for a race win. Garcia back to the inside. You can see it further back. Garcia able to get by as he moves to the inside of Brinkman. Gafera, purple last time by.
Yeah, exactly that. Gafera in the draft, getting that purple lap, but personal best also out of the teammate Rivera. Those RPG machines are working here later in the race.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Here's another storyline for you with the top 2, right? Caleb Gafera all year long, over 25-plus wins, broke his dad's record. Ernesto Rivera's been right there, right? But if you look at the way the class looks out for RPG, Gafera has kind of kept Rivera in his shadow almost all year. This would be a breakout win for Ernesto right before Caleb moves up to senior. Say, yeah, I'm not just your second fiddle. I can go toe-to-toe with you. And that's not to say that he hasn't. He's been right there every step of the way. But the spotlight has been on Caleb G. This is Ernesto Rivera's chance on the biggest stage to prove himself as the best.
Yeah, you call it a breakout performance, right? He's been there all year, like you said, but Caleb's the one that's been locking up all these race wins, and, of course, the championship as well in the SuperKart USA Pro Tour. So, indeed, Gafera wants to get back. He wants to put the exclamation point on the end of the junior career, but Rivera looks like he could be the guy to beat.
Yeah, there's a bit of an accordion going on with the 2 RPG machines. If you look Coming off of turn number 10, it looks like Rivera is able to stretch things out ever so slightly, and then Gaffera slowly starts to get things back in the twisty bits. Come out of 7, though, the faster stuff, it's almost like there might be a small gearing adjustment or difference between those two machines.
Well, and Gaffera had a bit of trouble, sorry, Xander, coming through turn number 8. Didn't seem like the car took a really good set coming through turn number 8. He lost about a half a length there.
He did there, yeah. Like you said, a little bit of an accordion on both. You know, these guys have been able to trade data and video pretty much all week long, so they know really where each other's strengths are, and they probably know where each other's setups and gear ratios are. So that factors in as a driver. You get to see the other guy's entire playbook. You know roughly where he's going to be good, where he's not. You've seen it on the data, on the video, and on the racetrack, probably following each other in practice. And so this makes this a really interesting battle.
And Xander, speaking from experience, working at with the Rawlson crew this weekend, I came over and watched some of the debriefs. They are harsh on their young guys. I'm telling you, they work them really hard. But yeah, they go deep into everything. We did the same thing in the Masters class because, of course, I got a couple of really good guys with me, with Miguel Mir and Barrios and Johnny Blair. We were trying different stuff on every car. It's one of the things that these teams would have lots of guys can do. You can try different stuff because you trust the talent of each one of those drivers.
Look, at the end of the day, right, that team demands excellence. Mike Rawlson is addicted to trying to find ways to win. He is meticulous, and his entire team, the culture throughout there, right, do or die. And, of course, you have some of the best drivers in the country as both the drivers on the team and the coaches. You got Danny Formal. You got Cedric Lupian beating up on these kids all year long.
Ben Cooper,
Ryan Norberg as well, all of them. And, again, guys, for these kids to aspire to be, and they see how hard they work in the paddock, working next to them in the tent. One thing that Gary Carlton mentioned when I talked to him a few months ago, one of the coolest parts about the SuperNats is that you've got your stars pitted right next to you. These juniors got to benefit, and you can see the hard work coming out.
Two laps to go, Mike, 2 to go, as you said. Ernesto Rivera stretching away to about 0.7 of a second. Is it too little too late for Caleb Gaffera? A second back is Max Garcia. This is a two-driver battle up front, but Ernesto Rivera has been flawless over the second half of this 20-lap contest. That could it be the breakout win, Xander, we talked about for Rivera? He continues to pull away. The man still the fastest on the racetrack, Sebastian Weldon. As I said before, he's up to 6th position, knocking on the door of Jesus Vasquez Jr., getting close to potentially go on the final lap for a top 5 podium finish. But Rivera with almost a full second on the final lap.
Big time lead for Rivera. You think Ryan Norberg, what he said, when you have that kind of pace, but you started so much deeper or get a bad start, it bites that much more because Sebastian Weldon probably thinks, I could win. And now as they battle in front of him, he's got a shot at it. Vasquez Jr. versus Brinkman versus Weldon. Meanwhile, Ernesto Rivera, Caleb Gaffera, Max Garcia, they're safe. Top 3 headed to 7. Take them home, Rob.
It'll be an RPG 1-2 if these guys bring it home, but it will be also a breakout win for young Ernesto Rivera. Gaffera running P2 in his final junior race before moving to senior. Here comes Rivera. He'll remember the 25th running of the SuperNats because he's a winner in X30 Jr. Wow. Ernesto Rivera winning by a full second over Caleb Gaffera. Max Garcia in 3rd. Vasquez 4th. Brinkman 5th. He's able to hold off a charging Sebastian Weldon.
So with that, Sebastian Weldon comes up 1 spot shy of getting some hardware, unfortunately, there at the end. Kudos there from Jesus Vasquez Jr. Love to see that kind of sportsmanship out of the kids' classes. Nice little thumbs up to Ernesto. I think all the kids there know what it's like when you first get that big win for Jesus Vasquez Jr. That breakout weekend was the SKUSA SuperNationals when he got his first career national championship in KA100 Junior. He knows the feeling of finally going from, yeah, I can do it. I think I can do it. I think I can. I did it, Mike.
Well, I'll tell you, right, you said it when with Gaffera moving up to senior, it's a way bigger win to actually do it when he's still here. So Rivera right now got to be on cloud 9, not just SuperNats, but knowing that was a statement.
That was a statement, right? Because if Caleb Gaffera, his stats say anything, it says that he has been the guy all year long in X30 Jr. And Ernesto Rivera, it wasn't just a 5-6 car kind of mess there at the end. It wasn't even a dogfight. He pulled away from the kid that has over 25-plus wins on the season. For Caleb Gaffera, it's still an amazing send-off to the year because he comes away with so much results. double podiums here at the SuperNats. He caps off the season as the SKUSA Pro Tour X30 Jr champion with a vice champion run here at the SuperNationals, of course. But today, it's all about his teammate Ernesto Rivera. Nice little knuckle touch there from Jesus Vasquez Jr. Here comes Max Garcia on that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Garcia giving a good kudos there. The X30 Juniors will be just about ready for interviews. Quickly, though, looks like we've got the camera. Oh, no, it'll head over to the top 5, and then we'll get a few more of our X30 Seniors here in just a moment as well while they're getting set for their podiums. X30 Jr., though, down on the final hairpin. Rob Howden making his way out there. Here we go. Ernesto Rivera gets the shots, gets the pictures with a checkered flag. Rob, take it away.
Let's start here with Max Garcia as these guys are chatting away. Max, good start. You were able to go to the lead early, ending up coming home a little further back in third spot. Overall, you're pretty happy with the way things went?
I always want more than third place. Like, we just didn't have the pace today. I know we'll be better in the future, but these guys just did a really, really good job in my MPG Motorsports. Kart Republic was on rails today, so thanks to everyone back at MPG, but we'll keep working.
Congratulations. It was an RPG 1-2. Caleb Gaffera, you ended up coming home here in P2, your final junior race. All in all, you were good. You were able to go back to the front, but it looks like Ernesto had just a little bit more.
Yeah, I jumped the curb in turn 2 just a bit too much, bent the axle, so that's just where I started losing time. But I mean, most of the weekend we were the quickest out here, but just got unlucky.
Hey, congrats all told.
Thank you.
Caleb Gaffera, folks, again, coming home second. Like I said up in the broadcast booth, a great second half of the season for Cameron Brinkman. Cameron stepping up here at the SuperNationals as well. Walk me through how your race rolled out.
Yeah, we were pretty fast the first half of the race, and then we couldn't catch the RPG guys, so we lost a lot of pace the second half of the run, but still happy to get top 5, but also a little disappointed we couldn't get more.
Who do you want to thank today?
I'd like to thank my dad, my whole family for giving me tons of support. The whole Mike Doty Racing team for giving me a really fast kart this weekend, and Michael Geringer, my tuner for this whole year, and Vulture Racing Engines.
Nicely done. Well done. Let's go over to Jesus Vasquez Jr. You were right in the middle of a fight as well, but again, the 2 RPG guys got away. You guys kind of scrapped a little bit for third on back. What do you think your race was? How did it roll out for you?
I thought it rolled out pretty good. You know, I wish I could have done better, but I feel like I did my best, and that's it.
Who do you want to thank today?
All the Nash boys, P1 Engines, Morgan and my mechanic one, and Offset, King Taco, and that's it.
Nicely done. All right, time to go talk to this guy here right now. Talk about a breakout victory. Ernesto Rivera, congratulations. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
Really happy. This is my first win, so really happy to be here in SuperNats.
Obviously, your first big win, as you said. What were the nerves like? How did you feel over the last couple of laps? Were you getting a little nervous?
Yeah, on the last laps, I said to myself, just put your head down and just go as fast as you can.
Who do you want to thank today?
Everybody on the team, Mike, Alex, Joni, Kevin, my teammates, my dad, everyone.
Congratulations. One more time, folks. Ernesto Rivera is a SuperNationals winner in X30 Jr. Let's work our way over here, folks, to the podium. We'll get things underway once again. 5 deserving and talented junior drivers about to get presented with a little bit of hardware. Over here, guys. Indeed, bringing the drivers down here. We'll get things underway here momentarily. Again, we have the 5 drivers coming over here to get that hardware for them. Still some more races to come today. Let's start with the driver coming home in the 5th position. We'll get him that P5 trophy. P5 goes to Cameron Brinkman. Cameron Brinkman, P5 in X30 Jr. AM Racing Engines, the sponsor of the category. Finishing in 4th spot, number 770, Jesus Vasquez Jr. Moving up to the 3rd place driver, led early. He'll finish P3 this year. Max Garcia coming home in the 3rd spot. Driver capping off his junior career after a stellar season. Finishing in 2nd for RPG, Caleb Gaffera. And when you go to win your first big race, SuperNat seems like a pretty good place to do it. The winner today in X30 Jr, Ernesto Rivera. Big win for Rivera here at the SuperNats, able to work his way past his teammate Caleb Gaffera and just inch away enough that he's going to be able to take that spot. Caleb just didn't have it, like he said, got into a barrier and bent the axle a little bit, did the best he could to work his way forward. But indeed, today is the day of Ernesto Rivera, his breakout win on RPG 1-2. Great job for Rivera, Gaffera, Garcia, Vasquez, and Brinkman, the top 5 drivers, Xander, and X30 Jr.
Thank you, Rob. Here again, X30 Jr., a heck of a show, a heck of a performance for Ernesto Rivera here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. We've seen X30 Sr., X30 Jr. How about what has been talked about as the most stacked X30 Masterclass of all time, Mike?
Yeah, there is so much talent. We've talked about how much talent there is in every single category, but yes, absolutely. Here in the Masters group for X30, there's just, yeah, it's nuts. I mean, I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to this race. We already saw the Masters drivers in the KA as well as the Master Shifter. This is our penultimate event before the Pro Shifters go, and I'm sure the show is going to be phenomenal.
It's going to be great, and it all comes live next here. X30 Master and then Pro Shifter coming your way live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. It's SKUSA SuperNats 25 with the Kart Chaser live stream powered by Porsche. Stick with us.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Las Vegas, Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. X30 Master getting onto the racetrack here. Renato, Yoder, David, and Kip Foster, the front row. The second to last race of the day. Mike Smith, let's head on through the starting lineup.
Absolutely. You got Will Power is going to be in the next row along with Martin Pierce, followed by Chris Werheim and Jace Lindstrom, and they're in row number 3.
Yeah, we got some great racers in this category. You guys talked as I was coming up how stacked it absolutely is. Row number 4, we'll have Ignacio Vivian and Aneljo Ramalho, definitely a driver to watch. Dylan Albiani's been quick all weekend, and then you've got David Serra, the absolute master, the veteran, starting 10th.
Mario Barrios, and then Ben Cooper. Remember, Cooper had that engine let go on him. He's trying to haul himself up there. After that, you've got Thomas Grice. We saw him at the sharp end as well for one race. And then you got Darren Marcus.
After that, Takaharu Nakamori starting in the 15th spot alongside Henry Taylor. Casey Cook starting 17th alongside Lee Nikadulu. And then to cap off your top 20, watch out for these two drivers, Matt Johnson and Greg Welch, and it's Scott Kopp, Bonner Moulton. And starting back in 23rd, the winner of KA 100 Masters, Martin Stone. Field working its way through the final corner and rolling up onto the track here as we get set to go into the staging lanes. Penultimate race of the weekend. X30 Master followed by Pro Shifter will cap off this year's Super Nationals in style. Field set. X30 Master is green, green, green. And Yoder rolling it down into turn number 1. Will Power's right there in it as well. They're fighting to work their way through to get into 2 and 3. Nicely done early on. Let's see what happens a bit further back. Looks to be like a little bit of a yellow up there. Maybe one driver off, but otherwise, Mike, looks like they're getting through the opening couple of corners pretty cleanly.
Did you see the head snappers out of Kip Foster? We got issues back there on the entry to turn 6. Several drivers are going to have a hard time, but Kip Foster started second. Big-time head snappers. He was getting big hits. He's all the way back in almost 10th.
We'll give you a top 10 rundown when they come across the line with Renato Jader leading the way. Will Power into the 2nd spot. Now up into the 3rd is Lindstrom. 4th position is Barrios, up 7 positions on the opening circuit. Dylan Albiani up 4. Ramalho runs 6th. Thomas Grice in 7th. Ignacio Vivian in 8th spot. 9th and 10th, David Serra. And you mentioned it, Kip Foster all the way down into that 10th position. Kip Foster going for the 5th win. He's got 4 wins here. He's going to have to dig back from P10.
Yeah, obviously not the start that he was looking for, but now things have gone single file. He got 20 laps, but he's going to have to start making some inroads. He had Ben Cooper right on his back bumper at the end of that lap. Now it looks like Cooper's actually made his way by, so Cooper move him up one more spot in front of Foster.
Yeah, watch for Ben Cooper to put his head down. Again, a long race, 20 laps for the drivers here in X30 Master. Let's see who has it near the tail of this run. Jace Lindstrom just laid down his fast lap, but then it was Ben Cooper. Ben Cooper going purple last time by from 10th. He's able to get by Foster. Deeper in the field, drivers digging pretty hard back up front at the pointy end of the grid. It is Renato Jader holding it right now. Mike, a 3-driver breakaway. Jader, Power, and Lindstrom.
Lindstrom has been kind of an unknown. He's been fairly quick, but hasn't been up there and fighting with the guys as much, but the speed has always been there. The drivers who have been up there, though, Jader and Will Power, both of those drivers have shown what they've got in the past.
Yeah, they both have the speed. We know it. Will Power looking to get that first Super Nationals win. He's been close on a number of occasions. Hasn't been able to get that victory. We'll see if he gets it done here this year. But again, Renato Jader, listen, when you look at the Masters drivers around the world, you got to put him, if you have a handful, you pick 5 top Masters drivers in the world, he's one of them for sure. You might even throw Derek Wang in there as well. This guy's won a lot of big races, including this one. He's a former Super Nationals winner.
And watching him go through turn number 6 right now, and it actually looks like it's Lindstrom just closing up ever so slightly on Will Power. They were almost identical the last time around. It was actually Lindstrom, just a tick quicker than the trio.
And another purple lap for Ben Cooper. He's the fastest driver right now, and literally not that far back, to be honest. Ben Cooper 4.1 seconds back. He was quicker by a half a second than Renato Jader. He is the fastest driver on the racetrack and throws it to the bottom to get to the inside of the 527 of Vivian. So move Cooper now up into the 8th position. Purple lap on that pass, by the way. Makes the move to the inside, gives up the corner, and still gets a purple lap.
You got to go forward, but you can't lose time doing it. And that surge and cut, he was able to keep the speed up and still keep moving forward. But we talk about those guys out front. They're out there pretty quick. However, you can lose a ton of time in a big hurry. And here at Masters, we seem to be pretty good at doing that.
Yeah, wait till Power potentially tries to make a move on Jader, right? If he does that, we're going to see them working their way forward here. Here's Ben Cooper now working his way up here on Thomas Grice. Is he close enough? No, because Grice is getting right into the back of, I believe, Dylan Albiani, working him big time. I think, though, Cooper may have got another one there. He might have slipped by Albiani on that one with the contact we saw in turn 10.
Yeah, I think he got a couple. Another move to the inside. I want to say that's the 517. Another driver in the fence. That's the 555. We're going to find out who that is.
5:55 off the racetrack. I think that's Cody Hodgson, the double nickel. Yeah, Cody Hodgson off there. He's waving the hands, going to hop out of the cart. The SKUSA staff will get that cart over here for him. And the battle continuing up front right now. Look at this scrap there. That's for P4 now. Ben Cooper has gone to 4th. Is Cooper got a hot rod to go to the win here? It's so early. 5 laps into a 20-lap event, and Ben Cooper is already up into the 5th spot. That is a 7-position improvement.
If you are over here in the final corner and you want to see a kart spring off a corner, watch Ben Cooper as he goes in there. That rear tire gets way up in the air and right in the center, spring off, and he's rocking and rolling.
I'm going to tell you, Ben has been coaching me all weekend long along with Jace Denmark, and that's the one thing he kept pushing on me. I want you to drive that thing into the corner, get the wheels turned. I want you to be able to jack that inside rear wheel. He's putting on a show. All I got to do is watch him to see what he's talking about. This is exactly what he was trying to get me to do all weekend, and he's doing it right now to roll himself up now, almost to P3, actually.
And speaking of a show, here is Will Power now to the back bumper of Renato Jader. Jader's been leading from the get-go. Will Power ever so slightly getting closer and closer. This is going to be his first opportunity. He's going to take it. Power to the inside of Jader. They're going down at turn number 1. Will Jader fight back? No. Slots right back in. Smart play by the veteran.
Will Power to the lead, the reigning NTT IndyCar Series champion, and of course an Indianapolis 500 winner as well for Penske Racing. Looking very good here in the RPG Cosmic. He's been able to pull a little gap there on Renato Jader. He has the lead now. Can he pull away? Back there, you just see coming out of turn number 7, that's Ben Cooper. He went purple again with a 44.285. He's 3 seconds behind the lead right now. Cooper is coming. He does not have to worry really about time. Still 12 laps to go, Mike. There's a long way before we're done with this. We're not even at the halfway point.
Talk about strong pace out of Will Power. Power makes the move there and immediately has 2 to 3 kart lengths on P2, and actually just behind him is Barrios, who makes his way by Lindstrom. So now another RPG driver showing his strength is now Barrios up to 3rd, but Cooper is coming.
The SuperKarts USA Pro Tour X30 Masters champion Mario Barrios now up into the 3rd spot. So 3 RPG X30 Masters drivers in the top 5, 1st, 3rd, and 5th for Cooper. Ben Cooper will keep watching his gap. Last time by, 2/10 quicker than Barrios, so he's now going to try to reel in Chase Lindstrom. So Cooper putting his head down, Mike, as they roll their way onto the back chute.
You want to take a look at how fast Cooper is compared to everybody else? Here it is. Cooper has got a 44.2. He is 4/10 faster than Power, 5/10 faster than David, 4/10 faster than Barrios, and actually just a tick, no, almost a second quicker than Lindstrom.
Wow. This is a run here for Ben Cooper. Again, a former Rotax world champion, runs his own racing school out of Quebec, Canada. Runs with Rawlson Performance. A former winner, as we know, in 2019 of this X30 Sr category, making the move to the Masters class and really starting to put the pressure potentially on the drivers running in 3rd and 4th. It's Barrios in 3rd, 4th is Lindstrom, Cooper coming, and Will Power stretches out again. Another 1/10 of a second. Will Power over Renato Jader.
Renato Jader is starting to lose a little bit. We are halfway down, halfway to go, and I think that's going to be the benefit for Power. If Power can continue to do what he's doing and stretch a little bit on David, etc., then that means Power has to, Ben Cooper still has to pass people. He can't just cut fast laps, but as we've seen, he's not really losing a lot of time when he passes.
Yeah, when Ben Cooper gets there, he will be very decisive. I guarantee it. He knows how far up the road Will is. They've been talking all weekend long. Ben's actually coaching Will as well. So, again, when Cooper gets there, he's going to have to attack. Boom, to the inside. Book it as he gets by Lindstrom. Here comes Ben Cooper to P4. That kart is rolling.
Cooper was a good, 3 kart lengths back and made that move.
Even with that pass, he was 3/10 faster than Will Power. 1.6 seconds back. 9 laps to go, Mike. We are now into the second half of this one, and Renato Jader just went a bit quicker as he's trying to reel in Will Power.
Guess what? Cooper's job is going to get a little bit easier in reeling people in, and he's also going to have Barrios in the game, especially Jader putting his personal best and starting to close back up on Power.
Yeah, Will Power, though, no stranger to leading races, so you're not going to shake this guy down. Obviously, we've seen what he's been able to do throughout a very storied NTT IndyCar Series career. The guy's a qualifying magician. How many times has he been on the pole? 52 times in his career, something like that. but he will not get shaken here by the likes of Renato Jader. But Jader, we know, one of the top Masters drivers in the country, trying to close up. Last time by, it was 0.3 of a second. They're going to keep digging as they work their way through 4 and 5. And look how close Jader is there. There's that next group as well with Ben Cooper. Oh, driver hard into the Bears on the front straightaway, right in the middle of the racetrack. That's Javier Nasir. Nasir right in the middle of the track. He's going to walk away from that one. The SKUSA officials jumping to get the cart as soon as they can. Barrier right out in the middle. Yasir jumping over top of the barriers, and here comes Will Power. Not really in the racing line, though, Mike.
It's not the worst scenario there, but what it was a lost opportunity for Ben Cooper to try to attack on Barrios.
With the yellow flag.
Exactly
indeed.
that, yeah.
You're right. That's been a place that's been Cooper's favorite spot to pass. Not able to get by Mario Barrios. 7 laps to go. Will it be too little too late for Ben Cooper? We'll see. He's closing up on Barrios now. Potentially thinking about the move coming into turn number 7. No, not quite there yet. You can see the carts lining up. There's Barrios right there. Cooper's right behind him.
Is the yellow going to be out? Yes, it is. Yellow flag, final corner. Cooper can't do it. Cooper can't do it. He was setting it up, couldn't do it. He's not going to be able to wait. Cooper will have to make he just pointed by. Barrios just pointed by his RPG teammate.
Yeah, he knows he's going to the lead. Barrios, of course, again, part of the Masters crew that Ben's kind of quarterbacking here this weekend under the RPG 10. He knows Ben's coming. He knows he's not going to be able to hold him off at all, and that was probably a wise move. It'll allow Barrios to potentially hook up with him and go forward, right? You don't want to lose another spot.
But is it too little too late, like you said?
That's it. We've got, 6 laps to go. It'll be 5 to go this time by. Cooper is now open. Clear track to reel up on Renato Jader. Right behind Mario Barrios as well is Jace Lindstrom, Thomas Grice, Danilo Romalo, and Kip Foster coming back. And indeed, Barrios is going to lose a spot there as Grice able to go to the inside of turn number 10. So there's Cooper trying to reel in the leaders who worked their way down into turn number 1.
And the top 3 were dead even. Remember, Cooper wasn't able to make the move. Probably didn't get off the corner as much as he wanted to right there.
Yeah.
It was even. Power, David, and Cooper dead even on the lap time.
Yeah, and right now, in fact, Cooper's going to have to deal with Lindstrom, and he's going to lose a spot. Lindstrom's been able to get by. No, that's Grice. Thomas Grice, who we talked about being so good in his opening heat race, has gone to P3. So the advancement for Ben Cooper could be done as he cooked the tires. We don't know. Right now, it could come down to a battle between the 2 drivers out front, Will Power and Renato Jader.
And look at how much Grice pulled away from Cooper. Grice is on fire right now. 44.8 out of him. He is 3.5 faster than David, and another 2 over Power.
Yeah, Kip Foster's coming on strong as well. He's just right there on Mario Barrios, so watch Foster try to get himself potentially up onto the podium if he keeps digging. But Will Power right now has been flawless thus far. Looking good with Renato Jader right behind him. Cooper seems to have hit the wall. He was closing, but just does not have the pace right now. Last time by a 45.8. Yeah, something there is off a little bit for Cooper. Let's see if he can bounce back a little bit here, but I don't think he's got anything near what he needs. 3 to go this time by, and Thomas Grice is the man on the move. Mike, he is reeled in the leaders.
He is not just reeled in the leaders. He has hauled them to him. 45.3 for both the top 2, a 44.6. 3/4 of a second gain for Grice. He's now on the back of Jader.
Yeah, Thomas Grice on that Charles Leclerc chassis has looked so good. He's going to go to the inside of Jader in turn number 6. Book it. Grice is through, and the laps are winding down. Is he going to be able to reel in Will Power and potentially win this? Grice started in the 13th spot. That thing is a rocket right now as he's trying to close up. As they come back around, it'll be 2 to go. Will Power's got to dig it in here right now because Thomas Grice's the man on the move.
We saw this in senior. Tire degradation, we think, is probably what was going on. Another 45.3. Grice, a 45.0 with the pass. But there's only 2 laps to go. The tire's not working so good on the top driver, but is Grice on the move.
Yeah, that move he has to make to the inside of turn number 6 really gives takes away a lot of the exit speed, and that's what's given Will Power just enough. He's not going to run a defensive line, but Grice is closing. Power's going to see the white flag next time by. This thing is going to get super exciting before it's all said and done because the Englishman, Thomas Grice, is the driver who's putting on a show right now. The Grice Machine is on the move, closing up here. Right over, and Will Power's right there. Grice is going to go to the lead to the inside. Grice takes the lead. Thomas Grice goes to P1, and Power can't believe it. Grice is going to lead him down the back straightaway. What a move for Grice in turn 10.
He's got it right now, and he doesn't have to be defensive. Look at that, full outside, a big side job actually going into there. He still gets off the corner well. Grice is on it, but here comes Power.
Will Power wants to win the SuperNats big time. And again, Grice, though, so impressive. He's going to go a bit on the defensive. Will Power is going to run out of time. He's going to have to throw it in here somewhere. Does not get a good run into the corner, and Grice, I think, has maybe enough room. They'll work their way down into turn number 8. Thomas Grice has been amazing over the last couple of laps. Power needs to get a big run. He's just not going to do it. Out of the final corner. What a drive! Thomas Grice winning in X30 Master. That may be one of the drives of the day. From 13th up to P1, Thomas Grice winning over Will Power, who had led a majority of that 20-lapper. Renato Jader in third, Ben Cooper in fourth, and rounding out the top 5, Kip Foster. What a drive for Thomas Grice.
Thomas Grice was not in the conversation in any way, shape, or form. Guys, back over here, he's 6th. And we only had about 5 laps to go, and he went from essentially outside the top 5 off the podium to winning this thing in the final few laps.
Unbelievable drive. I'm going to head down there right now, Mike. One more race to go after this. Pro Shifter on the grid.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT Driver Development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
So there we have it, X30 Masters drivers all over here in the final corner. Rob Howden, let's hear what they have to say.
Check, there we go. Ben Cooper, come over here, have a quick chat with me, my friend. You were the guy we were watching from the very start of that one. You had a rocket. You were working your way forward, but it seems like you hit a wall. What happened?
Yeah, I think, we've seen the last, we're the third race on the soft tyre, and we've seen in the Shifter Masters and the Senior that the tyre wear is just horrendous, So Tom managed his tyres really well. That's why he came through to the end. I thought I was chilling, honestly. The first few laps, I was just driving like on tiptoes and really relaxing. Knew I was quick, thinking, at the end I'm going to get there. And literally, like I said, I hit a wall. The only way I can describe it is like running on wets in the dry, It's a shame, RPG crew done amazing. They're destroying everything. The hardest working team I've ever worked with. Shame for Will to lose it in the last couple of laps, but I've known Tom for a long time. This is his first time back in a kart in 10 years, and he's got another kid coming along the way, so that's why he's done it. So I'm proud for him. That's good.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Ben Cooper, folks. Let's go over to Will Power. Will, you had this thing in the bag, it seemed like, right? You were running good, and the lap times were there. But this guy, Tom Grice, just came out of nowhere. He had an absolute rocket. Did you have a good time at least?
Yeah, I had a good time. I could feel the tires going, and I was like, man, this is going to be tough. Because I couldn't pull the gap. It was a pretty constant gap. But, Tom did an amazing job to come from where he did. And, I blocked, and I saw he went to the outside. He switched back. It was a smart move. But had a blast this weekend. It was amazing to run with RPG and all those guys. It was really enjoyable weekend. Come up a little short, but I had a lot of fun.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you got it.
Will Power, folks. Always great to have him here. Where is Kip Foster? Where's Kip gone? Is he over? Is he not even here yet? Where's Kipper? There you are. Well, my friend, you were going for number 5. You end up falling backwards and digging your way back forward. Talk about your race a little bit.
Yeah, look, it was still a great race. You know, Super Sunday here, the final, anything can happen. You know you're probably going to get pushed off in the first turn. You try to avoid any damage and stay in the race. There's nothing worse than, you know, coming back on the trolley and you know, watching everyone sort of make your way back in there. And so I wanted to finish the race no matter what. I got pushed back, God knows how far I went back, maybe 10th, thereabouts. And but the kart was fast, it comes strong. I think if it started at the front, it would have been a bloody good race between, well, my teammate Gracie. Great effort, dude. You know, it was really good to see the team take home a win.
Kip, always great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's go to Tom Grice over here, because listen, we were talking about you because you had such a good heat race, right? We're thinking he's going to start 13th. What can he do from 13th? Dude, right in the middle of that race, I think lap 6 or something was maybe one of your fastest. Yeah. It was a rocket coming forward. Talk about how good it was mid-race.
Well, we had a good start. I think we come in like 7th place, something like that. And the plan was just to cruise for the first 5-10 laps and then see how we are. I mean, we were getting dropped at the start, but you know, we believed in the plan and we settled down and calmed down, and it come good at the end. And I mean, I clipped the barrier a few times and it actually helped the car because I needed a bit more front, so I was buzzing with that. But yeah, I mean, Kip helped us all week. Like, he understands that chassis inside out, so thanks to him. I mean, we were well off it on the first day and kind of followed in his footsteps and made a few changes at the end once we got a good base set in. And yeah, I mean, the pace was good for the last 2 or 3 days. We were unlucky in the last heat, the train coming off. So yeah, can't really believe that we come through, to be honest with you.
Were you surprised by how much faster you were over the last 5 laps?
Yeah, I mean, I saw I had 5 laps to go and I was still behind Ben in like 5th or 6th, and I was like, oh, this race is over. And then all of a sudden, I mean, I could see that their tyres were finished and mine felt fine. So then, yeah, I think we had so much more tyre at the end that even Will didn't have an answer for us, and I thought it was going to be a hard last lap. So I'm so glad after 20 I didn't have to defend too much.
Tom, great to have you here. Who you want to thank today?
Loads of people, to be honest with you. Prime, PSL, Ask Grice Engines, and Kip and all the boys back at the workshop, and all the Fusion as well for the support and the help they've given us. So, yeah, no, it's going to be a good night tonight.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, and my wife. Cheers.
You and your wife. And it's going to be a good night tonight in Las Vegas. Tom Grice, folks, your winner today in X30 Master. What a drive for him. Amazing. So we'll head over, of course, to the podium here right now. Just a couple more awards still to roll out here as we have our drivers again in this category getting set to go. X30 Master. We'll bring them over and pass out some awards.
And Rob Howden, before you end up getting all those guys up there, DC just give me a really, really cool stat. The furthest back anybody has gone here in X30 Masters from 13th to win in 2014. This ties it. Kip Foster was the last one to do it.
That's awesome. Great to hear that. So let's get the driver coming home, P5 right now. Kip Foster, folks, in the 5th position. Let's get him dialed in. You're 5th, were you? Who's 5th? Oh, you were 4th. You were 4th. 4th, pardon me. Where is Renato Jader? Is he still here? Renato Jader was 5th, right? Who was P5? No, Kip Foster, you're 5th. I'm trying to get live timing to load up, and it won't load up for me right now. I think Kip's 5th. Yeah, Kip's P5. You're confusing me, Foster. What are you doing to me? You were 3rd, right? 3rd, you're 4th. Finishing in 4th spot today, Ben Cooper. Ben Cooper, P4. A former winner in the X30 Sr category, P4. Finishing in 3rd, Renato Jader, 3rd spot driver today for Orsalon Racing. A P3 finish for Renato Jader. Coming home in 2nd, close to that SuperNationals win. That's Will Power getting the win, the 2nd place finish. Will Power and Tom Grice tying the deepest anybody has been in the field to grab the race win. P13 to the victory, and he does it for Great Britain. The winner today in X30 Master, Tom Grice. Excellent job for Tom Grice. Nicely done. What an X30 Masters race that was. It appeared that Will Power, first of all, it appeared that Ben Cooper may be able to reel everybody And then Will Power looked like he had things handled, and then all of a sudden, Tom Grice came calling when everybody was struggling with tires. What a great drive for Tom Grice today. The Englishman on top of the podium in X30 Master. Will Power coming home in second. Renato Jader in third. Fourth spot goes to Ben Cooper, and P5 goes to Kip Foster. That was a fantastic drive. No one getting the fifth win as of yet. Mike Smith, one more race still to go.
One more still to come, and it is the big one. Pro Shifter coming your way. Couple announcements in here. Micro Swift, KA Senior, KA Masters are all clear to go ahead and pick up your trophies. You guys have passed tech. Results are official. You guys are good to go. For Pro Shifter, it's about time to meet some of the best drivers in the world before we let them loose here with the gearboxes. It's the headline class. $15,000 will be coming your way here to one driver who can come out on top. Again, that's next year, the final race of SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25 with the live coverage on Kart Chaser presented by Porsche. A huge thank you to everyone that's tuned in so far. Thousands and thousands. We've been shattering previous SuperNat streaming records all week long. And again, I'm sure there'll be a big time peak here for this one before we get started here, Mike.
This has been an awesome week, not just for the viewership, obviously, out elsewhere, but just getting all of the people here and all the feedback that we're getting. This is the first time that Kart Chaser's been able to do this here, and I have to assume, right, you're just taking notes and learning all kinds of stuff to just take it to even a bigger notch the next time you do this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Huge thank you to SuperKarts USA, the Kutcher family, for the opportunity for us to pull this off and our awesome team. But we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get set to go here, so we're just getting ready here to let them loose. But anyway, we're just getting ready for Pro Shifter. Here's Will Power on his way into the scale line. Talking with him and Ben Cooper again, the tire degradation, such a big storyline when it comes to Pro Shifter. Let's take a look at the grandstands here, ladies and gentlemen. It's filling up. The place is around on the fence line here, all around. Make some noise. Are you guys ready for Pro Shifter, the final main event of the weekend? Let me hear you, Las Vegas! Ladies and gentlemen, here. Starting 10th, driving a PSL karting factory Burrell Art. On the outside of row number 5, Ricardo Longy. Starting 9th from Auburn, Washington, driving a GFC karting Track Magic, number 50, Kyle Wick. Starting 8th from Italy, driving a PSL karting factory Charles Leclerc kart, your reigning SuperNationals champion, number 27, Matteo Vigano. Starting 7th from Italy,
driving a Magic Kart USA factory Magic Kart, number 18, Fabian Federer. Starting 6th from Sanger, Texas, driving a PSL Karting Factory Barrel making his final Pro Shifter appearance, number 3, Jake French. Starting 5th from Costa Rica, driving a Rollison Performance Group Cosmic, number 87, Danny Formal. Starting 4th from Vancouver, Canada, driving a Catalyst Driver Development and Tal Kart, number 94, Remo Ruscetti. And there were 3. Your top 3 starters here for the Pro Shifter Main Event. $15,000 up for grabs. Starting 3rd from the Netherlands, driving a PSL Karting Factory Barrel Art, your reigning Pro Tour champion, number 1, Marin Kremers. From the national number 1 to the final 2. Your front row for the Pro Shifter main event. 88 drivers entered. The top 2 starting 2nd from Estonia, driving a Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Number 9, Marcus Kayak. Finally, your pole man, starting 1st from Spain, driving a PSL Karting Factory Barrel Art, number 62, Pedro Hiltbrand. And just like that, Las Vegas, your field is set. Pro Shifter getting set to go. Here we are from around the world tuning in to In the Paddock at SuperKarts USA. One more shot. Fans, can we hear you one more time for the last time this weekend? Pro Shifter Main Event, make some noise! We'll be right back after this short commercial break. When the engines fire, the sun starts to work its way behind the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. Mike Smith, Rob Howden, myself, Xander Clements, you're watching SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25 on the live stream presented by Porsche. It's about to get super.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino here live from Las Vegas, Nevada. We said we started with 88. Let's take you through the highlights here of how we got here, of course. Last night, that last chance qualifier for Pro Shifter got underway. It got a little bit hectic here. Let's bring the highlights up here and show you.
Who is going to make it through? The
As you can
mechanics
see, the
stand
field
is full.
working its way
Turn one
on into
is
the final
definitely
spots.
full.
The stands
Everybody's
were full.
ready to watch
Everybody
it.
was waiting
Let's
to
go
see
to the
who
light.
was going to make
Here
it
we are.
as the
Pro
top 6
Shifter,
drivers
last
that would
chance qualifier. Here they go, red out, and we're away. Who gets the whole shot? Give it to Josh Conker on the outside for a nose, and he will send it deep, get into second out of turn one.
Wow, the front row able to stretch away. Second, third, and fourth had to check up back. One driver already off a little bit further back. That's Jaskell. That might be Matt Jaskell out. We'll check that again. But otherwise, the two front row drivers, Josh Conker did a great job getting off the line.
Way big contact for the Ital Kart. That is the 292 machine.
And worked his way in. Yeah.
Oh, he's still going at it. Macy Williams and Isambard threw a hip check. He's going to knock her out of the way, move on by. Alan Isambard did not like the way Macy Williams got around him. And so Macy Williams, seeing that, and Isambard's full blocking. Elbows are out.
Yes, 253 is doing more over the shoulder than out front at this point.
Yeah, here's a move to the inside there. They're trying to get by Isambard. Yeah, you've got some hardcore racing. And Macy Williams, she's contact. That's it for Macy.
She was going to give it about as good as she got, and then unfortunately ended up poorly for her.
There was some payback coming there, and a bunch of drivers off the racetrack. You can see the contact there. That is really shaking things up because we got 4 drivers up front, then a huge gaggle for the next 2. One driver's deep off. He's going to go into the barriers at the end of the straightaway.
Vincenzo Saraceno. Are you kidding me?
Saraceno up 17 positions, up to 5th.
What a story would it be for Saraceno to make it back into the show after being one of the most popular shifter drivers for all the wrong reasons.
Can we call it spin and win?
Oh, let's go.
Whatever you want to call it, I think he'll be happy to be a part of Super Sunday, and right now he's looking good because they are battling behind him.
Who is up into 6th right now, the final transfer? It's Nick Piercing, but Annie Rule is right there.
And she's quicker than him. She's hunting him down. Look at the size difference. Nick Persing, one of the tallest drivers around. Annie Rule, one of the shortest drivers on the grid, if not the shortest.
Laps winding down here right now.
Cowie.
We'll put 6 in the books.
I think that's Cowie with a bumper on that Rule going through turn number 9.
Christian Cowie from dead last. 25 spots gained for Christian Cowie.
No way.
And you know Cowie is going.
Contact. Driver into the barriers hard. That might have been Rule. We got a driver off the racetrack into the barriers. Not quite sure who that was off the track.
Kart Republic.
That was Cowie.
That's Cowie. That's not Andy Rule. That's Cowie. Couple laps to go. 2 laps to go this time by. It is again Vindice, Piero, Conker, Isambard, Saraceno. It's Persing, Ming, and Rule now right there. The win is going to go to Vindice. He'll take the victory. Over a second and a half, I believe, from Piero. Conker 3rd, Isambard 4th, Saraceno 5th. Persing with the final transfer, and Annie Rule doesn't even get to the checkered flag.
Through, but that does it for the LCQ. Now there's the sunset break that goes through on, so it gives us a little more time to kind of chat about it. Along with that here, for many of you that weren't around for opening ceremonies, it was a long road to get here to Las Vegas, to the SKUSA SuperNationals, and now we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look back at the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour season.
Fletcher getting the victory by a 1/10 of a second over Paulie Massimino.
Marion Kremer sweeps the weekend in Pro Shifter.
Norbert winning on Sunday.
Another win in 2022. Up the inside of, a massive contact! Kyle Wick wins in Utah. Myers survived. He will win in Pro Shifter. Marion Kremer dominates. The 296 is now the national #1.
Put an exclamation point on the championship. It's 5-time Ryan Norbert winning at Newcastle.
Welcome back here, Las Vegas. The sunset break coming to a close. You can see everybody's got their place and ready. They're sitting down right now because we're not on the racetrack, though, but we know, Rob, Mike, as soon as those engines hit the racetrack, standing room only.
That's exactly it. The time has come, hasn't it? It's rolled through. The 25th running of this Super Nationals is almost done. Pro shifter kart drivers have fired up their engines. Mike, I'm ready to go for this one.
This is going to be so exciting to see these guys go. I mean, again, it's been, you keep saying, a body of work all the way to get here. And I love that term, from the practice days all the way through. You know, the front group didn't have to get through the LCQs. But you think about those 6 drivers that did make it through. What a long, arduous story that they've got.
Well, Xander, you want to have a look at the grid here?
Let's take it through here. We know where our top 10 stands from those driver introductions, so we can just go a little bit further back from that. Let's take us to row number 6. David Lewinsky will start on the inside in the 11th spot. To his outside, it'll be on the PSL Karting Barilla Art, Christian Bertuca.
Yeah, into row number 7 right now for Italian Motors on the Ital kart, former world champion Davide Fori, and on the outside in the 231, James Golding.
Andrew Bedozo, the wild man, starts P15 on that Factory Magic kart. To his outside, it'll be David Trefilov on the Marinello in the 206.
Couple of quick West Coasters on road number 9. Jacob Gulick in the 216 and Micah Hendricks in the 273.
Sam Dicker and Hunter Pickett will round out the top 20 just in front of some big names that had some big trouble early on.
I was going to say, row 11, some big guns. A.J. Myers, of course, multi-time SKUSA Pro Tour champion, and Hannah Greenmeyer, the 208 last year's X30 champion, running in the shifter karts. Going to be moving to cars now, so maybe her last karting event for a while.
ABB Andretti Formula E driver Oliver Askew also with some issues in the heat race with a blown engine. He rolls off 23rd. To his outside, it'll be Cooper Becklin.
On row 13, Mitchell McKay will be on the inside, the 299, and on the outside, the Swedish driver who'll run for HMD Motorsports in the Indy Next Series of 2023. That's Rasmus Lind.
Philip Niemkowicz was one of the many drivers that just barely got in above the cut line, starting 27. To his outside, PSL Karting fellow Barilla Art driver Axel Benson.
Cap off your top 30 with Keon Tandon and Mario Gill.
Billy Musgrave, after his issues, rolls off all the way down in the 31st spot. Long way to go to get number 5 on the Super Nationals wins, and to his outside, another Super Nats mainstay, Ron White.
Yeah, 33rd, a F3 driver, Giorgio Carrera, alongside Michael Stevens in the 241.
Then you go back to the drivers that fought their way to the LCQ. Loic Van Dijs and Federico Paero on row number 18.
Cap it all off with the Canadian Josh Conker, Nick Pearson, Talon Yackel, and Vincenzo Saracino, the final transfer.
Man, it is just that one last little moment when they're all slowly forming up. There's a little silence on the far side of the racetrack where everybody's standing, everybody's watching. The VIP suites, nobody's in the back getting a drink or getting food. They're up at the front.
That's it.
Everyone's ready for the biggest show at the SuperKarts USA Super Nationals. $15,000 here, Rob, and we're almost set.
This is it. The Pro Shifter Main Event, the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA Super Nationals. Field set. Green, 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 and they'll race their way down into turn number 1. Who gets the hole shot will come to the bottom of the racetrack. Hildebrand trying to hold the spot, but Kayak, I believe, getting a really good start as well.
He got the hole shot, but Hildebrand moved him out of the groove and got the lead back at turn number 1. Marcus Kayak with the hole shot off the line. Pedro Hildebrand back to the lead, and Kayak now on full defense mode for Marian Kremers for second.
Yeah, Kayak made a move to the inside. That is Danny Formal.
Formal out on the opening lap over there at the turn 2, turn 3 complex.
Oh, man, Danny Formal had such a good weekend rolling already out here, as is, I believe, is that Kyle Wick out as well?
Yes, Kyle Wick out in turn 6.
2 of the big guns of American shifter kart racing out on the opening circuit. Formal and Wick on the sidelines.
Now again, they're rapidly working to clear that racetrack. Should be clear by the time the drivers get there. Here comes a pass for second. Marian Kremers gets through right ahead of Marcus Kayak. Oh my goodness, big time crash on the front straightaway. We've got a driver up and over. Someone's pounded the wall, and that right there, ladies and gentlemen, that might put us under full course yellow or a red flag. Indeed, double yellows in the air. We are under yellow, and Pedro Hildebrand, after getting a rocket ship of a start, red flag in the air. This one lap in, is now going to go back to the start lights here. Pedro Hildebrand, he might have been all clear and looking at $15,000, and he adjusts himself here as it's like, okay, time to rack back up. That's going to take us in. That was a wild, wild crash over there on the front straightaway. And look at this. Danny Formal, I don't know if they'll let him get back in because he didn't complete. Oh, there he goes. He's going to pull on into the scale line. He's going to get himself out. Early exit, unfortunately, for the Costa Rican.
That was a big impact coming onto the front straightaway. Hard hit driver into the barriers and up and over. Another couple drivers were sideways in the middle of the racetrack. So indeed, the SKUSA officials first going full course yellow, then a quick assessment of the situation, moving to the red flag for the incident on the back straightaway. Of course, the AMR safety vehicle right in the back of the ambulance, right just on the outside of the straightaway, able to quickly get to the incident. So we'll try to give you an update when we can of what's happened. But drivers all now leaving their karts over, and Danny Formal having a discussion right now with the SuperKarts USA officials. Why do I have to come off? Can I get back onto the racetrack? So Danny is trying to plead his case right now to the SuperKarts USA officials on pit lane here right now. Did we get a full lap in? I think we did get one lap in the book, Xander, so that means that the race will indeed have an official start. So Danny Formal doing the best he can to try to fight his way back on here, but it doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to get back onto the racetrack.
No, I don't think so. Again, he'd be a lap down at that point. So like you said, we got that first lap in, and then the wreck happened on lap number 2.
That's
so
true,
a lap behind, there's no lucky dog, no wave around, not enough time to get your lap back. It's not an enduro, so he was going to be out either way. I don't know if that was so much about trying to get back in like I originally thought. I think he was quickly getting off, and I think the issue was the protocol, obviously. Whenever the AMR safety team and that emergency bus heads onto the racetrack, they don't want any karts to move.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of anything going haywire, right? A stuck throttle, anything like that. You don't want what they call a double casualty. That's when there's 2 medical moments and only 1 medical team right here to take care of them. So they're trying to minimize damage. I think that's more what it is. Obviously, though, Danny Formal, he rolled off on the inside of row 3, and I talked to him right on the grid before we did driver introductions. He went out on used rubber in that warm-up session earlier this morning when everybody else went new, and he said, dude, we have unreal pace. Xander, we have really good pace. If we can get a good start and pass people, we can win this thing. I can win my second SuperNationals here in the Pro Shifter class. And just like that, in 3 corners, his bid for $15,000 ends.
Indeed, all the drivers have brought their karts around here to the short chute between turns 9 and 10. And again, major contact on the back straightaway there. Not exactly sure what happened. We picked it, I think, up at the tail of it as it happened. Mike, did you get a chance to see any of it at all?
I did not. It looked like the drivers, though. You can actually, from here, we can see that the orange barriers all the way down are there's supposed to be some gray ones there on the left-hand side, I believe, and those are not there further down.
So David Cole sent me a message, says the driver who was in the incident has got up and got into the ambulance on his own cord. So that's really good news that he was able to step into the ambulance by himself. And again, if that's indeed the case, we'll be able to get this incident cleaned up quickly and get back to racing. 1 lap in. But a pretty wild one there, Xander, as things got pretty aggressive. Lost a bunch of drivers early, both Danny Formal and Kyle Wick out on the opening circuit. Jacob Gulick out as well. So 3 guys that we're usually seeing in the top 10 or the pointy end of the grid in a shifter kart race here in North America out already. Hiltbrand, Kajak, Kremers, Federer, and Rushidi the top 5. French in 6th, Lewinsky 7th. Vajano, Longi, and Bertuca will be your top 10.
Hate to see it for the Track Magic camp. Obviously, this race marked on everyone's calendar, but for that West Coast-based operation with over 700-plus members on their group with their rally days, Kyle Wick was their guy, right, in that Track Magic factory livery. And unfortunately, again, their hopes for a SuperNational wins up and gone as well.
Yeah, shout out to the Track Magic owners group who is here. A number of them are here this week, and I know a lot of them will be watching at home on the broadcast as well. A fantastic group of guys that are really just a resurgence.
Hang on,
of a
well,
brand,
look at
right?
this. Okay, so Formal was trying to get in. So this is questionable, right? Like the leaders got by the loop, but is it a full restart? If it's a full restart, then they're allowed to work on the go-kart. So look at this. You've got nearly the entire RPG camp trying to see if they can't get Danny Formal fixed up, and Wick was pushing off. His kart at least didn't seem fully like in pieces.
Yep.
So maybe the same thing for GFC and Kyle Wick on the Track Magic camp. It may not be over.
This is an interesting development right now.
Look at that, back of the screen. There's Wick. They're rushing. Yep, Kyle Wick. So this could be a full restart. If they're running up to the grid. Is that where they're going?
No, they're going back to the camp.
Yeah, they're going
long
back.
way. But they're pitted on the front row, right? RPG is pitted towards the middle of the pit area, so it's better for them to run mechanics up.
GFC and Track Magic all the way down the far part of the grid closer to the Rio. And again, 3rd row for Rawlson Performance Group. So they're working on it here. They're trying to get whatever is bent possibly repaired. They've obviously been given the go-ahead here by SuperKarts USA. We'll see how it all plays. They've got they may be putting a steering shaft in it, actually.
Well, again, here's the thing, right? If it's a total restart,
Formal was not in the red flag, so that doesn't legally mean, I don't believe, he's got to go to the tail. Right. That could put Danny Formal back into 5th, Kyle Wick back to 9th, because again, only the drivers involved in the red flag, if they want to continue and can continue safely and are okay, have to go to the rear. So because they were involved in a completely separate wreck that was a local yellow, and we do a full restart, then Danny Formal, Kyle Wick, they just got new life. Yeah. They just got the reset button.
And interesting, how much time will it take? Obviously, they're going to work, still getting some karts taken care of down to the end of the back straightaway. So what is it that happened with Kyle Wick? They rushed him back. How much surgery needs to be done to that machine back at the compound, the GFC Track Magic compound, to get him back out here right now?
Another question as well. You have the drivers who are actually sitting here between turns 9 and 10. They're not able to do anything on their karts while everybody else is working on theirs.
Yeah, you got to think if
anybody else got any benefit.
If they're working on them, are they going to have to go to the tail of the field? That's something we got to figure out. Or nobody else is really working on anything
there's
right
a look
now.
up in the sky. You can see there's Kyle Wick getting involved. Team owner Gary Carlton's over there trying to see what they can do. It looks like they're really working on the right side. I can't tell if they're working. Oh, they're working on getting that. Is that getting the pipe off and maybe working around the axle area?
I think so.
So maybe on the rear end damage for him. Danny Formal, obviously, they're working on the front end, steering column, front end assembly.
Yeah, there's Sonny Cervelli in there. Aaron Lytle's in there as well. A bunch of guys are in there trying to go to work on this thing for the GFC crew. It looks to me like the potential could be taking off. You can't replace the engine, can they?
No, I don't think so. That for sure. If they did that in 10 minutes, amazing. But then obviously they'd go to the rear. In the case for the guys, just fixing, maybe they're pulling the axle out of it too, right? I mean, they're trying to get to it. They were moving the pipe off.
This reminds me of Le Mans and Audi swapping out the entire clip of the car in like 2 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, well, and you have a lot of endurance kart races where they'll do motor swaps throughout the weekend. The Simcraft 24 hours with the brakes karts. A lot of times those guys will have issues, maybe stick a motor, and then so you're in the pits for 5-10 minutes, bolt one off, bolt new one on. There's a lot more to go on a KZ kart than just a standard brakes 206.
Yeah, look at this fever of action happening over in the GFC camp. Gary Carlton right in there, elbows deep, to try to get this thing back rolling for Kyle Wick. They're to try to get him back out. What an amazing story this is right now for both of these front-running American shifter kart drivers. There's Terry Riggins coming down to talk to Danny Formal. He's one of the stewards, of course, down on pit lane. Danny's trying to, I think, plead the case. We'll figure what is exactly going to happen, what the approach will be. I'm sure they'll be looking into the rule book and deciding on what the plan will be.
It sounds like they're, with the hand motions right there, trying to interpret sign language, Rob. I think they're talking more about the crash.
I don't know. Yeah, potentially.
I saw one hand go over another hand. It looked like you went over him, but I'm no expert in lip reading. We're just guessing up here, folks. We're hoping to see and hear from these guys either during this red flag or post race. That's our main interview camera that's on Danny. We got one of our sky cams looking over at GFC. Otherwise, we would take a camera down and also go see if we could chat with drivers during the red flag sitting in the infield over here, because again, there's no action going on right now for the rest of the field. They're just all again sitting, waiting. Nobody knows what's going on here in this one. Oh, look at that.
There's like no engine on that GFC right there. On that Track Magic,
No
I think.
way. Are they doing a motor
That's
swap?
a motor
Oh,
swap.
my goodness. A motor swap.
Wick blew up. That must have been what it was, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they're swapping it out.
Indeed. He stuck the motor, and they're literally getting him back, putting another motor on here right now for Kyle Wick. They are going to work on this machine, trying to get Kyle Wick back out on track. And as things are rolling here right now, there's enough time because they're bringing all those karts that are involved back in as well. So time has to be winding down here pretty soon. But again, lots of work being done. Still out on the back part of the racetrack after the incident that we saw trackside. So again, seeing how it all plays out here right now, because this is a very interesting development we're seeing here in the Pro Shifter category. The final race of this year's SuperKarts USA SuperNationals here at the Rio. Rob Howden, Mike Smith, and Xander Clements. Man, this is exciting. This is interesting for sure. I don't know, Xander, what to tell you, but we're definitely watching this happen. Mike, what are your thoughts?
Is there any precedent for this before?
Not that I know of. No, I didn't.
Because there's no points, there's no nothing.
No, yeah, exactly that. I don't know that we've ever set a precedent on being able to do something like this. I don't remember having something like this long of a delay.
Remember, we were told after the previous red flag that we had when the one driver was working on their bump, it was a full restart. So they could reattach, they could do all that kind of stuff. So the only thought process here is it will be a full reset and not having that one lap. Otherwise, none of this makes any sense.
None of this makes any sense. But you would think, these are two, extremely experienced team owners, Mike Rawlson, Gary Carlton.
they're not just going to go scratch and scramble and put a go-kart together in 5 minutes just for the sake of it, right? You have to believe.
It's not just for the show, right?
No. As cool as it is of a show for us, you have to believe that this is because everyone's expecting a full restart. And then when you look at the racetrack, we haven't fully re-racked the field, but they're single file. And again, Marian Kremers had got around Marcus Kayak, so he's lined up back behind him in third, Kayak in second, and then, of course, Pedro Hiltbrand out front. So, again, it's just, the difference here, right? Granted, in a hairpin, like a single-speed hairpin for X30, for K100, your juniors, your minis, your micros, the pole, it's kind of tough to get forward from the back couple rows, depending if there's not pushing or shoving. On the shifter start, it's kind of all to play for. Anyone can get a whole shot. We've seen Billy Musgrave do it from the second row this year to the front. And in this case, again, Marcus Kayak got the whole shot, then kind of got washed a little bit wide, just moved a little bit up the racetrack, and Hiltbrand got by. So everybody's just kind of, lots of questions around, looking for answers. And I think more importantly, again, there's the time at least for it, because while that driver did get into the AMR medical bus, that bus has not had the lights on to call for another one to transport. But we haven't gotten the all clear to go back racing, although the track to me in that back section I think looks okay. So again, the thing here is there's no timer, right? These guys, this is sudden death mechanic work right now. Probably the most stressful time in any of these guys' weekends, trying to figure out, okay, we're putting this together, are we good to go?
Looks like helmets on is the call here.
Oh, helmets on. All right, now the mad scramble begins. What happens over for Kyle Wick? What happens for Danny Formal? The work has stopped here on the RPG camp. Oh, there's the helmet on for Kyle Wick. He'll be ready if they can get it done. Kyle Wick's got his helmet on there at the end, or putting his helmet on at the end of the shot. And Danny Formal and the Rolison Performance Group Cosmic, we'll take a look at them really quickly here. You can see they've done their changes. They've replaced what he needs. That RPG Cosmic is good to roll if it is a total restart. So they prepped for it. They're ready for it. If that's the case, then we go. Kyle Wick, helmet on, getting set to go, hoping, praying that if the motor's stuck in the new motor, I don't know if they pulled that one brand new out of the box. Is that the backup? Is that the practice? So many unknowns here, Mike.
Yeah, and actually I see Rob Howden popping up here, so hopefully he's got a bit of info for us.
What you got, Rob?
Yeah, you know what? We were talking about it, so I figured I'd go to the source. I went right to Bo Barfield, and he told me, you leave the racetrack, you are done. So a lot of work being done, but I don't think they're going to allow Kyle Wick to come back out. I don't think you're going to see Danny Formal back out on the racetrack either. That's exactly what Bo Barfield said. You can't work on your kart on a red, and if you leave the track surface, you're done anyway. So a lot of work being done by the Track Magic team, the GFC team, but I don't think they're going to be allowed to get themselves back out on track.
Unfortunate there, for sure, because that was a heck of a show for all of them there. Danny's letting Kyle Wick, all of them know. Gary, the Track Magic camp, they're running by. They're going to get the bad news here in just a moment. It looks like that, indeed, all that hard work, everything to get that kart ready to go, as soon as the kart leaves the track, it's
well, I'll tell you this right now. It's disappointing, but this is shows you a little glimpse into the character of Gary Carlson, I think, right now. This is a guy that, like you said, GFC is about living your passion, and these guys put it all out. They just did an engine change in, 7 minutes, 8 minutes?
That's unreal.
The whole crew digging in to get that done. So if you want a little look at the culture at GFC, that was it right there. That was Gary Carlton doing whatever he could to get his driver back on the racetrack.
And again, in their case, there's no seconds to spare, right? So, they're not sending a guy down to go, hey, what's the rule? Is this okay? Waiting for an answer. Yeah. All hands on deck. Let's just get it ready.
Just in case.
And do this Hail Mary, and maybe it pays off. Unfortunately, it didn't. Same for the RPG Cosmic crew. You can see, unfortunately, for Kyle Wick, he'll get unsuited. We'll try and see if we can get a word if they'd be willing to talk to us, Kyle Wick or Danny Formal. Obviously, very unfortunate situation for them. Love to hear what happened. Obviously, for Kyle Wick, you'd think an engine issue, and then for Danny Formal, broken bent steering column, and then through the wall for him. So that ended the day there.
So then I would assume then we are not a full restart, I would think.
Well, I didn't ask that if you're a full and complete restart. I simply asked Bo Barfield, our race director, whether or not the drivers who were working on their karts will be able to come back into the track, and he said absolutely not. So, again, the drivers were on the racetrack, and the drivers are going to be taking the green when we get back at this thing. Of course, as we said, getting that back part of the racetrack taken care of, as well as making sure that our driver is okay. But otherwise, that's the update that I got from Bo Barfield.
Well, there we go. And then if you look back here trackside, everyone's still antsy and waiting to see how everything's going to turn out. The drivers are suited and booted here, helmets on, gloves on, just kind of waiting. I think right now the SKUSA officials are prepping them for what's going down. And I saw Aaron Likens signaling with a green flag on the backside of the shot to drivers down the grid. So now, as they're getting ready to go, here we go. They're going to all bump start, get back under power, and I believe we'll have a single file rolling restart, not a F1 style red flag restart, just more of a rolling restart here for these guys. So this is where the gearbox classes, it gets kind of complicated, right? In the case of Pedro Hiltbrand, it's tough to get it slow enough you can pop first and launch, and you don't want wheel spin. I mean, no, we saw them do practice standing starts all weekend long. Nobody did a practice rolling start.
Yep. And I'll say this, one other thing we haven't seen yet this year, the Likens leap. We're going to see the Aaron Likens leap, but he'll be out there in the middle of the racetrack getting set to give them the green. Drivers all firing up from the tail of the field, getting things rolling once again.
All right, update from the driver. We just got a word from one of our camera guys. Driver was okay. His words to the medic, I'm fine, I just wanted to race.
Right, there it is.
So obviously when you're checked out by the medic, he was not going to be cleared to get back out and join it, but he wanted to. So unfortunate, and we'll get an ID on them in just a moment. But the good news there, no medical transport, none of that. And to think that we've made it all the way through a Super Sunday with only one red flag in the final race of the day, that's normally pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with once we get back around here. We'll get another lap in. We'll be able to tell you which driver it was as live timing finally does update. But indeed, good news that the driver was okay from the incident. It looked pretty sketchy when we saw it. We kind of bounced over on the camera shot. But we're about to go back racing. As we said, Aaron Likens will be out in the middle of the racetrack, ready to give these guys the green. And again, the driver up front right now, Pedro Hiltbrand, will lead them down for a single file rolling restart. One lap in the books, 24 to go as we get set to cap off this year's SuperKart USA Super Nationals.
Well, what do you think, Rob? Your Marcus Kayak, you beat him off the line once, and then he kind of moved you up out of the way just a little bit.
I
You
wonder,
maybe
right?
bring that chrome horn back here on this restart?
Interesting thing, Aaron Likens is actually down here at start and finish. I wonder whether or not we're going to start him potentially coming out of turn number 10. I don't know if they're going to start at the end of the straightaway or what. No, it looks like we may have a flag man all the way down to the far end. Or are we doing a full restart?
Yeah, they're just getting down into the low lane. So here
There
we
it
go.
is.
All right,
There
field
it
set.
is. And there it is, green flag fly. We're back at it. Hiltbrand down to the bottom of the racetrack. And guys, after a lengthy delay, we are back racing.
So here we go through turn number 1. Everyone under power as they head through 2 and 3. Marian Kremer, as you saw, try to go to the top side as the Marcus Kayak blocked the low side. Pedro Hiltbrand, that gap he had at the end of the opening lap, that's evaporated, but Marian Kremers is not there. So Hiltbrand's going to bring him down the low side into 7. Single file all the way through the lead group, and Pedro Hiltbrand in that PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art, your pole man, leads them to turn number 9, Mike.
Out of turn number 9, you got the entire field here. They're going to try to finish up this lap without any issues, but we got some passes going on further back, and that's a little bit of love. I want to say that is the 278 was at Budoso. Budoso making things happen, elbows up early.
Yeah, David Lewinsky jumping up over top of the curbing as well to try to see if he could get by Fabian Federer. Wasn't able to get the job done, but Lewinsky and Ruscitti both putting a lot of pressure on that Magic Kart driver right now.
Yeah, Federer's up a couple spots. He was able to get by Ruscetti, and then Lewinsky tried to cross him over, couldn't do it. So David Lewinsky able to at least get around, I believe, Remo Ruscetti. But Fabian Federer, a great move. Fabian Federer is away from this battle. This is Lewinsky, Ruscetti, and then all the way down the order, Rob.
The two drivers involved in the incident that brought out that red flag, Mitchell McKay and Federico Pereiro. As we know, both drivers are fine, which is good, but those drivers, of course, out of the race.
Keep an eye on Fabian Federer here. Again, from the 4th row of the grid. He's worked his way up the order super fast, has got himself through. He's purple that time by. And Pedro Hiltbrand, Marcus Kayak, Marian Kremers, they're going to have company here, and it's a long one. 21 laps still remaining.
Indeed, Federer actually going purple on that lap. That's 4 laps in. 21 laps still remain. Long way to go. And again, you've got the Burrell Art of Hiltbrand up front, the Tony Kart of Kajak in the second spot, the Burrell of Kremers, and then the Magic Kart of Federer ahead of the Ital of Lewinsky.
Keep an eye on what our leader, Pedro Hiltbrand, is doing with those lines. He's actually opening up, and then he'll cut back towards the apex. He's really trying to make sure he puts his kart right where everybody else wants to do to try to make the pass, but still get off the corner with speed.
What a launch out of the last turn for Marcus Kayak. It looked like for a moment there that he was going to be really, really slow, but he got a great exit. He forced Pedro Hiltbrand to block the low side into turn number 1. And because, again, the rest of the lap, Marcus Kayak got all out of sorts, and Marian Kremers was able to really apply some pressure to him.
But now he's now putting the pressure back on Hiltbrand. And look now here in 5th, David Lewinsky getting his way up the order a little bit further. He's up 6 spots already thanks to the attrition, and he's closing in on Fabian Federer on this lead group. Look how close Marcus Kayak is. He's all over the rear bumper of Pedro Hiltbrand.
Yeah, they are literally on top of each other. Xander coming through turn number 9 and over to 10. Hiltbrand, though, leading the way again. $15,000 up for grabs in this one to see who's going to score the big money to cap off this year's SuperNationals. And a big hard wreck.
Badozo into the wall.
Andrew Badozo hard into the wall coming across start finish. He hammered it there and literally cartwheeled out of the cart. The impact shot him right out of the cart, able to jump back up. He's all right now. The SKUSA officials grabbing that go-kart. And again, Andrew Badozo, fantastic to see him be able to get up and hop over top of the Jersey barrier.
That was painful to watch right there. That was a rough impact and a lot of speed. And now as we look back up front, Pedro Hiltbrand's been able to pull away a little bit from Marcus Kayak. Kayak still second. Then you go to Kremers, Federer, Lewinsky, Ruschetti, and Jake French in his final SuperNational starts P7.
And something happened up front to spread things out. It was nose to tail at the very, very front, and now Hiltbrand's actually got a nice little 0.6 of a second lead.
Yeah, that's not something you're going to want to give Pedro Hiltbrand right now. A little bit of breathing room, allowing him to run that full open race line, not having to block at all, no
Hunter
defense.
Hunter Pickett's out over here at turn number 1.
Man, there just doesn't stop, does it? We've got a bunch of drivers. There's Hunter Pickett there climbing over top of the barrier. So Pickett in the PSL karting Burrell Art Machine out of this race as well. Up front, the Burrell driver still leading, though. They still got Pedro Hiltbrand in the fight, as well as Marian Kremers. Again, remember, Xander Kremers came so close to winning this race. He had a massive lead until a red flag brought more drivers back into the fight. And we're seeing a black flag.
I believe that's for Billy Musgrave.
Billy Musgrave getting the black flag there. Wow. That's the second time the black flag's waved already here, and we're still in the first third of this main event.
Problem up in the S's.
Oh, big problem there in the S's. That is a huge impact over there. The wall just got completely knocked sideways, so who's going to get cleared out of there? Meanwhile, up front, look at Lewinsky applying some pressure to Federer. Top 5 kind of coming back together. Hiltbrand got away. Kayak and Kremer starting to drive him down. Look at Lewinsky. He tried the inside on Fabian Federer. Could not get down the inside.
I like the aggression, though. Lewinsky wants to work his way forward, trying to get by Fabian Federer. Yellow flag flying down there in turn number 1 for the incident we probably saw there with Hunter Pickett. Mike?
How about Saraceno up 23 spots to 17th?
Yeah. Heck of a run from out of the LCQ. The last driver to transfer through, Vincenzo Saraceno, makes it into the big dance, making the most of it right now with that many spots picked up. We've got 16 laps to go. And one thing I'm kind of noticing here, Mike, you can take a look at it when we get over to turn number 1 this time. Pedro Hiltbrand's got a lot of rear brake in that PSL karting Bureau Art. He gets into the corner. That kart steps out not once, but twice sometimes. He's banging the gears down, and it looks like the rear end to me is really unstable. The reason why I bring that up is just going to get colder and colder and colder as the track is already mostly under shade.
Well, and he's been taking a different line than a lot of these drivers. Now, Rob had actually just mentioned it before. If you give him the space, he can now open things up, carry more speed through the corner. But he is typically coming at the corner and having more of an earlier apex, which really makes it hard to make a pass, and he's still able to get off the corner with speed.
I'll tell you this, though, Marcus Kajak is not giving up at all. He's been digging and digging and gets back to within probably 2 to 3 kart lengths last time by. Both drivers almost identical lap times with a 41.4, a 4.59 for Hiltbrand, a 4.30 for Kajak. Let's see when they come across here, Mike. Again, this time Kajak closes up about a 10th quicker.
You know what I just thought of, too? Remember, we've been hearing it already with everybody else who runs the Evenco Reds. Tire degradation. 25 laps. We even had it in the last 5 laps of the Masters X30 race. These guys are going to go 10 more laps, and they're pushing hard.
And at the very end of that race, after we were done the podium, I talked to Ben Cooper and had a look. I took a couple pictures of the tires. They were just garbage, completely chewed up by the racing surface here at the Rio. So, again, that could be something, again, that we'll be talking about. How long can these guys handle it? Kajak closing up a bit now on Hiltbrand. Will any of the drivers in the top 10 potentially start battling some tire degradation, Xander?
Right. Danny Formal said his OTK was really, really good on the long run and on old tires. So Marcus Kayak might be in the catbird seat there while Pedro Hiltbrand struggles. I will say Fabian Federer is looking really, really impressive right now as Marian Kremers goes on defense from Lewinsky for 4th. He's trying to hang on. I think his hopes of getting a win might be out of the shape here. But Fabian Federer, he is a Marcus Kayak fan right now. He wants him to get up there and apply pressure, force Hiltbrand to block like he is now, and that'll bring the Magic Kart factory driver up to it.
Jake French from 7th position right now, starting to get some speed, just turned his fastest lap as he's closing up now here on Remo City. That would be for the 6th position, that's 6th and 7th. We'll see whether or not French keeps that speed.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to pull like what we just talked about. No, I'm just going to take it easy for the handful of laps, and I'll go get it at the end, trying to save those tires.
Well, I told you right now, Hiltbrand's not doing that because Pedro Hiltbrand.
Whoa, look at that bump and
it.
run by Lewinsky. David Lewinsky puts the bumper to the reigning series champion Marian Kremers, roots him out of the way, and he's going to get it back.
Yeah.
Marian Kremers will give it right back to him there for 4th. Here comes Ruschetti.
Yeah, not surprising. A little big move to the inside there. That is French. Book it. He gets to the inside of Ruschetti, coming his way through turns number 6. Everybody stacked things up. Ruschetti with really nowhere to go on the outside. Didn't want to get into his teammate, lost a spot in the process.
Fabian Federer continues to be the quickest driver up front, or at least close to it. That time by, give the advantage just slightly to Pedro Hiltbrand, but Federer trying to hunt him down. Marcus Kayak's falling back, and now Kremer's going to block again. Does Lewinsky try to move him? He tries it. French trying to cross him over. Jake French, what a send-off story it would be to close out his pro shifter career with a podium at the SuperNationals.
Guys, I'm really watching French. We picked him up just a couple of laps ago because he was hitting his personal best when it was nothing but white for everybody else. Everybody else had already hit their fastest lap, and now French seems to be rolling. I think he has played the smart, long game here. He might have a lot more kart left than the rest of these guys who've been fighting tooth and nail since the beginning.
Yeah, waiting for a dive bomb move out of him to be able to get down to the inside of Lewinsky, who runs in 5th, French in 6th, Ruschetti in 7th. Here comes a big run down the straightaway.
Ruschetti's back on French. French around the outside. Can he hold it? He's still there. He's going to chop the nose.
Wow.
He pulled a little KA Masters game, right? Or senior game right there.
Not giving it up there. Coming across the bow.
Look at that. That's Ricky Longy there. Oh, and around goes, is that A.J. Myers? A.J. Myers and Matteo Vigano. Two of the best here get collected as Ricky Longy, I think, was trying to maybe play blocker for Jake French and dive bomb Ruschetti to get him out of the way. And it all bottlenecked at the end of turn 6. A.J. Myers had climbed 12 spots up to 9th. His disappointing weekend continues.
Wow. The guy I picked to win the race as well. I figured this was going to be his year. Just did not happen for A.J. Myers. So strong last year, just didn't quite have the luck here in 2022. That'll be it for A.J. Myers.
Got a battle forming up for 2nd while this battle continues to rage on for 4th here. Marian Kremers, David Lewinsky, then it's Jake French, then Ricky Longy, who somehow, I believe, was able to just, kind of ramp over the guy, and ramp over Ruschetti, and Ruschetti down in 8th a little further back, but also Marcus Kayak has fallen off pretty hard. He's got Fabian Federer starting to bear down on him, and Pedro Hiltbrand has gotten a pretty big lead.
Yeah, it's a full second now for Pedro Hiltbrand up front, so opportunity here with just 8 laps remaining for Hiltbrand to be able to walk away as your race winner.
David Lewinsky continues to try and find a way around Marian Kremers. Can't quite do it. Marian Kremers putting on a masterclass of defense right now. Jake French is 1 spot shy of getting himself into the top 5 and onto the stage here at the end of the night. He'd love to get there. Ricky Longy still right there. Longy, of course, again, teammate. Oh, French, big slide there. He's fully locked that rear end up as they went to turn 7.
Tried to center to the bottom of the racetrack and see if he can't get to the apex first. You can see him really attacking the corners right now. Jake French trying to get onto the podium, as Xander said, right there behind Lewinsky. David Lewinsky in the ITEL kart number 289, holding onto the final position on the podium. It's Hiltbrand, Kajak, Federer, Kremers, and Lewinsky now your top 5. And again, big-time defense here as they're trying to hold each other back. Kremers, P4, everybody stacked behind him.
Jake French back onto the bumper of Lewinsky, maybe close enough in 6. No, Lewinsky covers. That'll give Marian Kremers a little breathing room. Meanwhile, up front, Fabian Federer continues to chip away. French, little hip check, gets through. Hello, Jake French to the top 5. What a move.
Yeah, that was an old school, got a World Championship CIK European move. Threw it down the bottom, got it to the side of Lewinsky, and took that spot away. Let's see if French has got the speed now to potentially pull away. Was he getting held up by Lewinsky? Can he now see if he can't go after Kremers? But right now, French goes to P5.
Ricky Longy's setting him up, though. Longy's looking. Longy thinking about it. French
overcooks it. The rear end just going away on him. Longy's got to cut him a break in two.
But what it also did is it allowed him to rotate through the corner, so he was able to get back on the throttle, and it wasn't something that Longy could actually pull off. So French is going to hold on to the spot going down to turn number 7.
That, to me, was one of the coolest moves we've seen because they know they can't use the bumper. The pushback bumper's there. They can't kind of move each other out of the way. Jake French got in, just a little love tap there on the side pod, and he was able to get by. Textbook.
Perfectly timed, right, just to get the little extra rotation on Lewinsky. There goes Longy now to the inside. He's going to make the move on French. He'll go to P5. French back into 6 now.
So Ricky Longy now bumps him off the podium, and he'll take the lead down the backstretch of this group as they head for turn number 1. French back to 6, Lewinsky 7.
I think that degradation is starting to come in. I'm starting to look at the lap times. Pedro Hilbrand out front, 41.9. His fastest lap's a 41.3. So it's starting to go away on these tires. Still 5 laps to go, but the leader is well out front.
Yeah, he's out by a lot. Marcus Kayak starting to pull back away from Fabian Federer, but he's still really not making much time off of Pedro Hilbrand. Now 4 laps to go, and Pedro Hilbrand in the catbird seat as we continue to watch this battle back for 6. French versus Lewinsky versus Ruschetti. Pass back behind him. That was the Maranello driver of David Trefilov. He was able to get around Sam Dicker to get himself 1 spot inside the top 10.
Up front, though, man, this is all about Pedro Hilbrand. He's been absolutely perfect on the day. 41.971 last time by. Maybe 0.6 off his best lap, but he can kind of cruise a bit here. 2.1 seconds the advantage, and Lewinsky continues to go to work on Jake French again. This is the battle for 6th spot we're watching. Right behind is the Ruschetti in the 8th spot, Trefilov 9th, and Dicker 10th. And that is the fight we're seeing. The biggest scrap right now, Xander, really, is for that final position in the top 6.
Yeah, Jake French trying to hang on. Again, obviously, we know Marian Kremers put the bumper pretty good to David Lewinsky, and so Jake French and a pushback bumper penalty might get him. Maybe not. Oh, big problems. Yep, Cooper Beckman out in the wall over in turn 7 as French blocks here with 2.5 laps to go.
This one winding down the final laps, the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Pedro Hilbrand by 2 seconds right now over Marcus Kayak, who's been pushing hard throughout the entire race to try to recover. Top 5 drivers really separated. 6th, 7th, and 8th are the ones we're watching your screen here through 8. This is the best battle right now as Lewinsky trying to get back by French. The 2 ITAL karts right behind the Burrell Art driver, who is in essentially his final event as a karting driver, at least for the foreseeable future, going to retire. Dad heading up to Indianapolis to work for Arrow McLaren. Now that's a run down the inside. French trying to stay way to the bottom, Xander.
Yeah, just trying to hang on here. A lap and a half to go. And Pedro Hilbrand, on the other hand, out of turn number 7. Like you said, this race has been all about him. Didn't get shaken by that red flag, went back to work, defended a little bit where he could. He built the lead up, and while the tires degrade like crazy, it's degrading for everyone. So it's nothing Pedro Hilbrand has or hasn't, doesn't have to deal with that the rest of the field would. You can see Fabian Federer on the timing monitor has fallen way behind that guy, Marcus Kayak. He's almost half a straightaway back. Ricky Long, he's almost caught up to Marian Kremers, but all of it here. Final lap around the SuperNationals. Pedro Hilbrand leads, Rob.
This is it, folks, for the 25th running of this event. Pedro Hilbrand looking to try to get another win in Pro Shifter for Burrell Art and PSL Karting. They'll work their way out of the final couple of corners here. Short shoot for Pedro Hilbrand as he works through 8 over to 9. We're going to cap things off for this year's SuperNats. Hilbrand knows it. Out of the final corner, $15,000 richer. Pedro Hilbrand winning at the SuperNationals here at the Rio.
And there it is across the line for the top 5. Jake French hangs on over David Lewinsky as he takes his final checkered flag of his pro karting career. 6th place unofficially. Pedro Hilbrand the winner here in Pro Shifter. Marcus Kayak in 2nd. Fabian Federer 3rd. Mike Smith here, thoughts on that one all the way through? I mean, you know, obviously Pedro Hilbrand was dominant, but that was not by any means a boring race.
No, not at all. And you do wonder what would it have been like if we could have gone straight from the very beginning. But, hey, Hilbrand had the lead before the red. and he just walked. He was the driver to beat.
I think the thing that surprised me the most, right, and I was talking with Marian Kremers on the grid as we were getting ready. He was like, I don't know what we do here tire pressure-wise, because they were waiting. We didn't know there was a sunset break coming. Do you go high and you bank on the sun going down early, or if you go too high, it's kind of out of reach? So, you know, he was on the verge, and it looked like early Marian Kremers on that cold tire run when he got around Kayak on that second lap where the red flag came, that he was going to be able to challenge. I really thought Marian Kremers was going to have a shot at him, and then after the red flag restart, it just kind of never really materialized. The short run speed for him faded first over everybody else, and then he was hanging on like a rag doll for a little bit in the middle, and then luckily got that gap as Jake French and David Lewinsky continued to battle. Ricky Longy was able to work his way up the order. But all about the Spaniard, Pedro Hiltbrand, going to give the crowd some donuts here as we get set to go. Oh, little push to the barriers, that's all right. We don't need them anymore. Pedro Hiltbrand going to light them up here with what little bit of a Vinco tire rubber he's got left. Ladies and gentlemen here, and there's a little burnout as well, showing him up to the side. Marian Kremers just wants to show Pedro exactly how it's done. Cool stuff, though. Engines are off here in the paddock. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have you hear it. Pedro Hiltbrand is pumped up. Can you hear it here for your Pro Shifter $15,000 main event winner? Pedro Hiltbrand getting a lot of hugs, a lot of loves there. You got everyone from the Burrell Art Factory here, and what's been a year for him, mainly on the single-speed side in the U.S., and looking for a big win all the way through. He had a couple second-place results on the SKUSA Pro Tour. Dug hard there. There's a lot of congratulations there. Marian Kremers, along with Ricky Longy, they're chatting at the end of it, and they're all hugging here at the end. So Fabian Federer does a good job to kind of salvage the weekend for the Magic Kart USA boys and girls, because ultimately AJ Myers struggled, and then him and Andrew Bajoso getting together. Let's send it down trackside. Rob Howden is down with our top five.
Indeed, I am. Let's get a hold of Fabian Federer here. Fabian, let me grab a hold of you right here, my friend. Congratulations. What a fantastic drive for you, top three. Walk me through the race. How'd it go for you?
My race was perfect. I'm very happy. The first year this in Vegas, and thank you for my team Magic, SRP Maranello Racing Team.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's come over to Marian Kremers. Marian, I know you always want this race so close. What were you missing today?
Don't know, bit of speed. Yeah, just disappointing really. I had pace all week, and then just when it counts, seemed to lack a little bit, which is unfortunate. Had a good start that first one, and then we got red flagged, which was bad for me, because I think I could have really attacked in the beginning, and then, I mean, as you saw, nobody could get around me. So I think I could have held up and put up a pretty good fight if I got into the first place. But then, yeah, that restart kind of screwed me over. So unfortunate.
Well done, my friend. Let's get a hold of Ricardo Longy. Ricardo, quick chat. Congratulations on you. Aggressive battling up front early, but midway through the race, you guys kind of separated a bit.
Yes, I'm happy for the team because take again a big result. For my race, I'm so happy, not bad, because it was very difficult for me all the weekend. I don't find the feeling in this track, but okay. For me, I do a good race in the final, take the podium again. Also last year is good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can't track down Marcus Hayek here. Marcus, congratulations. What a fantastic debut you had here at the SuperNationals. It was great to have you here. Tell me about your weekend. Overall, you're pretty happy with the way things happened, even though you weren't quite able to get the win?
Yeah, I was quite surprised that we were able to go for the podium or even the win. But yeah, in the final I burned the tires a little bit, so it was quite difficult.
Anybody you want to thank today, your team?
Yeah, the whole RPM team has been awesome. Really, really sweet guys over there, and trying their best to help me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, where's Pedro Hiltbrand? Where is he? Get over here. Listen, congratulations, my friend. $15,000. What a great drive. It was one of those races where you got out front, you were able to control the pace and then just pull away. How good was the kart today?
Really good, really good. I want to say thank you to PSL and TM, Franco, Ronnie, all PSL staff, all my teammates. I'm really happy. Car was unreal. I know Marcus and Marian were there, but the pace was really good, really good. I was missing like from half of the race, 1/10 per lap, and I saw the gap was really good, so really happy.
Some of the drivers were worried about tire degradation, their tires. How were yours? Were you able to manage it pretty decently?
Well, all I say, the first 10 laps, I feel Marcus was there, but from one point he started to miss, and I felt really good. Only last 4 laps were really, really hard, but the gap was fine.
You came across the line, you get the win, $15,000, you win the SuperNationals. How do you feel?
Really, really happy. I know this is a really, really nice race to come here, America. I'm really happy. First time, really, really enjoying that.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There he is, folks. There's your winner, Pedro Hiltbrand, scoring the victory today. What a triumph to be able to get that win. Just got to roll in here to the podium. We got some trophies to give away. We got some cash to give away as well. That was an absolutely amazing performance. PSL karting crew and Burrell Art absolutely putting on a show here. 3 drivers on the podium on the Red Army machinery. Ronnie Sala down here as well. We'll bring our drivers over and get rolling here with the podium as soon as we possibly can. They're, of course, chatting away here with their team right now, but we will get things underway as soon as we possibly can. Huge victory for Pedro Hiltbrand. The margin, 1.7 seconds at the line as he comes away as the historic winner of the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. What a triumph for him. He's been strong all weekend long. Marcus Kayak, as we said, an unbelievable debut for this young driver on that RPM Tony Kart. Tremendous way to make a statement here. Fabian Federer and Magic Kart as well on the podium. Marian Kremers and Ricardo Longhi on the Burrell Arts able to cap things off. But again, we will get our drivers worked over here momentarily to get things underway and cap off this year's SuperNationals with what will surely be a very exciting podium celebration. Drivers chatting with their teams down here right now. We will do our best to try to get them over here. Nice. Drivers, all drivers, please, if we can have you over here, please. Drivers, let's get the drivers, please, over here on the other side so we can get things rolling here.
Got a little tidbit for you while those drivers work on over,
Marcus,
Rob.
if you can come over. Ricardo, let's get you guys all over here. Fabian.
A little tidbit from the other half of EKN, David Cole, or I guess now
We've got trophies to get away. These guys are just chatting away here right now. We're trying to get the rest of our drivers. I think we've got our trophies ready. Let's see what we got. Some money to give away. We know that. Our drivers finally starting to work their way over here. So let's get things going here right now. We've got things going. Might as well get things fired up. Finishing in the 5th spot today, number 244, Ricardo Longhi. Ricardo will come over, grab your 5th place trophy. Excellent job for Ricardo. Coming home in the 4th spot, number 201, this year's SKUSA Pro Tour champion, Marian Kremers. Kremers P4. Finishing in the 3rd spot for Magic Kart, number 218, Fabian Federer. Federer, P3. Great job. Great job for Fabian Federer. And what a debut here in American soil. Coming home in 2nd for RPM, Ryan Perry Motorsport on a Tony Kart, Marcus Kayak. What a drive. $5,000 for 2nd place to Marcus Kayak. But as we know, folks, it's $15,000 for the win. You got to exchange your helmet to Tom Kutcher. He has got a helmet collection of some of the best shifter kart drivers in the world. That's the deal to win the $15,000. The driver, ladies and gentlemen, winning the SuperNationals this year at $15,000, Pedro Hiltbrand. $15,000. There it is. The traditional pass-off. Tom Kutcher gets the helmet. Pedro gets the money. $15,000. The coolest event in karting in the world here on the Las Vegas Strip. The SuperNationals, the 25th running of this amazing event. And what a drive it was for Pedro Hiltbrand. Flawless to be able to take that race win by 1.7 seconds. And again, enjoying ourselves down here in victory lane. Hiltbrand, Kayak, Federer, Kremers, and Longy. That is your podium. Xander Clemens couldn't have asked for much more.
What a way to end off here in Las Vegas. And we just got a word there, Mike, a little tidbit from eKarting News' David Cole. Pedro Hiltbrand becomes the first Spaniard ever to win the Pro Shifter category in all 25 years of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. A deep breath here, and it's all kind of come to a close. We've got some post-race interviews, I believe, with a couple more drivers we're lining up. But, Mike, you know, your take on all that there that just transpired.
Man, I'll tell you, the whole week has been awesome. The way the track has progressed, the way the drivers have attacked it, the way they've learned, the way they've gotten faster. The massive number of drivers that, okay, there were some that won, of course, but the number of drivers that were in the hunt at some point. Like DC has said in the Behind the Laptop, the number of stories, the number of storylines that there are, and at the end of the day, how everybody was able to get to the end, and the drivers who won, there is a special story right there with each one of them.
Yeah, so special. Obviously for Pedro Hiltbrand, you know, earlier in the week, he'd wanted to run shifter for so many years here at the SuperNationals. Got one opportunity in S1 back in his days driving as a CRG factory driver. You know, last year he was in the hunt in that X30 Sr Main. This year a little bit further back, but, you know, he's like, Xander, I'm just so excited to be here racing shifter. You know, more than anything, I always want to race this event. I love getting to come to Vegas and to run on this street course, but he was so stoked for his second ever time competing in Pro Shifter. Obviously, he's a world champion in single speed. He's been a factory KZ driver for many years now, but only his second start getting to do it, and first time getting to do it in the KZ class. I'm sure that's a heck of a batting average, 1-for-1.
Yeah, anytime you have that carrot, or like, man, I really want to get it right. The emotions, we saw it for every single winner, even the winners on the high, and even everybody else on the podium. Some were stoked to be on the podium. Others still, actually, a little bit disappointed. Marian Kremers, feeling so close, didn't get it done.
Yeah, Marian Kremers was so close. Come on into frame here, Rob. Let's get you on in to wrap up your 25th SuperNationals.
Wow.
You got to race. You finished inside the top 20.
I did.
You organized a class that has legends in it. Where's your head at, man?
You know what? It's the same time every time we finish. I'm so glad that it's over, but I've already started counting down for next year. So that's really the feeling I have. Monday morning, I've been waiting to get back here for another one of these events. But this one was really super unique, right? Number one, the chance to be able to race, able to work with you guys up here. My voice actually works because I wasn't announcing the entire race by myself. So to have you guys here has been amazing. To be able to finish top 20, man, I'm super thrilled that I was able to actually get out there and finish the race and not get lapped, number one, knowing the quality of the guys in my field. But, you know, bottom line, 25th anniversary, and then I end up being inducted into the Hall of Fame for SuperKarts USA too. It's really kind of it's really
yeah. You got some hardware, right? No matter what, you know, we could put like a 19 on it and it could double.
Yeah, right, exactly that.
But no, well deserved, obviously, as we've said throughout the day, for you to be able to go into the SKUSA Hall of Fame. You put in so much work here, and you know, we talk a lot, Rob. I want to take the moment here while we've got the airtime. You know, you and David Cole, especially David Cole, right? He's always looking at every statistic and every way that the karting world shakes out and wanting for collaboration. And, you know, I want to say personally for my team here, we appreciate how easy it's been and fun to work with here this year. You know, it's all a collaborative effort to make this sport better.
I didn't pull out the picture. David actually sent me the picture. I had the shot when you came and announced for us, 5 years ago or something like that, whatever it may have been. So to see you guys here and see what you guys have done, it's been a pleasure. Obviously, brought Mike in last year. I think the three of us work really well. I got a lot of great comments from people throughout the paddock, and, you know, messages me as well saying how great we work together. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a treat.
We have destroyed records too of everybody around beyond the paddock. I think we peaked at around 3,000 viewers during that Pro Shifter main event, which is
fantastic.
Insane, right? That's the any minute viewership, which means the unique viewership throughout the day. Probably going to end somewhere, hopefully, around 25,000, 30,000 views. And that's everyone not here. We've got thousands and thousands of people here, which is just great for the sport as a whole. 25,000, actually, the number right there, already on the live viewership throughout Super Sunday.
Wow.
Massive, right? I mean, that's up over last year. We were only at 16,000 on the YouTube stream over there.
Indeed.
So now we're up 10,000. The sport just, you know, putting all this stuff together. And, you know, for our first year, obviously, being able to do the stream, it was a very stressful undertaking. We have such an amazing team here. Having Mike join us, obviously, for this event. Mike's going to be around on the mic a whole lot more, I believe, next year.
That's good.
I'm going to make sure that happens. So I'm stoked to have that. And, and then we've got, to say thanks to everybody for putting on the event.
Yeah,
you
can't.
Superkarts USA.
You can't say anything more about the crew from Superkarts USA. We know as we roll here, we're gonna donate from Fabian Federer.
Fabian Federer. Let's cut to that, man.
He's ripping
Burn
it up
him down,
here.
boys.
I love it.
Kayak's gonna give us some too. A little Papa Wheelie from Marcus Kayak.
That's it.
It's all right. The engines will get rebuilt. They'll be fine.
I'll tell you, those tires are so chewy. They just there we go. Now we got it going. You got it broke loose.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Get them wheels up in the air. Hey, listen, congratulations to him as well. Young driver that has really showed well in his first ever run here at the Super Nationals. But again, we talk about what it takes to be here. Like for me, racing, it's the earliest I've ever gotten to bed at the Super Nationals and the earliest I've ever got up. I think I was up at 5:30 every day. But the SKUSA staff does that every day. They're up at 5:30 to be down here getting everything done, and they don't go home until 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock.
And it
at
started
night.
last week.
Yeah,
right?
and it started
there's a
last
night
week.
crew, right? There's the night crew that comes in. There were guys working overnight still tonight to make sure that this event ran smoothly today. I know we were up late making sure that we could do everything we could to try and make it as smooth as possible on alternatives, and because it's one shot. Right? Just like for the drivers, one shot to make the main, to make the most of it. And look at this here. We got a cool little view, cool little picture for the Burrell Art boys.
There it is.
Once again, they find themselves stacking that podium deep. And here's a nice little Sunday afternoon cruise here in Vegas.
Also about $25,000 richer, those three guys all across the board.
Yeah, that helps
right?
with the smiling, right?
That's
That makes it a little bit easier to smile
Indeed,
about it all. But Ricky
indeed.
Long, Imarian Kremers, Pedro Hiltbrand, and of course, man, Evan Giltaire. What a phenomenal
no
kid
doubt.
that kid is, man. And it was so cool to see the emotion in it, right? How much it meant to him. He came here, he's a young kid, right? He's 15. 10 Super Nationals happened before he was born, right? But he still was so into the lure of this event and wanted to win it so bad. And, I'm sure it means a lot to that Trinity Karting Group camp to be able to get a Super Nationals win. I mean, to my knowledge, that's their first in a headline category since the team has really started to make their way onto the national scene.
And let's just add to that, the Bailiffs, of course, fantastic family, Sean and Michelle, the boys, like just this a quality family, right? To see them be able to come in here and win a headline category for Trinity Karting Group, for me, that just makes my heart feel good. That's amazing.
And you can't talk about the international kids who have put on a show without talking about Thomas Stolzer-Manis.
Oh, man.
Wins KA Senior, second, and trying to hunt down Giltaire as the Donuts continue into the pit lane.
And really, he may be the star. You
Yeah,
think, right?
he really should be. Yeah, double duty, runs good in all of them. And here we go. Tom Kutcher, you want to come on in here? Yeah, why don't we bring you on in?
I wasn't ready for this shit. But
I wasn't ready for this weekend either,
There you
Tom,
go.
and here we are. We stepped up to the plate. But, man, thanks again. And where's your head at here after this one? Watching that Pro Shifter main, getting after it. Those guys were throwing it all for that win.
Yeah, but it was a lot of red and white out there, wasn't there?
Yeah, good thing.
Usually we see a little slashing and dashing and getting it on. That boy showed them how it's done.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one thing I do not miss. I do not miss the main shifter event.
Yeah.
That to me is my love.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
right?
where it started. You got to remember, Tom was on the podium himself back in the day when he had his
Yep.
kart shop and ran a bunch of Super Nationals himself, and that's what this race is all about, man.
Yeah, it's weird because Shooter came up and goes, hey, it was 20 years. You were number 3 on G1, and I won the juniors.
Yeah.
And I was like, and we won Shifter Kart
You did.
Illustrated back in the days.
Yeah.
But, it's crazy.
It's all over, right?
It's all over, but, we've done a lot of these. And this one really blew my mind.
This one seemed like it was a lot less chaos, a lot less
It was
drama.
a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
I thought I was at a Formula One race. And, guys, while you hear me right now, my people, we don't say this very often. We've had a couple A teams, and there have been Z teams around. The guys I had this weekend were just beyond phenomenal. Keeping this place safe, picking up stuff quick, getting it out. And I mean, we had to transport yesterday for a broken
Collarbone.
Collarbone. That's it.
Yeah.
We're talking 590 people a day.
Yeah.
Take that times
Yeah,
5
yeah,
people, right?
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
No, you're
I
good.
thought
I was getting
on.
into it, too. I
didn't know
just
it was a
wanted to show
fucking
everybody. Yeah.
Sorry. But so I just want to sign off with just like, I am honored. And when I see this right here, and I see 600 people, and we say 60 countries, I got the coolest fucking job in the world.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you guys, and you especially, for man, I got a lot of great feedback.
That's good.
A lot of
That's
people
good.
are watching. Rob, we've been doing this for, I'm 24, you 25. But, yeah, I just want to thank everybody, if they hear me, thank you for coming. And it was amazing.
That's it.
Well, that's
2022
sign-off.
getting wrapped up. That's it.
Everybody be safe. Get home. Love you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Signing off.
Tom, thank you so much, buddy. Here, we'll take that here. Enjoy yourself. Thank you, my friend, so much here. Mike Smith, join us in for the final sign-off, buddy. We had our predictions. We had some different winners. We had a few ones that we got right. And man, there it is. There's the old back in the day Tom Kutcher ripping around the streets of Vegas. But, closing thoughts on it all. Beautiful sunset here, and the temps were nice. And, again, lots of people tuning in from around the world. Lots of people here. The crowd was into it. The energy at this year's event was just awesome. And, hopefully we get 25 more and it just builds.
We've done races like this where it's rained, where it's been unbelievably super cold or whatever it may be. We had beautiful blue skies and sunshine. Temperatures in the mid-60s. It felt warmer because of the sun. I don't think we could have asked for better weather on the weekend. The racing was tremendous, as we know. Coverage was obviously fantastic. Only a couple of minor issues. One, transport for that broken collarbone. The driver today was okay in that incident. When you have a race like that, you can get out with just one red flag. Everything's gone really well. And that's really, that's the bottom line. This was another fantastic event. The 25th, maybe one of the best we've ever had.
I hope so. It feels awesome here. It feels awesome to be a part of it, Mike. Thanks for coming again, as always, buddy. Appreciate you. Just like Tom said, I got to give a huge props here to our whole awesome, hardworking team. They're already starting on tear down to make sure that we're ready to get down the road. But we have 16 people on my end, which is a fraction of what it takes to put on the SuperKarts USA event. But to put in perspective, we normally run with a broadcast of 8 to 9. Yeah. So we doubled our size for this event. We were calling everybody that we could to make sure that it was good, and we had some awesome people, and they've stayed up. I mean, last night was until about 1 a.m. to make sure that we had the driver intros as good as we could. Little hiccup with them, unfortunately, but overall, the whole event went as smooth as possible, and it's not. It's 100% not me. I can tell you that right there. I'm just. I have some really good people around, and they do an awesome job. So I wanted to make sure I take time to thank them. Take time to thank you guys, the viewers, both here, watching on the Jumbotron, listening to us, coming and talking to us here. Nothing makes your day more than you hear, hey, man. You're doing a great job. This feels awesome. Yeah. So with that in mind, for Kart Chasers coverage presented by Porsche, Mike Smith, eKarting News' Rob Howden, now a SKUSA Hall of Famer, and now officially a SuperNationals driver, here with the top 20 result. My name's Xander Clemens for the SuperKarts USA team, for everyone at the Real Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, and for everyone from Kart Chaser and eKartingNews.com. Thank you for watching. Good night.